Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The celestial secret stone, as its name suggests, was a type of immortal stone capable of peering into the secrets of the heavens. As long as one placed their palm on the celestial secret stone, it would emit a light. With the assistance of the celestial secret stone, the person being tested would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gathering it within their body. Then, they would circulate this naturally gathered spiritual energy throughout their body and finally infuse it back into the celestial secret stone. The brighter the light, the stronger the body's affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the more perfect the meridians and physique. Even after circulating the spiritual energy throughout the body, there wouldn't be much loss of the naturally gathered spiritual energy. This indicated smooth future cultivation and exceptional talent. "Come, little Yi, place your palm here," Sui said to Luo Hongye with a gentle smile. Ning Yechen carried Luo Hongye to the celestial secret stone. Luo Hongye extended her small, delicate hand and slowly placed it on the celestial secret stone, just as Sui had instructed. By now, a crowd had gathered around, all watching with rapt attention. Everyone was curious. What kind of talent would the child of Luo Ruiying, a peerless celestial beauty capable of slaying a heavenly god realm expert with a single sword strike, possess? Some speculated that it must be an extraordinary talent, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Others guessed it might not be so, perhaps just an average talent. The reasoning was simple. Although Luo Ruiying's cultivation and strength were undeniable, capable of killing a heavenly god realm expert, which spoke volumes, she had married a mere mortal. Perhaps the bloodline talent hadn't been inherited, and the child only possessed the ordinary talent of a common person. Luo Hongye's hair didn't have a single strand of silver white, so Luo Ruiying also believed that her child hadn't inherited the celestial bloodline of the Luotian clan. However, she didn't care what kind of talent Luo Hongye possessed. No matter what, Luo Hongye was still her child, and that was all that mattered. In fact, she even hoped that Luo Hongye wouldn't have any cultivation talent and could live happily as a mortal. But there was one thing she couldn't understand. Offspring usually inherit the bloodline of the more dominant parent, to some extent at least. There's even a chance of a complete bloodline awakening. Like her. However, Luo Hongye didn't seem to exhibit any traits of the Luo Shun clan's bloodline. Instead, she had the same jet black, lustrous hair and deep, soulful eyes as Ning Yechen. It was strange, considering Ning Yechen was just a mortal. As Luo Hongye's palm rested on the celestial secret stone, the ambient spiritual energy in the surrounding air began to slowly converge into her body. The spiritual energy flowed gently like trickling threads, and the light emitted from the celestial secret stone wasn't particularly strong, indicating that her talent was only slightly above average. The curious onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads in disappointment, sighing inwardly. Luo Hongye really didn't inherit her mother's powerful talent. As expected, being with a mortal has its drawbacks. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen didn't seem to mind. Just as they were about to lift Luo Hongye's hand from the celestial secret stone, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Spiritual energy from all directions surged madly into Luo Hongye's body. Her small frame became like a swirling vortex, absorbing all the spiritual energy. The celestial secret stone in her hand abruptly released a purple beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Everyone present was stunned. Purple aurora. This was a celestial phenomenon rarely seen in thousands of years. Legend had it that those who triggered the purple aurora would find their cultivation path smooth, capable of ascending to the heavens in a single step. Throughout the ages, The number of recorded individuals who could trigger the purple aurora could be counted on one hand. And now, they were witnessing it during the enrollment test for Nanli Academy's early childhood school. However, this wasn't the end. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to pour into Luo Hongye's body relentlessly, showing no signs of stopping. Luo Hongye's young face showed no discomfort. She looked adorable and dazed. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the purple aurora gradually transformed into a dazzling golden light. The radiant golden light was so intense that almost everyone present couldn't keep their eyes open. Xiaogua, who was overseeing Nanli Academy, and other highly cultivated instructors immediately sensed this phenomenon and rushed to the academy's entrance. Seeing the purple aurora turn into brilliant golden light, with colorful clouds filling the sky above, Xiaogua and the others were stunned and speechless. What kind of celestial phenomenon is this? He had cultivated for over 400 years and had never seen or even heard of the legend of the purple aurora transforming into golden clouds. What kind of heaven-defying talent could trigger such a celestial phenomenon? Soon, the celestial secret stone could no longer withstand the massive influx of spiritual energy and instantly shattered. The golden clouds gradually dissipated, and everything returned to calm. However, except for Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu, no one else noticed. At the moment the celestial secret stone shattered, the base of the soaring golden light had already started to turn into a deep, dark purple. Fortunately, the celestial secret stone couldn't bear it and shattered beforehand. Otherwise, demonic energy would have shrouded the sky. Luo Hongye looked innocent and naive, completely unaware of what had happened. Seeing the broken celestial secret stone in her hand, she turned her head and looked at Ning Yechen with concern. "Daddy, did Yi accidentally break the stone?" Yi didn't mean it." Everyone present looked at Luo Hongye with astonishment and envy. This was the first time they had seen someone shatter the celestial secret stone with their spiritual energy. This child's potential was limitless. Forget about breaking the celestial secret stone. Even if you slapped Dean Xiaogua twice in the face right now, he would still have to force a smile and beg you to stay. "It's okay, Yi. It's the stone's fault for being of poor quality. It's not our Yi's fault." Ning Yechen comforted Luo Hongye, patting her little head. Qi Yuan and Su Yi, who had been stunned into silence, finally snapped out of it, their faces filled with delight. "Little Yi is so amazing. Little Yi will definitely be super powerful in the future. Don't forget about sister when that happens." In contrast to the other's joy, Luo Ruiying's face was full of worry. Her child seemed to have perfectly inherited her bloodline, but she didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. If possible, she would rather her child have no talent at all and live a simple life as an ordinary person. Xiaogua, along with a group of instructors from Nanli Academy, landed in front of Luo Ruiying and politely bowed. "I am Xiaogua, the Dean of Nanli Academy. It's an honor to meet Fairy Luo." "Dean Nanli, you're too kind." Luo Ruiying nodded slightly in response. "May I ask if Fairy Luo intends to enroll your child in our Nanli Academy's kindergarten school?" Xiaogua looked at Luo Hongye with eager anticipation. Luo Ruiying nodded. "The child is still young, and I hope she can interact and play with other children her age. Please rest assured, Nanli Academy will provide the best treatment and utmost sincerity, sparing no effort to cultivate your child." Xiaogua immediately bowed deeply, making a solemn promise. Having such a prodigy stay in their Nanli Academy was an immense honor. "There's no need for such formalities, Dean Nanli. Just treat her as any other child. I'm entrusting my child to Nanli Academy, simply hoping that she can be happy here. As for cultivation, she's still young. Her future path will be her own decision." Luo Ruiying glanced at Luo Hongye, who was sitting in Ning Yechen's arms, and said with a gentle smile, she only wanted to see her child grow up happily. Cultivation wasn't her primary concern. If the child was interested, she wouldn't stop her, and if she wasn't, she wouldn't force her. Xiagua and everyone present were astonished by Luo Ruiying's words. If a child possessed such heaven-defying talent, most people would be eager to start their cultivation early, hoping they would embark on the path of immortality and change their destiny. Yet Luo Ruiying chose to let her child be. Nighttime. After Luo Ruixin left, the bedroom returned to the warmth of the family of three. Luo Hongye, looking very happy, obediently lay in the middle. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying lay on either side of her, as usual, embracing their child between them. "Daddy, Mommy, do I really have to go to school?" Luo Hongye clutched the quilt with both hands, her head peeking out, her little eyes filled with reluctance. "Yi, school is very interesting. You can make many new friends and play games with them. There will also be other sisters like Sister Chi to take care of you." Luo Ruiying lay on her side, one hand propping up her cheek, the other gently stroking the quilt on Luo Hongye's body, comforting her softly. She could sense her child's unwillingness to leave her and Ning Yechen's side. Of course, she was also reluctant, but she couldn't keep the child by their side forever, lacking interaction with others. "Yi, don't worry. Tomorrow, Daddy and Mommy will go with you." Ning Yechen also softly reassured Luo Hongye. "Okay." Luo Hongye's little face still showed reluctance, but she obediently nodded. Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment. Then, taking advantage of the fact that Luo Hongye wasn't asleep yet, asked, "Yi, do you want to become a cultivator in the future?" The commotion the child had caused at Nanli Academy this morning was quite significant, and even she had never seen such a spectacle of golden clouds filling the sky. It indicated that the child's talent might even surpass her own. She wanted to leave everything to the child's own choice. "Mommy, what's a cultivator?" Luo Hongye didn't understand what Luo Ruiying meant. She tilted her head, her face full of innocence and confusion. Luo Ruiying's beautiful face showed a hint of difficulty, unsure how to answer. Should she tell her that cultivators are those who cultivate the Tao to become immortals, pursuing the dream of eternal life? For a 2-year-old child, that was probably too profound. Just as Luo Ruiying was struggling, Ning Yechen interjected with a smile. Cultivators are people who can fly through the heavens and travel beneath the earth, capable of anything, just like your powerful mommy." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's bright, clear eyes sparkled with excitement, and she asked curiously, "Can they also conjure many beautiful little birds, like Daddy did when he flew with Yi?" "Oh, of course they can." "Ha ha ha." Ning Yechen broke out in a cold sweat and replied with a forced smile. Looking up, he saw Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes gazing at him with curiosity. "Oh, husband, you can also conjure beautiful little birds?" "Wifey, it's just a little trick to entertain the child," Ning Yechen explained sheepishly. Luo Ruiying suddenly understood, assuming it was something like origami birds, and didn't ask any further questions. It's good to let the child have some innocent and romantic fantasies. Seeing that Luo Ruiying didn't seem suspicious anymore, Ning Yechen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject. "So, Yi, do you want to become powerful like Mommy?" Luo Ruiying also gazed at Luo Hongye quietly, waiting for her answer. Luo Hongye's adorable little face pondered seriously for a moment. Then she looked at Ning Yechen and asked, "Daddy, if Yi becomes as powerful as Mommy, can I protect Daddy and Mommy from being bullied by those bad guys?" Upon hearing this, both Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were stunned, their gazes meeting. They never expected a 2-year-old child to say such a thing. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were deeply moved and comforted. They both reached out and embraced Luo Hongye's small body, leaning close to her face and saying softly, "Yes, Yi will definitely become even more powerful than Daddy and Mommy in the future. But before that, Daddy and Mommy will protect you. Our Yi just needs to be happy every day." "Okay." Then Yi has decided. Yi wants to become as powerful as Mommy. "I won't let those bad guys bully Mommy and Daddy." Luo Hongya happily rubbed her cheeks against Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's faces, her heart filled with joy. Luo Ruiying was deeply touched, her eyes welling up with tears that slowly streamed down her cheeks. Not wanting to worry her child, Luo Ruiying quickly turned away and secretly wiped away her tears. Her child's understanding made her heart ache. Soon, surrounded by the love and protection of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, Luo Hongya peacefully fell into a deep sleep. Luo Ruiying gazed at Luo Hongya's small body with love in her eyes. A hand reached out to her cheek, wiping away the remaining tear stains that hadn't fully dried. Luo Ruiying looked up and saw Ning Yechen looking at her with a gentle smile on his face. "My wife, thank you." What are you thanking me for?" Luo Ruiying asked, puzzled. "Thank you for bringing Yi into my life," Ning Yechen said with a soft smile. In the dim room, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed instantly, and she shyly rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen. Luo Ruiying thought that Ning Yechen hadn't noticed her embarrassment in the dim light, unaware that he had already seen everything clearly, including her alluring posture as she lay on her side. Her exquisite curves were truly captivating. "My wife looks so adorable when she's shy." Ning Yechen's heart stirred. Reaching across the sleeping Luo Hongya, he wrapped his arms around Luo Ruiying's slender waist, pulling her closer. What are you doing?" "The child is still sleeping. You mustn't misbehave." Luo Ruiying's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly whispered in a flustered tone, "My dear, you're wronging your husband. When have I ever misbehaved?" Ning Yechen explained innocently. If he truly wanted to misbehave, he would have taken advantage of that drunken night long ago. He was a gentleman. "Then what are you doing now?" Luo Ruiying glared at Ning Yechen and asked. His hands were still wrapped around her waist. "Your husband just wants to embrace his wife." "May I?" Ning Yechen asked in a gentle tone. Luo Ruiying felt she couldn't refuse and had no choice but to agree. "All right, but just hugging, okay?" Your husband will only hug you. I promise not to do anything else strange." Ning Yechen immediately nodded in agreement. Reassured, Luo Ruiying allowed Ning Yechen to embrace her, closing her eyes. The next second, Luo Ruiying's pretty face twitched slightly, and a dissatisfied, coquettish voice echoed in the dark room. "Husband, your hand is in the wrong place." "Sorry, my dear, it's too dark, I couldn't see." Luo Ruiying. The next morning, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying arrived at Namli Academy's early childhood school, carrying Luo Hongya. As it was their first time bringing their child to the school, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel a bit worried, so they decided to accompany her. Namli Academy's kindergarten school was situated in a corner on the eastern side of the academy. When Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying entered the school with Luo Hongya, it was already filled with the boisterous sounds of children. The older children were frolicking and playing around, while the younger ones, finding themselves in an unfamiliar environment for the first time, were crying loudly. The few apprentices from Namli Academy responsible for taking care of the children were overwhelmed. Su was among them. She was squatting down, busy comforting the newly arrived children. When she caught sight of Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, she immediately stood up and approached them, greeting, "Sister Luo, Mr. Ning, you're here. You can leave little Yi with me. I'll take good care of her." As she spoke, Su smiled and extended her hand towards Luo Hongya. "Come, little Yi, let's play together, okay?" Luo Hongya shyly burrowed further into Luo Ruiying's arms, only revealing half of her face to look at Su. Luo Ruiying gently stroked Luo Hongya's back and said apologetically, "She's a bit shy. Would it be possible for us to stay with her today?" Of course." "Then, Sister Luo, please come with me, along with Yi." Su pondered for a moment, then agreed with a smile. Usually, parents weren't allowed to accompany their children because they were worried that the children would become dependent. However, Luo Hongya was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Dean Xiaoguo of Namli Academy had personally ordered that any requests from Luo Ruiying's family should be accommodated as much as possible. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, carrying Luo Hongye, followed Su Yi to a small open space in front of the school. The open space was already filled with children playing and frolicking, most of them around 4 or 5 years old. Some children were accompanied by maids, while others were left alone in the school. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying found a spot in the back and sat down with Luo Hongye in their arms. Su Yi then walked in front of the group of children. Clap, clap, clap. Children, welcome to Nanli Academy. My name is Su Yi. You can call me Sister Su. How about I play with you all today? Su Yi clapped her hands, and the boisterous children quieted down a bit. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi smiled warmly and kindly, speaking to the children who were now sitting obediently together. As soon as they heard about playing, the children's enthusiasm was ignited, and they eagerly responded. Okay, but Sister doesn't know us yet. Why don't you all introduce yourselves to Sister first? After you're done, Sister will give you a candy as a reward. Su Yi smiled and took out a bag of candy from her pocket, dangling it in front of the children. Upon seeing the candy, many children immediately jumped up and down, vying to introduce themselves first. Me, I'm Chunling. Chunling, what a beautiful name. What's Chunling's favorite thing? Su Yi smiled, walked over to the little girl named Chunling, and squatted down to ask. My favorite thing is bunnies. Bunnies are so cute. Chunling replied with a smile. Bunnies, huh? Tada. Su Yi clasped her hands together, then slowly opened them, revealing a small, delicate rabbit formed from spiritual energy in her palm. This sight immediately caught the attention of the children present, their eyes lighting up with curiosity as they gathered around Su Yi. Sister Su, how did you do that? That's amazing. Sister Su, tell us quickly. Luo Hongye, nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms, also peeked at Su Yi. Seeing the ethereal, glowing rabbit in her hand, her clear eyes widened in surprise. However, unlike the other children, she wasn't amazed by the magic itself, but rather surprised that Su Yi, like her daddy, could conjure small animals. But compared to the little birds Daddy conjured, this rabbit wasn't as pretty and couldn't move. Daddy is still more amazing. Daddy, that sister can also conjure little animals. Luo Hongye pointed at the little rabbit in Su Yi's hand and said curiously, Why yes, that's right. Ning Yechen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He discreetly made a shushing gesture to Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye then remembered the secret agreement she had with her daddy and quickly covered her mouth obediently. Luo Ruiying looked at Luo Hongye in her arms with a puzzled expression, then glanced at Ning Yechen, who looked like he was hiding something. I have a feeling these two are keeping something from me again. Luo Ruiying didn't dwell on it. Seeing that Luo Hongye seemed interested in the rabbit in Su Yi's hand, but was too shy to approach, she quietly formed a rabbit in her own hand and placed it in Luo Hongye's. Compared to Su Yi's small, flickering rabbit, the one Luo Ruiying created was more intricate and lifelike. It hopped and jumped around in Luo Hongye's hand. If it weren't for the faint glow of spiritual energy around its body, it would be indistinguishable from a real one. Luo Hongye stared in wide-eyed wonder, her little face beaming with joy as she hugged the rabbit tightly. Mommy can also conjure animals like Daddy. Meanwhile, the children continued with their self-introductions. My name is Wang Fugue, and my favorite thing is money. Money can buy lots of good stuff. I'm called Nyoda, my favorite. My favorite thing is eating. It's my turn. I'm Ning Yechen, and my favorite thing is women. My dream is to marry many wives in the future. A precocious child eagerly raised his hand and declared his lifelong dream. At such a young age, and you're already thinking about such things. Su Yi walked over to Ning Yechen and lightly tapped his head with her finger. Honestly, children these days are maturing so early. Luo Ruiying, sitting in the back, couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a melodious giggle. This child is destined for greatness. Ning Yechen couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't just saying that casually. This little guy named Ning Yechen did indeed possess decent talent and potential. If he encountered some fortunate opportunities in the future, ascending to the heavenly realm wouldn't be impossible. However, to Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen's words sounded like something else entirely. What's the matter? Is my husband envious? Or could it be, my husband also shares the same dream as that child? Luo Ruiying narrowed her beautiful eyes, a smile playing on her lips, and gazed at Ning Yechen with a meaningful look. This is practically a death sentence of question. But Ning Yechen suddenly felt the urge to tease Luo Ruiying, so he chuckled and joked. Yes, your husband does have that dream. I almost had a harem of 30,000 beauties. Teach 30,000 beauties. You still want 30,000. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's expression changed instantly. Her anger caused her chest to heave, and she gritted her teeth, looking like a cat whose fur had been ruffled. She was just making a casual joke, testing him a little. He actually dared to say 30,000 beauties. Even emperors in the mortal world didn't have such a luxurious life. What, does my wife doubt my husband's capabilities? Seeing Luo Ruiying's adorable, enraged expression, Ning Yechen couldn't help but continue teasing her. It was rare to see his wife get angry and jealous, and it was quite a sight to behold. Fine, if my husband is so capable, why not openly take concubines? With your husband's status and wealth, I'm sure many women would gladly throw themselves into your arms. I can even help you screen them. Towards the end, Luo Ruiying was practically gritting her teeth, each word squeezed out between clenched jaws. Her hand stealthily reached for Ning Yechen's waist, pinching a chunk of his flesh hard. Ning Yechen didn't dare use his spiritual energy for protection. His face contorted in pain, and he gritted his teeth, his body twisting slightly. It seems this little lady is truly angry. That pinch really hurt. Yu Qingyu, standing behind Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, witnessed everything and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The demon lord truly doesn't understand women. It looks like I'll need to prepare some ointment for bruises and lay out the floor bedding for the demon lord tonight. Wifey, are you angry? Ning Yechen rubbed his sore waist and leaned close to Luo Ruiying, asking in a tender voice. Luo Ruiying turned her head away in a huff and said indifferently, Of course not. Why would I be angry? Since ancient times, it's common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. If my husband has the intention, I wouldn't say much. Ning Yechen could clearly tell that these were just Luo Ruiying's angry words. Last time, the misunderstanding with Yu Qingyu had almost caused her to leave him out of heartbreak. If he were to actually take a concubine, this little vinegar jar of a wife would probably never let him into their bed again. It may be common for men to have multiple wives and concubines, but your husband's heart has long been captured by you alone, my wife. Ning Yechen said with a gentle smile, leaning his head onto Luo Ruiying's shoulder. Luo Ruiying's heart suddenly fluttered like a startled deer, but she still harbored some lingering resentment. She glanced at him and said, Oh, I have such great power to make my husband give up his harem of 30,000 beauties. Of course, 30,000 beauties can't compare to the flutter my wife alone gives me. Ning Yechen embraced Luo Ruiying's waist from behind and whispered softly into her ear. The tender words and warm breath against her ear caused Luo Ruiying's cheeks and neck to flush crimson. She playfully glared at Ning Yechen, but there was no trace of anger left in her heart. I'll let go. This is a kindergarten school. Yu Qingyu silently observed Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's affectionate exchange from behind, a relieved smile gracing her serene face. She suddenly felt that she might have underestimated her demon lord. Perhaps he wasn't so clueless about women after all. Su Yi, standing in front of the children, took in every interaction between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had heard that Sister Luo and Mr. Ning, despite being a cultivator and a mortal, were deeply in love. Seeing them today, it was indeed true. Soon, the last child surrounding Su Yi finished their self-introduction and happily received their candy. Among all the children, only Luo Hongye, still nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms, hadn't introduced herself yet. Ning Yechen couldn't help but look at Su Yi with newfound admiration. With just a few words and the lure of candy, she had managed to get acquainted with almost all the children on the first day and even won the favor of many. By casually demonstrating some small techniques, she had sparked the children's interest in cultivation. It was clear that she truly enjoyed and was skilled at handling children. Su Yi slowly walked over to Luo Ruiying, squatted down, and said softly to Luo Hongye in her arms, "Little Yi, it's your turn. Can you introduce yourself to everyone?" Luo Hongye hesitantly clutched Luo Ruiying's clothes tighter. Luo Ruiying gently stroked her back, giving her an encouraging look. Luo Hongye finally mustered up her courage, looked at Su Yi and the group of children behind her, and said in a small voice, "And my name is Luo Hongye. My favorite things are Daddy and Mommy." Su Yi was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but smile gently. She took out 2 candies from her pocket and handed them to Luo Hongye, praising her. "Our little Yi is so attached and sensible. Here, sister will give you an extra one as a reward." She had been taking care of children for so long, and this was the first time she had heard a 2-year-old say that their favorite things were their parents. It was the best answer she had ever heard. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were also surprised and delighted. They had thought the child would say something about food or drinks. Yu Qingyu, standing behind them, couldn't help but silently wipe away her tears. The little princess is truly obedient and sensible, worthy of being the demon lord's child. Luo Hongye carefully took the candies with her small hands, her big eyes filled with happiness. Then, Su Yi started organizing games for the children to play together. There were lively and interesting word recognition and guessing games, as well as building blocks. Luo Hongye's big eyes were glued to Su Yi as she led the children in play. But when Su Yi and the other children invited her to join, she shook her head, refusing to leave Luo Ruiying's embrace. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit helpless. As long as they were around, their child wouldn't want to leave their side. Ning Yechen tugged on Luo Ruiying's sleeve and whispered his suggestion in her ear. A hint of worry flashed across Luo Ruiying's face, but she nodded in agreement. Then, she said softly to Luo Hongye in her arms, "Yi, Daddy, and Mommy need to leave for a bit. Can you stay here and wait for us for a while? Okay? Yi wants to go too." Luo Hongye said, clutching Luo Ruiying's clothes with a slightly panicked expression. Luo Ruiying almost softened, but she ultimately held back. "Yi, you're in class now. You can't just run around. It's okay. Daddy and Mommy will be back soon. Be good." Luo Ruiying gently put Luo Hongye down from her arms, then exchanged a look with Ning Yechen and slowly got up to leave. Yu Qingyu looked at Luo Hongye reluctantly, then followed them out. Luo Hongye stared blankly at Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying as they left, then obediently sat on the chair by herself, swinging her little legs. After Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were out of Luo Hongye's sight, they quietly hid nearby and observed her. They were hoping that their child would join the other children and play. However, Luo Hongye kept looking in the direction where Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying had left, as if she was constantly waiting for them to come back. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Luo Hongye's little face became increasingly anxious. She jumped off the chair and stood there, looking lost and helpless. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she was about to cry at any moment. Hiding nearby, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying could no longer bear it. They couldn't stand seeing their precious child cry. "Young master, madam, the child is still young. You could take it slow." Seeing Luo Hongye's helpless and pitiful little figure, Yu Qingyu, as the grandmother, couldn't hold back any longer. Luo Ruiying also felt that it was too much to force the child to mingle with other children at this point. "Husband," Luo Ruiying said softly, her heart melting. "Yes, let's go back to her." Ning Yechen knew what Luo Ruiying was about to say. He too had already softened. Even if the child said she wanted to stay with them forever and not go to school, he wouldn't mind. He couldn't bear to see his precious daughter sad and crying. As long as she was happy, nothing else mattered. With his abilities, it wasn't like he couldn't protect her for her entire life. Just as Ning Yechen and Luo Ring were about to step out, He noticed Luo Hongye on the verge of tears and walked over to her, squatting down and taking her hand. "Little Yi, what's wrong? Daddy and Mommy are gone," Luo Hongye said pitifully. "Little Yi, your daddy and Mommy probably just had something to take care of and left temporarily. Don't worry. Before they come back, why don't you come play games with sister and other friends?" He said with a gentle smile, comforting her softly. She had already spotted Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying hiding not far away and understood their intentions. If they didn't leave, Luo Hongye probably wouldn't play with her or the other children. Luo Hongye lowered her head, still hesitant, feeling a sense of resistance and wariness towards unfamiliar people. Just then, the nimble rabbit that Luo Hongye had been secretly holding in her hand hopped out. Luo Hongye quickly chased after the rabbit and hugged it back into her arms. What a nimble and adorable rabbit. Yi, seeing this, deliberately raised her voice in praise. Her voice immediately attracted the other children, who gathered around Luo Hongye. Watching the lively rabbit hopping around, a group of curious children exclaimed with envy, "What a cute rabbit. It looks just like a real one. It moved again. Can I touch it?" Suddenly surrounded, Luo Hongye seemed a bit timid, but seeing the eager anticipation in everyone's eyes, she mustered up her courage, opened her hands, and shared the spirit rabbit with them. "Wow, that's amazing. It's actually soft to the touch. Did you make this yourself?" The children surrounded Luo Hongye, chattering excitedly about the spirit rabbit in her hands, taking turns to touch it. Luo Hongye's shyness gradually faded, and she took the initiative to answer their questions. "Mommy gave it to me. Wow, Yi's mommy is so amazing. I want one too. Can I trade something with you for it?" Hiding nearby, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, seeing Luo Hongye starting to interact with the others, both breathed a sigh of relief. Taking the first step is often the hardest. Luo Hongye was now willing to talk to others, and they were relieved. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying didn't rush out, but quietly watched Luo Hongye playing with the other children. It wasn't until Luo Hongye was no longer timid and had mostly integrated with the others that Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen slowly walked out. "Daddy, Mommy." As soon as Luo Hongye saw Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, she immediately ran towards them with her little steps. She almost tripped because she was running too fast, but luckily, Luo Ruiying reached out in time to catch her and pull her into her embrace. "Yi, be careful. Don't run so fast." "Okay, Mommy and Daddy, don't leave Yi behind." Luo Hongye hugged Luo Ruiying tightly and whispered. Hearing this, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying felt their hearts melt. They both lovingly stroked Luo Hongye's little head and back. "Don't worry, Daddy and Mommy will never abandon Yi." Yi led the other children slowly towards Luo Ruiying. Seeing the heartwarming scene of Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen embracing Luo Hongye, a family of three, her first thought was that they looked like a celestial couple. Not only was the child well-behaved and sensible, but Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were also deeply affectionate towards each other. Their love for their child was beyond words. It was the first time she had seen parents who were so worried about their child that they stayed with her the entire time. Luo Ruiying looked at the children gathering around, smiled at them, and then asked Luo Hongye in her arms with a smile, "Yi, are these your new friends?" "Yes, Yi has new friends. Everyone really likes the little rabbit Mommy made." Luo Hongye nodded happily, pointing to the spirit rabbit that was being held in someone else's hands. "Is that so? Then how about I make one for each of you?" Luo Ruiying said with a gentle and approachable smile, squatting down and addressing all the children around her. As soon as she said this, all the children's eyes lit up. They eagerly crowded around her, shouting excitedly, "I want one, I want one, I want one. Yes, Mommy. Can I have a koi fish? I want a big gold ingot. I want a beautiful woman. Then I want a handsome rooster." Okay. Luo Ruiying smiled and agreed to all their requests. In no time, She had crafted a desired spirit image for each child present, instantly winning their hearts. All right, don't trouble Yi Ye's mommy anymore. Quickly say thank you to Yi Ye's mommy. He guided the children step by step. Thank you, Yi Ye's mommy. Holding their beloved spirit images, the children obediently and sweetly expressed their gratitude. Sister Luo, I'm so sorry for the trouble. Yi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was her job to teach and entertain the children, yet she had let Luo Ruiying take on the task. It's no problem at all. I actually enjoyed it. Luo Ruiying waved her hand with a smile. Being surrounded by the children like this wasn't bad. Yi bowed slightly again in apology and then continued playing with the children. With encouragement from Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, Luo Hongye also joined in. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying stood aside, quietly watching, smiles of joy spreading across their faces. It seemed that even if they let Yu and the others bring their child to school in the future, there wouldn't be any problems. After more than an hour, the children finally finished their day's lessons amidst playful laughter and chatter. Accompanied by maids or parents, the children bid farewell to Yi and the others. Ning Yechen also took Luo Hongye into his arms and, together with Luo Ruiying, thanked Yi. Thank you for today, Miss Su. If it weren't for Yi's intentional guidance, Luo Hongye might not have integrated with the other children so easily. You're welcome. It's my duty as an apprentice at Nanli Academy. I also really enjoy spending time with the children, Yi said with a smile. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying smiled gratefully, then slowly left, carrying Luo Hongye. Unlike other parents who left by carriage, they leisurely strolled hand in hand down the street, heading home. After 2 hours of play, the child was tired and had fallen asleep peacefully in their arms. Standing at the academy's entrance, Yi watched Ning Yechen's family walk away, a feeling of envy welling up in her heart. The next day, Daddy, Mommy, Yi is going now. Luo Hongye, held in Yu Qingyo's arms, waved goodbye to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying with a smile. After attending classes at Nanli Academy School yesterday, Luo Hongye wasn't as resistant to going anymore. Now, even without Ning Yechen or Luo Ruiying constantly holding her, Luo Hongye could obediently attend 2 hours of school before being accompanied home by Yu Qingyu or Kai Sei and the others. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying stood at the courtyard gate, silently watching Yu Qingyu carry Luo Hongye away, although it was to make their child less dependent on them. When it came to actually letting her go, both Ning Yechen, the father, and Luo Ruiying, the mother, felt a pang of reluctance in their hearts. With the child gone, the spacious courtyard seemed a bit too quiet. Wife, don't worry. Qingyu and the others will take good care of Yi. Ning Yechen, seeing Luo Ruiying's worried expression even after returning to the courtyard, tried to comfort her. Not to mention that he had already arranged for many hidden guards and attendants to be around Luo Hongye. Even the people disguised near Nanli Academy were all from the demon realm. With Yu Qingyu by her side, there was absolutely no need to worry about her safety. Luo Ruiying nodded. Without Luo Hongye by her side, she felt like something was missing. It was too quiet, and she couldn't quite get used to it for a while. Ning Yechen immediately sensed Luo Ruiying's longing. With a slight smile, he inched closer to her, their shoulders soon touching. He could clearly smell the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from Luo Ruiying, which was quite intoxicating. Husband, what are you doing? Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes glanced sideways at Ning Yechen sitting beside her, her expression wary. For some reason, she feels like this guy is up to no good, and the child just happened to be away from home. Ahem, your husband suddenly feels a bit cold. Coincidentally, snowflakes started falling in the open courtyard, and Ning Yechen seized the opportunity to make an excuse. However, the playful grin on his face made it hard for Luo Ruiying to believe him. If my husband is cold, you can go back to bed and sleep for a while. But without my wife in bed, it's not warm at all. Your husband still prefers being by your side. Ning Yechen deliberately clasped his hands and closed his eyes, feigning a smile. Luo Ruiying, What does he mean by the bed not being warm without me? Isn't this just his way of wanting me to stay with him? Luo Ruing didn't expect Ning Yechen to come up with such an excuse and was momentarily speechless. Husband, what about the scarf I gave you? Why aren't you wearing it? Do you not like it? Luo Ruing looked at Ning Yechen's bare neck and asked. Since she had given Ning Yechen the scarf she knitted herself, she had never seen him wear it. She couldn't help but wonder if she hadn't knitted it well, which was why he would rather be cold than wear it. How could that be? The scarf my wife knitted is so wonderful. How could I not like it? I've been treasuring it. Ning Yechen opened his eyes and looked at Luo Ruiying with a determined expression. This was the first scarf his wife had ever knitted for him, and he hadn't been willing to wear it. Luo Ruiying, hearing this, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Who would rather freeze than wear a scarf? Husband, I gave you the scarf to keep you warm. If you don't wear it, wouldn't it be a waste? If it gets damaged later, I can knit you a new one. Since Luo Ruiying had put it that way, Ning Yechen had no choice but to take out the white, fluffy scarf from his pocket and wrap it around his neck. Seeing that Ning Yechen hadn't wrapped it tightly enough, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but smile gently. Like a devoted wife, she reached out and helped him adjust the scarf properly. Ning Yechen, with a contented smile, leaned on Luo Ruiying's fragrant shoulder and said softly, Wifey, your husband remembers you said you would compensate me? Co-compensate. Did I say something like that? Luo Ruiying's expression turned slightly flustered, and she pretended to be clueless. My wife said it that day. Could it be that you were just deceiving your husband? Ning Yechen feigned a look of disappointment and dejection. Luo Ruiying blushed and hurriedly explained. Teach that night, when I was drunk, didn't I already compensate you by letting you hold me all night? When was that? Why doesn't your husband remember? Ning Yechen asked in surprise. How come he didn't know he had already used up his compensation opportunity? Luo Ruiying, her face still red, continued. It was the night I got drunk, and you held me all night, wasn't it? That doesn't count. That was your husband taking care of you, my dear. Ning Yechen retorted righteously. Luo Ruiying found herself unable to refute his words. That night, Ning Yechen had indeed been taking care of her. It was said that he barely slept all night because of it. Then what kind of compensation does my husband want? But let's agree beforehand. Nothing too excessive. Luo Ruiying compromised, her heart pounding with nervousness. She had no idea what kind of compensation Ning Yechen would ask for, and there was no one else at home now. Ning Yechen thought for a moment, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then, he leaned sideways and rested his head on Luo Ruiying's lap. Although Luo Ruiying's knees looked slender, they were surprisingly soft and supple to the touch. Husband, what are you doing? Luo Ruiying was startled and asked Ning Yechen, who was now lying on her lap. Your husband has figured out what he wants as compensation. I want to take a nap beside my wife. That's not too much to ask, is it? Ning Yechen closed his eyes, comfortably lying on her lap. With the child away from home, this was a rare moment of intimacy for the couple. Although he had considered making some more daring requests, after careful thought, he decided to experience the comfort of his wife's lap. Quietly spending time together like this, just the two of them, was also a kind of pleasure. Luo Ruiying didn't expect Ning Yechen to simply ask to rest his head on her lap. She had thought he would make a more audacious request. Since it was just this, she would indulge him. But sleeping in a hall like this, he might catch a cold. A subtle, indulgent smile, barely noticeable even to herself, graced Luo Ruiying's lips. She took out a blanket and covered Ning Yechen with it. Seeing Ning Yechen's gentle and steady breathing on her lap, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but lower her gaze, secretly admiring his handsome and peaceful sleeping face. Her jade-like fingers carefully traced his features. Then, as if possessed by a sudden impulse, she slowly leaned down and gently pressed her alluring lips against his cheek. This was the compensation she had originally intended for Ning Yechen, but she hadn't expected him to want to rest his head on her lap. Afterward, Luo Ruiying blushed, covering her mouth and looking around nervously. Thankfully, no one saw. Consider this an extra compensation. Nanli Academy, kindergarten school. Outside, snowflakes gently fell, while inside the school, laughter and playful sounds filled the air. The children were having a blast, running around and playing, except for Luo Hongye, who sat quietly in her seat. Despite being the youngest in the school, she seemed the most intelligent and mature. Although she sat quietly, her curious eyes couldn't help but observe the other children playing around her. Yu Qingyu, standing beside Luo Hongye, couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache at how well-behaved she was. "Miss, it's okay to be a little bit willful and playful at times like this." Yu Qingyu leaned down and whispered softly into Luo Hongye's ear. "Sister Yu, but Mommy said you should be a good girl." Luo Hongye looked up at Yu Qingyu and said softly. When Luo Hongye was younger, to avoid her being discovered, Luo Ring had gently told her to be a good girl. She had always kept those words in her heart. This had shaped her current quiet and well-behaved personality. Only in front of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying would she show a little bit of willfulness. Little did she know that Luo Ruiying had only said that out of fear of her being discovered and taken away, not because she didn't want her to play. On the contrary, Luo Ruiying now longed to see a more lively and active Luo Hongye. This was also the reason why she had sent Luo Hongye to Nanli Academy's kindergarten school, hoping she would make more friends. Yu Qingyu was well aware of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's intentions, so she softly comforted her. "It's okay, Mississippi. The young master and madam won't blame you. But Yi doesn't know what to do." Luo Hongye's little face looked a bit downcast. Having hardly ever initiated interactions with others, she looked at the other children playing around her, completely unsure how to join them. "Miss, you just need to express what's in your heart. With your intelligence and beauty, you'll definitely do well." Yu Qingyu offered words of encouragement. Luo Hongye hesitated for a moment. Then, looking at the group of children who had brought snow into the school to play, she walked towards them with her small, unsteady steps and bravely spoke up. "Yi wants to play too. Can I? Come and play with us. Here's some snow for you, Yi." The innocent and pure-hearted children had no reason to reject Luo Hongye and happily pulled her into their game. Drawing upon her love for building snowmen at home, Luo Hongye quickly sculpted several cute and delicate food shapes out of the snow in front of everyone. "Wow, Yi is so amazing. These look so real." Yu Qingyu watched Luo Hongye with a face full of satisfaction and affection. Meng Niu and the other two, who were following behind, couldn't help but be moved to tears. At home, they had to tread carefully, but their happiest moments were when they were playing with Luo Hongye. Playing with the child, they didn't need to worry about anything else, just relax and enjoy the moment. Luo Hongye would always call them brother and sister, treating them as part of the family. This deeply touched their hearts. Seeing the young miss now able to play with others, they were overjoyed. Su Yi, returning from outside, also smiled warmly at the scene. However, she still pretended to scold them. "Children, you can't bring snow into the school to play. It'll melt soon, and there will be water everywhere in the school." Su Yi took out the warm towel she had prepared beforehand and handed them to each child, letting them warm their cold little hands. Yu Qingyu, on the other hand, directly held Luo Hongye's small hand through the towel. In the next second, her icy cold hand instantly became warm. "All right, children, it's time to continue our lesson. Sister Su has a question for you. Did you all like the little animals and objects that Yi Ye's mommy made for you yesterday?" Su Yi clapped her hands and addressed the children in the classroom. The first half of the lesson was about learning characters. Now, it was time to cultivate their interest in cultivation. "Yes," the children responded in unison without any hesitation. "Then do you want to learn how to do it?" Su Yi asked with a smile, further enticing them. The children's interest was immediately piqued. "Yes, I want to learn this. Is Sister Su going to teach us how to make bunnies today?" "That's right, but everyone needs to start with the basics, okay? Only then will you be able to create beautiful bunnies in the future." As Su Yi spoke, she walked down from the platform and handed out a basic cultivation manual to each child at their desks. Luo Hongye stared at the paper on her desk with curiosity in her big eyes. Yu Qingyu glanced at it, and, seeing that it was just a very basic and common breathing and spirit-gathering technique, paid no further attention. The other children were fiddling with the paper, frowning, completely unable to understand what was written on it. At their age, they barely knew a few characters, so it was normal for them to not understand. He hadn't expected the children to understand from the beginning. She just wanted them to have an impression of it. Then, she stood in front and personally demonstrated. Children, if you want to create little bunnies, you need to be able to control spiritual energy. Spiritual energy nurtures all things in heaven and earth. It's hidden within the world, everywhere. To control spiritual energy, you first need to be able to absorb it from the world around you. Look, this is spiritual energy. As Su-yi spoke, she gently traced her finger through the air, a shimmering point of light trailing a long, translucent, and ethereal green arc. The children were mesmerized, their eyes wide with wonder. Although spiritual energy fills the world, we usually can't see it. That's why we need to absorb spiritual energy into our bodies and then transform it for our own use. Seeing that she had piqued the children's interest, Su-yi struck while the iron was hot and continued. Children, watch closely. Sister Su will demonstrate how to absorb spiritual energy. Close your eyes and feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowing around you. Try to guide the spiritual energy into your body. Let it circulate through your meridians and then gather it in your dantian. Su-yi closed her eyes, and wisps of spiritual energy from her surroundings gathered, flowing into her body bit by bit. The children could only see specks of light entering Su-yi's body, but they couldn't understand anything else. They couldn't even remember what Su-yi had said. They just felt that it seemed very impressive. After the demonstration, Su-yi opened her eyes and encouraged them with a smile. All right, children, it's your turn to try. Just try it the way Sister Su just taught you. Children were full of curiosity and always eager to try new things. All the children in the classroom eagerly closed their eyes and started trying to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as Su-yi had instructed. However, soon the children began to frown, their faces filled with frustration. Some even had expressions as if they were constipated. It's so hard. Ugh, this is so hard. Why can't I feel anything? Is there really such a thing as spiritual energy? Do I really have to learn this to make a little bunny? Spiritual energy, where you come to me, come to me. The children in the classroom were each using their own methods to try and sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that Su-yi had spoken of. However, no matter what they did, they couldn't feel a thing, let alone absorb any spiritual energy into their bodies. Su-yi, with a smile on her face, walked among the children, observing them. It was normal for children of their age not to sense any spiritual energy. Cultivation was never an easy task. Even for the most basic breathing and spirit-gathering technique, it usually took several months of diligent practice before one could sense spiritual energy. To actually absorb and circulate spiritual energy would take even longer. Her main goal now was to stimulate the children's competitive spirit and encourage them to keep trying. I can feel it. As Su-yi passed by Ning Yechen, she saw him with his eyes tightly closed, his brows furrowed, his expression strained and focused. Hearing him say he could feel something, Su-yi was startled. She immediately stopped and stared at him intently. He could already sense the spiritual energy around him so quickly. It had taken her nearly 3 months to successfully sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for the first time when she was a child. This child had only been trying for a few minutes. Could he be another peerless genius, no less talented than Luo Hongye? You really can feel it? Su-yi looked at Ning Yechen with anticipation and asked. Yes, I can feel it. It's about to come out, Ning Yechen said, still keeping his eyes tightly closed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the classroom, A muffled poof echoed throughout the room. Zhen Yingjuan's face showed a look of relief and satisfaction. Ah, finally let that fart out. So refreshing. Everyone, you child. Even Su Yi, who was usually gentle with the children, couldn't help but raise her hand and lightly tap Zhen Yingjuan's head. She had been so expectant, but it turned out to be just a fart. Her hopes were dashed. The children sitting next to Zhen Yingjun quickly moved their desks away from him. Zhen Yingjun covered his head innocently and said, "Why are you all moving so far away from me? They say loud farts don't stink, and stinky farts aren't loud. My fart doesn't stink at all. If you don't believe me, take a good sniff. There's no smell at all." As soon as Zhen Yingjun said this, the people around him looked disgusted and moved even further away. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Zhen Yingjun, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly surged madly towards one direction. Yu Qingyu and Su Yi immediately sensed this abnormality and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the phenomenon. They saw the petite Luo Hongye sitting calmly in her seat, her eyes closed, as the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth actively poured into her body. The spiritual energy gathered and took shape, visible to the naked eye, like surging waves. This is impossible. Such a massive amount of spiritual energy, even she couldn't achieve this. This is too terrifying. Is this child truly attempting to breathe and gather spiritual energy for the first time? Su Yi was stunned, frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Yu Qingyo's expression was filled with fear and worry. This way of absorbing spiritual energy was too frightening. With Luo Hongye's current delicate body, she wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. Before Yu Qingyu could react, Luo Hongye, immersed in the vortex of spiritual energy, suddenly furrowed her delicate brows, a look of pain crossing her face. The spiritual energy she was absorbing gradually transformed into a mix of brilliant gold and dark purple. Two distinct types of spiritual energy intertwined and merged, flowing into Luo Hongye's body together. This is demonic energy? Suyi's expression was filled with shock. Despite her low cultivation level, she could clearly see the strange energy mixed within the golden spiritual energy. That was definitely the aura of demonic energy. The golden, pure, and holy celestial spiritual energy and the eerie, dark demonic energy had always been incompatible. Why were they appearing together within Luo Hongye's body? If this continued, even if little Yi didn't explode from absorbing too much spiritual energy, the clash and fusion of the two energies would destroy her body. Little Yi, wake up. Stop. Stop. Su Yi tried to reach out and wake Luo Hongye, but Yu Qingyu quickly stopped her. However, it was too late. As soon as Su Yi extended her arm, she was blasted away by the intertwined and swirling powerful spiritual energies. She fell heavily to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Mengnyo, Kaisei, Baiyuan, present. The three of you immediately evacuate everyone else from here. Yu Qingyu ordered Mengnyo and the others in a cold voice. The situation was extremely critical. Yes, Mengnyo and the others didn't dare to delay. With a wave of their hands, they swiftly evacuated everyone from the school, including Su Yi, who was still on the ground. By now, the swirling golden celestial and dark purple demonic energy around Luo Hongye had pierced through the school's roof and spiraled into the sky. If this continued, Luo Hongye's body would definitely not be able to withstand it. Yu Qingyu plunged into the vortex of spiritual energy and placed her hand on Luo Hongye's small head. The immense and chaotic spiritual energy within Luo Hongye's body instantly surged into Yu Qingyu's. Yu Qingyu absorbed the spiritual energy at a speed far faster than Luo Hongye. Once the energy within Luo Hongye's body stabilized, Yu Qingyu softly chanted, "Disperse." With her command, Luo Hongye immediately stopped absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, her face pale as she collapsed into Yu Qingyu's arms, unconscious. Yu Qingyu looked at Luo Hongye in her arms with self-blame and love. She should have guessed it earlier. The little princess, possessing both the demon lord's bloodline and Madame's celestial bloodline, was bound to face this outcome once she started cultivating. She just didn't expect that a simple breathing and spirit-gathering exercise could trigger such a terrifying phenomenon. Celestial and demonic energy merging together. This was clearly the legendary immortal demon body. The little princess is likely the first person since ancient times to be born with an immortal demon body. It seems that Madame's celestial bloodline is also quite extraordinary. Yu Qingyu gazed at her slightly burned right arm and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It had been a long time since she had been injured. Forcibly absorbing that golden, celestial spiritual energy had actually burned her arm. Just then, several figures swiftly descended from the sky. Seeing the kindergarten school almost completely destroyed, Xiagua and the Nanli Academy instructors were all stunned and bewildered. What on earth happened? They had sensed a terrifying demonic aura and immediately rushed over after hearing the commotion from the kindergarten school. Yet, all they saw was Yu Qingyu standing amidst the ruins, holding Luo Hongye in her arms. For some reason, as Xiagua looked at Yu Qingyu's tall and graceful figure and her serene, breathtaking beauty, he felt a sense of familiarity. "May I ask what happened just now?" Xiagua recognized Yu Qingyu as a maid in Luo Ruying's household. He flew down and inquired politely. As Yu Qingyu was pondering how to respond, a graceful figure swiftly descended from the sky. Upon seeing Luo Hongye's pale face as she lay unconscious in Yu Qingyu's arms, Luo Ruying's expression changed instantly. She anxiously teleported to Yu Qingyu's side. "Yi, what happened to Yi?" Earlier that day, Ning Yechen, who was resting his head on Luo Ruying's lap, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the sky above Nanli Academy. A massive surge of celestial and demonic energy, intertwined, was permeating the heavens. Luo Ruying also sensed the demonic aura. Seeing that it was coming from the direction of Nanli Academy, she stood up anxiously, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. "Husband, wait here. I'll go check it out." Leaving those words behind, Luo Ruying immediately transformed into a divine rainbow and flew towards Nanli Academy. Ning Yechen also wanted to rush over and investigate, but to avoid arousing suspicion, he had to temporarily stay at home. Not long after, Luo Ruying descended from the sky. Her expression panicked, carrying Luo Hongye in her arms. Luo Hongye was unconscious, her little face pale as a sheet, and her breathing was unstable. Ning Yechen's face turned pale with shock, and he rushed forward to check on her. "Wife, what happened to Yi?" "I don't know. I need to examine her more closely." Luo Ruying's expression was anxious and flustered. She quickly carried Luo Hongye back to the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed and checking her pulse. Luo Hongye's meridians were in chaos, with celestial and demonic energy coursing through her body. The two forces were like fire and water, constantly clashing and colliding. Fortunately, it seemed that someone had protected Luo Hongye's meridians beforehand. Otherwise, her delicate body might have already been torn apart by these two immense forces. The celestial energy within Luo Hongye undoubtedly came from her inherited bloodline talent. But where did the demonic energy come from? Demonic energy, like celestial energy, was a type of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Both were refined forms of ordinary spiritual energy, containing far purer power. However, demonic energy primarily originated from the demon realm. The amount of demonic energy present in the mortal realm was minuscule, even rarer than celestial energy. Converting ordinary spiritual energy into demonic energy is also an extremely difficult task. Generally, only those from the demon realm or cultivators of demonic paths can attempt to absorb demonic energy. According to the descriptions of the other children in the school, when Su Yi had them try practicing breathing and spirit gathering, The celestial and demonic energy in the surroundings suddenly started surging into Luo Hongye's body. Luo Ruiying couldn't understand. How could a simple breathing and spirit-gathering exercise lead to the absorption of demonic energy? Even with her bloodline talent, Luo Hongye should have only absorbed celestial spiritual energy. What was even stranger was that, for ordinary cultivators, demonic energy was like a slow-acting poison, gradually eroding the body and even the mind. However, the demonic energy within Luo Hongye showed no signs of harming her body. In fact, their affinity was exceptionally strong. The turmoil within her body was entirely due to the incompatibility between the celestial and demonic energy, as if they were fighting for control. This was why Luo Hongye's face was contorted in pain, her complexion pale, her life hanging in the balance. Luo Ruiying tried to infuse her own spiritual energy into Luo Hongye's body, attempting to expel the accumulated demonic energy. However, this process required her utmost concentration and precise control of her spiritual energy. The slightest mistake could cause irreversible damage to Luo Hongye's body. The moment Luo Ruiying's spiritual energy entered Luo Hongye's body, the demonic energy within seemed to sense something and started churning and agitating. Luo Hongye's little face scrunched up in pain, and she let out a whimpering moan. Luo Ruiying was startled and immediately withdrew her spiritual energy, not daring to try again. Luo Hongye's small and delicate body couldn't withstand any further disturbance. But now, apart from this method, she couldn't think of any other way. Luo Ruiying was burning with anxiety, yet she could only helplessly sit by the bed, accompanying Luo Hongye. "What should we do, husband?" Luo Ruiying turned her head to look at Ning Yechen, standing beside her. Her beautiful eyes were already filled with tears, her expression helpless. Luo Hongye was her child, her own flesh and blood. She had endured 10 difficult years in the heavenly realm, and just when their peaceful and happy life had begun, they encountered such a change, and she was powerless. Luo Ruiying's heart was filled with self-blame and regret. Seeing Luo Ruiying, once the Empress of the heavenly realm, looking so vulnerable and helpless in front of him, Ning Yechen couldn't help but feel heartache. He embraced her, letting her lean her cheek against his chest, and comforted her softly. "Wife, it's okay. Have you forgotten that your husband is also somewhat skilled in medicine? With your husband here, our child will be fine." Hearing Ning Yechen's words, Luo Ruiying's anxious heart calmed down a bit. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and nodded, then stood up to make room. At Nanli Academy, Xiaohua had also tried to remove the demonic energy from Luo Hongye's body, but he had failed. Now their last hope rested on Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen sat by the bed, reached out to take Luo Hongye's pulse, and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he frowned slightly. Luo Hongye's body had a strong affinity for both celestial and demonic energy, and neither was willing to yield. The best solution was to remove one of the two energies from her body. Although he could do it without harming Luo Hongye, it was only a temporary solution and wouldn't completely solve the problem. If Luo Hongye attempts to breathe and gather spiritual energy again, both celestial and demonic energy will once again surge into her body. If we want to avoid such a situation, we can only give up the path of cultivation in this life. But the child said that night that she wanted to become a powerful cultivator to protect him and Luo Ruiying. How could he let that happen? Ning Yechen secretly and slowly calmed the chaotic spiritual energy within Luo Hongye, gradually stabilizing her breathing. When Ning Yechen withdrew his hand and opened his eyes, Luo Ruiying, who had been waiting anxiously beside him, immediately asked, "Husband, how is she?" "Don't worry, my wife. Yi is no longer in danger." Ning Yechen comforted her with a gentle smile. "Really?" Luo Ruiying couldn't believe it, and quickly checked Luo Hongye's pulse again. Just as Ning Yechen had said, Luo Hongye's pulse was much more stable than before, no longer chaotically colliding within her body. However, the celestial and demonic energy still remained within her. It could only be said that her life was no longer in immediate danger. But even this was remarkable. How did he manage to do it? She had been standing right beside Ning Yechen, and he had simply taken Luo Hongye's pulse. Yet, the spiritual energy within her body had miraculously stabilized. This was something even she and Xia Guo couldn't achieve. Luo Ruiying was filled with questions, but at this moment, her heart was mostly filled with relief and joy. She tightly held Luo Hongye's small hand, hoping she would wake up soon. Ning Yechen smiled faintly and slowly left the room. Yu Qingyu was already waiting outside. Ning Yechen's expression turned cold, his brows furrowed slightly. He looked at Yu Qingyu and asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" "It's all my fault. I was with the young miss, yet this still happened." Yu Qingyu placed a hand on her chest, bowing slightly, her voice filled with deep self-reproach and apology. The demon lord and madam had trusted her, entrusting the little princess entirely to her care. Yet such a thing had occurred. Even if Ning Yechen didn't blame her, she couldn't forgive herself. If Luo Ruiying weren't in the room at this moment, according to the rules of the demon realm, she would have to offer her heart an apology on the spot. "I'm not blaming you. I just need to know what happened." Ning Yechen's expression was grim, his eyes cold, but he wasn't directing his anger at Yu Qingyu. He understood her. If it were possible, she would never allow Luo Hongye to be harmed in any way. That was why he had entrusted their child to her care without worry. Luo Hongye had nearly lost her life, so something must have happened. Yu Qingyu recounted everything that had transpired in the school that day to Ning Yechen. Just a simple breathing and spirit-gathering exercise had awakened Luo Hongye's bloodline and almost cost her life. Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen also realized the gravity of the situation. After glancing back at the room, he quietly walked out of the house with Yu Qingyu. Their subsequent conversation couldn't be overheard by Luo Ruiying. "Demon Lord, the little princess has perfectly inherited your and Madam's bloodline and talent. She's the first child since ancient times to be born with an immortal demon body." Once they were outside, Yu Qingyu's expression turned serious as she boldly voiced her conjecture. "Immortal demon body." Ning Yechen frowned slightly, his expression growing even more solemn. Since the ancient era, celestial and demonic energy had been two distinct and incompatible types of refined spiritual energy. However, there were still those who attempted to cultivate both the immortal and demonic paths simultaneously. It was because of an ancient legend that those who cultivated both celestial and demonic energy would have limitless potential, capable of becoming either an immortal or a demon, transcending all boundaries of cultivation realms. However, the vast majority of people would either explode and die due to the conflict between celestial and demonic energy within their bodies, or their cultivation would never make any progress, leading to a life of mediocrity and ultimately a regrettable end. Even those who successfully embarked on the path of dual cultivation of celestial and demonic energy, despite achieving temporary brilliance, ultimately couldn't escape their doomed fate. Without exception, all the immortal demon cultivators in the world had cultivated the immortal and demonic paths separately after birth, overcoming countless challenges and obtaining certain opportunities before being fortunate enough to cultivate both paths. But Luo Hongye's situation was entirely different. She was born with a near-perfect affinity for both celestial and demonic energy, a natural immortal demon body. She was also the first child in hundreds of thousands of years to possess an immortal demon body from birth. This was both an immense opportunity and a death sentence for Luo Hongye. If the conflict between the celestial and demonic energy within her body couldn't be resolved, she would inevitably meet a tragic end. Ning Yechen pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering a solution. Yu Qingyu stepped forward and said earnestly, "Demon Lord, it is said that in the southern domain of the heavenly realm, there exists an ancient celestial spirit tree that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It contains the purest and gentlest celestial spirit sap in the world. Similarly, in the abyssal well of the demon realm, the purest demonic energy crystals of our realm are condensed. If we can fuse these two and have the little princess consume them, it might be possible to improve her immortal demon body, allowing her to perfectly accommodate both celestial and demonic energy. She had learned of this method from an ancient text recorded by a cultivator who practiced dual cultivation of celestial and demonic energy. By fusing the purest and gentlest celestial and demonic energy in the world, and then consuming it, the celestial and demonic energy within the body might be able to perfectly merge and coexist without conflict. Ning Yechen carefully considered Yu Qingyo's suggestion. This was their only option now. All right, let's do it. After a moment of thought, Ning Yechen nodded in agreement. Every moment of delay meant more suffering for his child. He couldn't wait any longer. Then, Demon Lord, I shall retrieve those two items at once. Yu Qingyo's eyes focused, and she volunteered proactively. It was her negligence that had caused Luo Hongye's current state, and she wanted to redeem herself and make up for her mistake. However, Ning Yechen shook his head. No, you stay here and take care of Yi. I'll go. It wasn't that Ning Yechen didn't trust Yu Qingyo's abilities. She was certainly capable of accomplishing this task. But if he went, it would be much faster. Demon Lord, you still want me to stay here and take care of Madame and the little princess? Yu Qingyu asked, somewhat in disbelief. She was prepared to apologize for this incident and then leave on her own, returning to the demon realm. She hadn't expected the demon lord to still be willing to entrust the little princess and Madame to her care. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, glanced at Yu Qingyo's right arm, and said something that deeply moved her. Because having you here is what gives me the most peace of mind. Is your arm all right? Even though Yu Qingyu acted as if nothing was different, Ning Yechen had keenly noticed the burn on her arm. Just based on this, he couldn't blame Yu Qingyu. Yu Qingyu looked at her right arm, smiled gently, and said calmly, It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. This small wound won't affect me at all. That's good. I'll go inform Ruiying. I'll leave the rest to you. Ning Yechen left those words behind and turned back to enter the house. Yu Qingyu gently touched her chest, a faint smile on her lips. She bowed slightly and replied. As soon as Ning Yechen entered the room, he heard Luo Ruiying urgently calling out, Husband, come quickly. Yi, she's awake. Ning Yechen's face lit up with joy, and he hurried to the bedside. Luo Hongye, lying on the bed, looked much better, but her little face was still pale, and she seemed weak and listless. Yi. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye's small hands tightly and called out to her gently. Luo Hongye turned her head, her eyes gazing at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen beside her. She asked in a weak and confused voice, Mommy, Daddy, what happened to Yi? Yi's body hurts. It's okay, Yi. It won't hurt for long. Luo Ruiying's face was filled with heartache. She gently stroked Luo Hongye's chest, enveloping her small body with a soothing spiritual energy. Tears, however, involuntarily flowed from her eyes, sliding down her cheeks. Mommy, you're crying. Did Yi do something wrong? Mommy, please don't cry. Yi will be a good girl. Yi doesn't want to see Mommy cry. Luo Hongye murmured softly. In her innocence, she thought she had done something wrong and made her mother sad. Mommy's not crying. Mommy is just happy. Luo Ruiying wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. Ning Yechen sat on the bed, gently stroking Luo Hongye's cheek with his hand. Then he comfortingly patted Luo Ruiying's head. He wanted to reassure her. Don't worry, my wife. Everything is under control with your husband here. Luo Ruiying, her eyes reddened, looked at Ning Yechen and nodded solemnly. It was strange. Even though she was once the heavenly Empress and still possessed the cultivation of the heaven-human realm, she felt a sense of reassurance under the touch of his hand. My wife, I'm going out to find some medicinal herbs. I'll be back soon. Ning Yechen gently stroked Luo Hongye on the bed once more, then got up to leave. Husband, What medicinal herbs do you need? Let me go. Luo Ruing also stood up and offered. Her cultivation was higher, so she could gather the necessary herbs faster. Even if they weren't available in the city, she could fly into the demonic beast forest or other cities to search for them. Wife, the herbs I need are quite rare. You might not recognize them, so let your husband handle this. Yi needs you by her side right now, Ning Yechen said with a gentle smile. He knew Luo Ruing wanted to prepare the herbs herself as quickly as possible, but whether it was the sap from the ancient celestial spirit tree or the pure demonic energy crystals, he would need to travel to the heavenly realm and the demon realm. With Luo Ruing's current remaining cultivation, she couldn't reach either realm. Even if she could, he couldn't tell her about it. Hearing Ning Yechen's words, Luo Ruing looked back at Luo Hongye, who was lying weakly on the bed. Ultimately, she couldn't bear to leave her child's side. She could only nod helplessly, entrusting the task of preparing the herbs to Ning Yechen. Then be careful on your way, husband. Go and come back quickly. Yes, my wife, just wait for me at home with peace of mind. Your husband will be back soon. Ning Yechen smiled gently and turned to leave the room. Once he was far enough away, Ning Yechen's expression turned serious. With a light tap of his toe, he transformed into a divine rainbow, soaring into the sky in an instant. Heavenly Realm, Southern Astral Domain. A jet black, dark purple divine rainbow pierced through the Ascension Gate, streaking across the heavenly realm sky like a meteor. The guard stationed at the Southern Astral Domain's Ascension Gate hadn't even grasped what was happening when the black rainbow vanished before their eyes without a trace. They didn't even catch a glimpse of the figure's face. But the terrifying and sharp demonic aura was unmistakable, sending chills down their spines. Undoubtedly, someone from the demon realm had forcefully intruded into the heavenly realm. The guards, finally reacting, immediately sounded the heavenly gate bell. Dong, dong, dong. The ethereal and resounding bell echoed throughout the entire southern astral domain, lingering for a long time. All the major powers and immortals within the southern astral domain heard the loud bell, signifying a demonic invasion. They all looked up toward the sky. Demonic invasion? Who dares to trespass into the heavenly realm? Everyone in the southern astral domain couldn't help but wonder. Apart from the recent rumors of the demon lord's reappearance in the far east immortal domain, the last time the demon clan intruded into the heavenly realm was during the Heavenly Demon War over 100 years ago. Regardless, a demon trespassing into the heavenly realm was a blatant provocation. It absolutely could not be tolerated. They couldn't allow demons to run rampant in the heavenly realm. People from the southern astral domain took to the skies, searching every corner for the demon who had intruded. Soon, someone discovered Ning Yechen's trace and transformed into divine rainbows, giving chase. There! Chase! Catch him! No! He's too fast. We can't keep up. That speed, at least an immortal venerable level cultivation, right? I think it's probably even higher. The cultivators of the southern astral domain tried to pursue Ning Yechen, but the dark rainbow vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving them unable to even catch a glimpse of his clothes. Ning Yechen was in a hurry to find the ancient celestial spirit tree and had no time to deal with these people. However, some reckless individuals still dared to block his path. Penglai Fusheng, the island lord of Penglai Immortal Island, one of the 9 major powers in the heavenly realm, led the various island lords of the southern astral domain and the elders of Penglai Immortal Island to gather and intercept him. Which lowly scoundrel from the demon realm dares to trespass into our southern astral domain? Show yourself and surrender immediately. Penglai Fusheng stood in midair, throwing a celestial sword from his hand. The sword transformed into a swift sword beam, as fast as lightning. The void of the heavenly realm was sliced open by the sword light, creating a slight crack. The sword beam shot straight towards Ning Yechen. The people surrounding Penglai Fusheng all had relaxed and arrogant expressions. Penglai Fusheng, the island lord of Penglai Immortal Island, was the #1 immortal in the southern astral domain. His cultivation had reached the immortal emperor realm 1,000 years ago. With him taking action, capturing a mere demon should be a piece of cake, right? Moreover, there were several other island lords and elders present whose cultivation and strength were no less than Peng Lai Fuxing's. This gathering represented the pinnacle of power in the southern astral domain. Just as everyone was wondering if the intruder would be killed by Peng Lai Fuxing's sword, they saw the powerful sword beam firmly caught between two slender fingers. Everyone's expressions changed instantly, their faces filled with shock. Even though Peng Lai Fuxing might not have used his full strength, the power of that sword strike was enough to split heaven and earth. He had effortlessly caught the sword. Peng Lai Fuxing couldn't help but frown slightly. Under the bewildered and shocked gazes of the crowd, Ning Yechen slowly stepped out from the demonic mist that enveloped him, revealing his true face. Ning Yechen's expression was cold as he looked at Peng Lai Fuxing and the others. He exerted a slight force with his two fingers, and with a clear snap, the celestial sword was broken in half. With his bare hand, he caught the broken celestial sword and, with a gentle squeeze, crushed it into dust. Peng Lai Fuxing and the others stared blankly at Ning Yechen, their expressions shifting from initial arrogance to shock, and then from shock to fear. Although his appearance was slightly different from the complete form of the demon lord they had seen over 100 years ago, there was no doubt that the man before them was the supreme ruler of the demon realm. His cold and arrogant eyes, showing disdain for everything, and his imposing aura that seemed to look down upon all beings, reawakened the fear they had felt when they encountered him over a century ago. Why has this god of slaughter come to the heavenly realm again? Didn't he just visit the far east immortal domain recently? What's he doing in our southern astral domain now? Some people in the southern astral domain, upon seeing Ning Yechen, felt their pupils dilate and their legs weaken, trembling uncontrollably. Humph. Lowly scoundrel, it's been a long time since anyone has addressed this venerable one in such a manner. Ning Yechen's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes fixed on Peng Lai Fuxing and the others. It seems you all have a lot of courage. Are you planning to obstruct this venerable one? I'll only give you one chance. Answer me. The mere weight of his few words, spoken calmly, was enough to silence the dozens of immortal emperors gathered there, representing the strongest in the southern astral domain. No one dared to utter a word. Island Lord Peng Lai, I suddenly remembered that the coal in my house is still burning. I need to rush back home. Farewell. Another island lord of the southern astral domain, drenched in sweat, didn't hesitate for long. He hastily cupped his hands towards Peng Lai Fuxing and then fled from the scene at full speed. The others, everyone stared blankly at the fleeing figure, inwardly cursing. Damn it, who burns coal in the heavenly realm? If he wanted to run away, he should have at least come up with a better excuse. Island Lord Peng Lai, my old mother is having her 1,000th birthday banquet today. I can't stay long either. Another person hurriedly left a message and turned to flee as a divine rainbow. Seeing everyone finding excuses to escape, the rest couldn't bear to stay any longer. If they had known the opponent was the legendary demon lord, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. Island Lord Peng Lai, my wife is calling me home for dinner. You guys chat. Island Lord Peng Lai, I suddenly have a stomachache. Now that you mention it, I seem to feel a bit queasy too. Wait for me. I suddenly feel my cultivation realm loosening. I must immediately enter closed-door cultivation. Farewell. Peng Lai Fuxing. In no time, the vast crowd of nearly 1,000 people dwindled down to only about 100 from Peng Lai, Immortal Island. These guys are truly disloyal. As soon as they saw it was the demon lord, they all ran faster than the wind. Peng Lai Fuxing inwardly cursed the fleeing crowd. If it weren't for saving face, he would have wanted to leave too. Peng Lai Immortal Island had the responsibility of guarding the southern astral domain. Otherwise, he would have been the first to run away. A young man, seeing the other island lords making excuses to escape, frowned and said with disdain, "Oomph, what a bunch of cowards. They were all bragging in front of great ancestor about how powerful they were. But just seeing one person from the demon realm scare them out, they've completely disgraced the reputation of our southern astral domain's immortals. The people around Penglai Haoyun weren't angered by his mocking words, because he simply didn't know the true strength of the demon lord and hadn't witnessed the heavenly demon war over 100 years ago. It was understandable for him to say such naive things. They didn't blame him. It's just the demon lord, right? Grandfather, let me go and meet him. Penglai Haoyun stared intently at Ning Yechen and volunteered to his grandfather, Penglai Fuxing. He had the air of a fearless young calf. As soon as Penglai Haoyun took a step forward, Penglai Fuxing quickly pulled him back, covered his mouth with one hand, leaned close to his face, made a shushing gesture, and whispered in a terrified voice, "Don't be foolish. Have you lost your mind?" A few days ago, the demon lord had shattered half of the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace with a single palm strike. Even the prodigy of the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace, Tian Dao Changrong, who had reached the immortal emperor realm, couldn't withstand a single palm from the demon lord. He was almost killed instantly. This kid hadn't even reached the immortal emperor realm, yet he dared to challenge the demon lord. Even he wouldn't dare. If he really went up there, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. It was the first time Penglai Haoyun had seen his grandfather with such a terrified expression. He stood there dumbfounded, not daring to make any more rash moves. Penglai Fuxing pulled Penglai Haoyun behind him and bowed respectfully to Ning Yechen. This old man, Penglai Fuxing of Penglai Immortal Island, greets the demon lord. Currently, our heavenly and demon realms races coexist peacefully, without interfering with each other. May I ask why the demon lord has come to this immortal domain? Where is the celestial spirit tree? Ning Yechen looked at Penglai Fuxing and asked coldly. Upon hearing the name, celestial spirit tree, Penglai Fuxing and the others behind him changed their expressions, their faces filled with worry. Although the celestial spirit tree was located in the southern domain of the vast heavenly realm, after hundreds of thousands of years, its roots had spread throughout the entire foundation of the heavenly realm. For the entire heavenly realm, the celestial spirit tree was like the dragon vein foundation sought after by emperors in the mortal realm. It couldn't be easily disturbed. The demon lord's sudden reappearance in the heavenly realm and his quest for the celestial spirit tree. This couldn't help but arouse vigilance and worry among everyone. Could it be that the demon lord wants to destroy the heavenly realm's celestial spirit tree? Penglai Fuxing and the others fell into silence. Ning Yechen had no time to waste with them. He said coldly, "You won't tell me? Then I'll find it myself." But it seems the 9 great immortal domains of the heavenly realm will soon be reduced to 8. Ning Yechen's words were clear. If he had to search for it himself, he couldn't guarantee what would become of the southern astral domain. Perhaps, accidentally, it might just vanish. Penglai Fuxing hesitated for a moment, then pointed towards the back and slightly to the right, saying, "The celestial spirit tree is located in a gorge 10,000 miles in that direction." "Great ancestor," Penglai Haoyun and the others exclaimed anxiously. How could they reveal the location of the celestial spirit tree to the demon lord? However, Penglai Fuxing raised his hand to interrupt them, signaling them to stop talking. Helplessly, they fell silent. Having obtained the information, Ning Yechen didn't linger any longer. He once again transformed into a jet-black divine rainbow and vanished from their sight in an instant. After Ning Yechen left, Penglai Haoyun asked in confusion, "Great ancestor, is it really all right to tell the demon lord the location of the celestial spirit tree?" Penglai Fuxing gazed in the direction Ning Yechen had departed. After confirming he was truly gone, he let out a sigh of relief, like a deflated balloon. He's finally gone. Just now, I had to maintain the highest level of vigilance, my nerves on edge. Facing the demon lord directly is just too much pressure. When facing Ning Yechen, he always felt a sense of danger, as if a sword was hanging over his heart. That's probably no longer the cultivation of an immortal emperor. Haoyun, it's not that your great ancestor wanted to tell the demon lord, but that I had no choice. If we really let him take action, our southern astral domain would likely face another catastrophe. Peng Lai Fuxing shook his head, his voice filled with lingering fear. Upon hearing this, Peng Lai Haoyun's expression was one of shock and disbelief. In his mind, his great ancestor, at the peak of the immortal emperor realm, was omnipotent. Wherever he went, he was revered and admired by all. Yet, he was so fearful and apprehensive of the demon lord from the demon realm. Peng Lai Haoyun asked incredulously, "How could that be? Great ancestor, are you not a match for the demon lord?" Peng Lai Fuxing glanced at his young descendant, his expression showing that he didn't know how to respond. "Young one, you seem to overestimate your great ancestor a bit too much. Then, what if we combine forces with the other major powers from the other immortal domains? If that demon lord really dares to act, the other immortal domains will surely come to our aid. Together, the 9 great immortal domains might not necessarily fear him. He's only one person." Peng Lai Haoyun continued to argue, his words filled with passion and indignation. He still couldn't understand why his great ancestor was so afraid of the demon lord. Peng Lai Fuxing looked at his naive and innocent descendant and shook his head with a smile. "Still too young. If we truly fought against the demon lord, believe me, the other 8 immortal domains wouldn't just not come to our aid, they'd be the first ones to flee. Even if they did come, even with our combined strength, we might not be a match for the demon lord." "That's impossible, great ancestor. Over 100 years ago, in the Heavenly Demon War, didn't we successfully repel the demon clan and protect the heavenly realm?" Peng Lai Haoyun's heart trembled, and he asked in disbelief. Peng Lai Fuxing sighed softly and said slowly, "That's just something the heavenly realm said to save face. In reality, the entire heavenly realm was almost overrun. In the end, it was the demon lord who led the demon clan in a voluntary retreat. Remember, don't provoke the demon lord." Peng Lai Haoyun, Southern Astral Domain, Ancient Tree Gorge. Within the unfathomably deep gorge, countless branches and vines intertwined, forming a dense forest. A towering tree rose from the bottom of the gorge, reaching towards the heavens, as if this endless chasm had been forcefully split open by this lush, ancient tree. After a brief flight, Ning Yechen quickly arrived above the gorge where the celestial spirit tree resided. Looking around, all he saw were endless mountains and verdant forests stretching as far as the eye could see. Ning Yechen believed that Peng Lai Fuxing wouldn't dare to deceive him, so the celestial spirit tree must be nearby. Ning Yechen slowly closed his eyes, his divine sense spreading out like ripples on a lake, reaching thousands of miles away. Within the range of his divine sense, every bird and beast was in plain sight, and even the faintest sounds of insects and animals reached his ears. Soon, Ning Yechen sensed the faint traces of celestial, spiritual energy emanating from the dense gorge. So it's here. Without hesitation, Ning Yechen transformed into a jet-black divine rainbow and plunged into the dense gorge. Wherever he passed, any branches or vines that dared to obstruct him were incinerated by the black demonic mist surrounding him. In an instant, Ning Yechen arrived before a shimmering, mystical rift. Faint traces of pure, celestial spiritual energy emanated from the rift. Undoubtedly, the celestial spirit tree was hidden within this mystical rift. Ning Yechen tried to reach out, but a powerful, transparent golden barrier blocked his path. The golden barrier was entirely formed from pure celestial energy, making it the natural nemesis of demonic energy. However, demonic energy was also the nemesis of celestial energy. They were like light and darkness, mutually opposing each other. The stronger side would naturally suppress the other. Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed. Demonic energy surged in his hands, forming a pair of jet-black, ornate claws. The claws effortlessly pierced through the golden barrier. With a slight squeeze, the entire barrier shattered like glass. Such a thing can't stop me. Just as Ning Yechen, with his hands clasped behind his back, was about to step into the dimensional rift, a gigantic python, its scales shimmering with seven-colored light and its body spanning 100 meters, suddenly emerged from the depths of the gorge, its massive jaws gaping wide to bite him. Ning Yechen's eyes flashed coldly. He reached out and grasped the python's vital point, squeezing it with his palm, instantly crushing it. The seven-colored celestial python's head separated from its body, plummeting into the gorge. Oomph! A mere early-stage immortal emperor seven-colored celestial python dares to seek death. Ning Yechen looked down at the corpse of the python with disdain. However, at that moment, the gorge below and the surrounding mountains trembled violently, as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. From afar, all the celestial beasts and divine beasts within the hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains started to rush towards Ning Yechen. Among them were many ancient beasts with immortal emperor cultivation. It seemed they were all guardian beasts tasked with protecting the celestial spirit tree. Since they all seek death, I shall grant their wish. Come forth. Ning Yechen didn't want to waste another second dealing with these insects, so he called out coldly. As his voice fell, the shadow beneath his feet expanded like a barrier, covering 1,000 miles. From within the shadow, a gigantic, towering demonic arm emerged. Even 100-meter-long Kuinpung divine bird seemed minuscule in front of the giant palm and was instantly crushed into a bloody mist in mid-air. Another demonic being, its body composed of jet-black rocks and its surface burning with dark flames, crawled out from the shadow. It opened its mouth and spewed 100-meter-long stream of black flames towards the celestial beasts and divine beasts in front of it. Any celestial or divine beast touched by the black flames turned into skeletons amidst agonizing screams. This wasn't the end. Various apostles and demonic beings continued to emerge from the shadow, annihilating all living creatures within 100 miles of the shadow. Countless spirit-devouring insects filled the sky, like a dark cloud swirling above. Any approaching celestial or divine beast was instantly enveloped by the spirit-devouring insects, leaving no trace behind, devoured completely. Several mysterious figures, cloaked in black robes with their faces obscured, also flew out from the shadow. Their movements were erratic like shadows, yet their hands unleashed devastating celestial techniques. Even immortal emperor-level celestial beasts and divine beasts were severely injured and crashed to the ground after a single touch. This overwhelming demonic energy and terrifying aura weren't only sensed within the southern astral domain. Even the nearby immortal domains felt it. Countless powerful beings in seclusion throughout the heavenly realm were startled and emerged from their closed-door cultivation, rushing towards the scene. Such a terrifying demonic might could it be that the demon realm was invading again. Tens of thousands of heavenly realm cultivators gathered fearfully 300 miles away from the shadow cast by Ning Yechen, not daring to approach any closer. Flame demons, wind demons, and various other demonic beings, countless spirit-devouring insects, numerous demonic beasts from the demon realm, and several mysterious figures whose cultivation was definitely no lower than immortal emperors. If they ventured in, they might face instant death. Seeing this terrifying display, everyone knew that this was undoubtedly the work of the demon lord, the night demon god. Only he could summon such a massive army of apostles and demonic beings with his own power. The most terrifying part was that the demonic apostles under his shadow were countless. No one knew how many there were. It was said that any creature killed and swallowed by the shadow beneath his feet would become his apostle under his command. And many of those demonic beings and apostles possessed cultivation levels no lower than theirs. The demonic arm that had briefly emerged from the shadow, spanning over 1,000 meters, was part of the demon lord's demonic sovereign manifestation. So far, no one had ever witnessed the complete form of the demon lord's manifestation. Just a single arm was enough to exert immense pressure on everyone present, And that was just one arm. Kill anyone who crosses the shadow. Ning Yechen sensed the continuous arrival of immortals and coldly ordered the apostles and demonic beings emerging from his shadow. Upon receiving the command, all the apostles and demonic beings stood still, their eyes fixed on the surrounding cultivators and celestial beasts. The celestial beasts and divine beasts weren't foolish. Witnessing the complete slaughter of the creatures ahead, the remaining ones retreated in fear. Some even fled in all directions. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but gulp, silently stepping back. Unless the immortal ancestors from the few reclusive clans in the heavenly realm joined forces, it was unlikely that anyone could stand against the demon lord. Everyone present who had experienced the previous heavenly demon war deeply understood this. They could only pray silently that the demon lord wouldn't harm the celestial spirit tree. Ning Yechen ignored the crowd and directly entered the mystical rift. After a flash of blinding light, he found himself stepping into another world. The scenery before him was lush and green, and the first thing that caught his eye was a vast, boundless meadow. At the far end of the meadow, a towering ancient tree stood tall, reaching the peak of the clouds. Even when he looked up, he couldn't see its top. The ancient tree seemed close, but it was actually thousands of miles away. It was simply because the tree was so massive that it felt as if it were right in front of him. Ning Yechen instantly arrived near the celestial spirit tree and slowly approached it, step by step. The faint celestial spiritual energy scattered around, shimmering like snowflakes, even faintly suppressing the demonic energy emanating from his body. Beneath the celestial spirit tree, a man dressed in emerald green robes, with flowing green hair, sat cross-legged. As Ning Yechen drew closer, Yi Shuang slowly opened his eyes, which glowed with celestial light. He stood up and walked towards Ning Yechen with a smile on his face. It had been a long time since anyone dared to intrude into the celestial spirit tree's secret realm. I am Yi Shuang, the guardian of the celestial spirit tree. I don't know who you are, but no one is allowed to enter the celestial spirit tree's secret realm. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. This venerable one has come here only to take a bit of the celestial spirit tree's sap. Ning Yechen stopped and looked at Yi Shuang, his voice calm. The sap of the celestial spirit tree is the condensed essence of the heavenly realm's celestial spiritual energy. It takes 1,000 years for a single drop to form within the tree. It's incredibly precious. How could it be given away, casually? Even if the celestial spirit tree were willing, I, as its guardian, would never agree. If you want the celestial spirit sap, you'll have to defeat me first, Yi Shuang declared, his expression proud and defiant. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yechen flicked his arm, summoning a translucent, jet-black demonic arm that instantly sent Yi Shuang flying with a single slap. Yi Shuang shot through the air like a meteor, blood spraying from his mouth as he was flung hundreds of miles away. Even after landing on the ground, he skidded, leaving a long, deep gouge in the earth. Ning Yechen didn't even bother to spare Yi Shuang another glance. He casually retracted his arm and walked directly towards the celestial spirit tree. Lying on the ground, Yi Shuang felt his celestial bones shatter, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He stared blankly at the sky, questioning his entire existence. He, at the peak of the immortal emperor realm, was almost slapped to death. Just who is this person? He had only been cultivating in seclusion as the guardian of the celestial spirit tree for a few hundred years. Had the outside world changed so drastically in that time? With no one else to interrupt, Ning Yechen teleported to the foot of the celestial spirit tree. Standing so close to the ancient tree, his figure seemed incredibly small, like a speck of dust. Even Ning Yechen couldn't help but be deeply awed by the sheer grandeur of the celestial spirit tree. It was indeed worthy of being the celestial spirit tree that had existed since the ancient era. This venerable one has come today only to seek a few drops of celestial spirit sap for my daughter. I hope the celestial spirit tree will grant my request. Since he was asking for a favor, Ning Yechen looked at the celestial spirit tree and spoke politely, a rare occurrence for him. The celestial spirit tree had existed for hundreds of thousands of years since its birth and must have developed sentience long ago. Ning Yechen knew it could understand his words. However, the celestial spirit tree showed no reaction. Its branches swayed gently, as if it hadn't heard him at all. Ning Yechen frowned slightly, displeasure flashing in his eyes. He never liked being ignored, especially now when he was pressed for time. Without another word, Ning Yechen clasped his hands together, forming them into a blade-like shape, and plunged them directly into the massive trunk of the celestial spirit tree. When he withdrew his hand, a gaping crack was left on the tree. However, not a single drop of anything flowed out of the crack in the trunk, not even a single drop of celestial spirit sap. It seems obtaining the sap of the celestial spirit tree isn't that easy either. Ning Yechen finally understood. He now knew why Penglai Fuxing had so readily revealed the location of the celestial spirit tree. It turned out that obtaining the celestial spirit sap required the approval and consent of the celestial spirit tree itself. They had guessed that the celestial spirit tree wouldn't agree to give its sap to him, the demon lord. Good, very good. Ning Yechen's eyes turned dark purple, his gaze icy cold. Terrifying demonic energy erupted from his body like a hurricane, swirling around him. The green plains beneath his feet instantly started to crack and crumble, the entire secret realm trembling and collapsing. Ning Yechen spread his arms, and the void behind him tore open, revealing two gigantic demonic arms. With just a slight movement of the arms, the void of the secret realm was torn apart like thin paper. Yi Shuai, lying on the ground, felt his entire being tremble and weaken from this demonic aura. Despite his severe injuries, he desperately scrambled away from the cracking ground. Oh my God, how can this generation's demon lord be so terrifying? This power is far beyond the immortal emperor level. Since you won't listen to reason, then don't blame this venerable one for taking matters into my own hands. I refuse to believe that I can't squeeze out a few drops of celestial spirit sap by uprooting you and crushing you like sugarcane. Ning Yechen's expression was icy cold as he controlled the demonic arms with his mind. The two massive demonic arms behind him wrapped around the entire celestial spirit tree and began to exert force, squeezing it. The celestial spirit tree let out a series of cracking sounds. Wait a minute. I'll give it to you. An ethereal and melodious voice suddenly rang out, pleading for mercy. The corners of Ning Yechen's lips curled up slightly. He raised his arm, and the demonic arms behind him slowly released the celestial spirit tree, retracting into the void. The speaker didn't reveal themselves, but Ning Yechen guessed it was the celestial spirit tree begging for mercy. From the crack in the trunk that Ning Yechen had pierced earlier, golden, shimmering sap slowly flowed out. It seemed his sincerity had finally moved the celestial spirit tree. Ning Yechen took out a jade bottle and filled it to the brim from the crack, then put it away with satisfaction. He smiled faintly at the celestial spirit tree and said, "Thank you for your generosity, celestial spirit tree." With that, Ning Yechen didn't linger any longer. He vanished from before the celestial spirit tree in an instant and left the secret realm. After Ning Yechen left, a graceful female figure faintly materialized on a branch high up in the celestial spirit tree. The woman's face was filled with fear, and she patted her chest with lingering trepidation. Having cultivated in the heavenly realm for hundreds of thousands of years, growing from a sapling into the celestial spirit tree, this was the first time she had felt such a terrifying threat. She had no doubt that Ning Yechen could truly uproot her and extract her sap. Demon realm, abyssal well. Ning Yechen stood suspended in the sky, gazing down at a bottomless, pitch-black pit that resembled an endless abyss. This circular pit spanned tens of thousands of miles in diameter, its jagged, rocky edges forming a monstrous maw, seemingly capable of devouring all things in existence. From the dark depths of the cave, faint growls and whistling winds could be heard from time to time. After over 100 years, he had finally returned to the demon realm, and this time he had come to the most dangerous place in the demon realm, the Abyssal Well. It was said that even demon lords of the immortal Emperor realm had fallen into the Abyssal Well and never returned. Even the arrogant and fearless demons rarely dared to venture into the Abyssal Well. Of course, this was only for others. Ning Yechen, without any hesitation, plunged straight down from the sky into the Abyssal Well, like a free-falling object. As soon as he entered the Abyssal Well, Ning Yechen could feel a powerful suction force continuously pulling him deeper into the abyss. The descent was incredibly fast, and the speed kept increasing. It even surpassed his full-speed flight. However, even after a long while, he still couldn't feel the bottom. He just kept falling as if there was no end. Looking up, he could no longer see the light from the opening of the abyss above. He was surrounded by endless darkness. Ning Yechen could clearly see countless grotesque demonic beasts and deformed demons lurking in the darkness around him, all baring their fangs and glaring at him with predatory eyes. These beasts and demons have been deeply affected by the abyss for a long time, losing their minds and sanity, ultimately degenerating into monstrous creatures of the demon realm. The further down he went, the more powerful the demonic beasts and demons became. Eventually, Ning Yechen was completely surrounded by countless demonic beasts and demons. No matter how far he fell, there were endless hordes of them all around. Some, unable to resist any longer, took the initiative to chase after Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen kept his hands behind his back, not intending to strike first. Instead, he coldly shouted, "What? You don't recognize this venerable one anymore?" Scram! With his command, all the demonic beasts and demons froze, their necks shrinking back as they retreated into the darkness. Typically, the demonic beasts and demons dwelling in the Abyssal Well for prolonged periods, eroded by demonic energy, were mindless and fearless, driven solely by instinct. However, in front of Ning Yechen, they were surprisingly obedient. A single shout was enough to make them wisely choose to avoid him. This was because it wasn't Ning Yechen's first time in the Abyssal Well. In the past, to cultivate, Ning Yechen had spent decades within the Abyssal Well. The demonic beasts and demons here had witnessed his ruthless methods, and none of them didn't recognize him. The fear of him was deeply ingrained in their very instincts. Without the interference of the demonic beasts and demons, Ning Yechen accelerated his descent into the abyss. The further down he went, the more intensely he could feel the chilling winds and the rich, pure demonic energy emanating from the depths. After some time, Ning Yechen's feet finally touched the bottom of the Abyssal Well. His toes landed with a faint splashing sound, as if the entire ground was covered in a thin layer of water. Darkness enveloped everything, and he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. It was utterly silent. Here, his divine sense couldn't spread out, and he couldn't even see a single demonic beast or demon. Ning Yechen, with his hands clasped behind his back, began to wander aimlessly in the abyss, searching for the demonic energy crystals. However, whispers, deep and seductive, echoed in his mind, seemingly tempting him towards inner demons. Demon Lord, you are the Demon Lord, the supreme ruler of the demon realm. As the Demon Lord, you should lead the demon realm to conquer the 6 realms and reign supreme. All lands within the 6 realms belong to our demon clan. Those who are not of our kind shall become slaves. Yes, you're absolutely right. We'll talk about it when this venerable one is interested. Ning Yechen paid no attention to the demonic voices in his mind, casually responding with a few words while his eyes remained fixed on the ground, searching for the demonic energy crystals. He had seen plenty of these little tricks to tempt the heart, and they had no effect on him. Perhaps sensing that power and ambition couldn't sway Ning Yechen, the will of the abyssal well changed its tactics. In the pitch-black darkness, several faintly glowing, graceful figures appeared. Beautiful women, their figures enchanting, danced around Ning Yechen, clad in thin, revealing silks and satins. Their snow-white skin shimmered with their movements, their alluring curves swaying rhythmically. Oomph! Resorting to seduction now, are we? Their beauty pales in comparison to my wife's. Ning Yechen's heart remained unmoved. His eyes narrowed, and with a flick of his sleeve, a sharp silver light instantly obliterated the figures of all the beautiful women around him. Just as Ning Yechen was about to continue forward, another stunningly beautiful figure appeared before him. Ning Yechen focused his gaze and was shocked to see Luo Ruiying standing there. Luo Ruiying looked at him with disappointment and sorrow, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Her lips trembled slightly as she asked, "Husband, are you hiding something from me? Why did you lie to me and our child? My wife, Ning Yechen instinctively wanted to explain, but he quickly realized that this was just an illusion created by the abyssal wells will tempt him, and he immediately closed his mouth. Seeing Ning Yechen's silence, Luo Ruiying's expression grew even more sorrowful. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pointed at him and accused, You're the demon lord. You've been deceiving me all this time, playing with my feelings. How could you, after I and our child trusted you so much?" These words pierced Ning Yechen's heart like sharp swords, causing his chest to tighten. This scene was precisely what he feared the most, what he worried might happen in the future. The abyssal well had peered into his heart and manifested this illusion. In the moment Ning Yechen was lost in thought, the Luo Ruiying before him suddenly vanished. In the next second, a translucent, ethereal celestial sword pierced through his chest from behind. "Husband, since you're the demon lord, then die. I am the heavenly Empress, and I will never coexist with the demon clan." Ning Yechen's chest didn't suffer any physical harm, but the sword seemed to have truly struck his heart, causing a pang of pain. "Get lost!" Ning Yechen's expression turned icy cold. With a furious roar, the demonic energy he unleashed caused the entire abyssal well to tremble. The rock walls thousands of miles away cracked, and boulders crumbled and fell. Countless demonic beasts and demons hiding in the abyssal well were frightened and desperately scrambled to escape. "Abyssal well, is it? If you dare to show this venerable one these false illusions again, believe me, I'll bury this damn well of yours forever. You should know this venerable one can do it." Even Ning Yechen, with his unwavering willpower and firm spirit, couldn't help but feel enraged. Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye were his reverse scales. No one was allowed to touch them, let alone disturb his mind in such a way. After Ning Yechen's outburst, the abyssal well fell silent once again, becoming much more docile. It no longer dared to make any sounds or show any illusions in Ning Yechen's mind. Ning Yechen had lost his patience for slowly searching for demonic energy crystals. He frowned slightly, his palm opening as dark demonic mist surged and condensed within it. In a matter of moments, a slender, jet-black, demonic sword with intricate patterns appeared in his hand. He raised the demonic sword high and swung it down casually. In an instant, a 1,000-meter-long sword beam plunged straight into the bottom of the abyssal well, its power extending for thousands of miles. The ground beneath Ning Yechen cracked open, and a dark purple light bloomed from the deep sword scar. So they were all hidden underneath. Ning Yechen looked down and saw countless dark purple, shimmering demonic energy crystals embedded in the rock walls at the bottom. Their sheer number was like a dark purple aurora illuminating the sky, lighting up the entire bottom of the abyssal well. Ning Yechen extended his hand, and the most plump and pure demonic energy crystal detached from the rock wall, flying into his palm. With this, he had gathered both the celestial spirit's sap and the demonic energy crystal. Ning Yechen didn't stay any longer. With a powerful stomp of his foot, he transformed into a divine rainbow and soared towards the top of the abyssal well. The force of his stomp nearly shattered the entire bottom of the abyssal well. The earth trembled for thousands of miles around. Descending into the abyssal well was easy, but ascending was incredibly difficult. Whether going down or up, one could feel countless invisible hands grasping their feet, trying to trap them forever within the abyssal well. The further up one flew from the bottom, the stronger this sensation became. It was as if more and more hands were grabbing their feet, making it increasingly strenuous. This was another reason why many demonic beasts and demons were forced to remain in the abyssal well. They simply couldn't escape. But for Ning Yechen, it was as if these obstacles didn't exist, having no effect on him at all. He soared upwards like a jet black, dazzling divine rainbow, unimpeded. He was in a hurry to return home and treat his daughter. How could he let these things delay and waste his time? Meanwhile, in Nanli City, not long after Ning Yechen left, a man cloaked in a hooded robe, carrying a birdcage, entered Nanli City. Inside the cage was a delicate and beautiful silver bird, its wings fluttering restlessly, trying to fly in a certain direction within the city. Two other cloaked figures followed behind the man. "It seems to be here." The man raised his head, revealing a proud and arrogant face beneath the hood. It was none other than Dao Tianming from the Dao Immortal Clan, who had previously visited the Luo Shun Palace. He had personally led two of his disciples to the lower realm to search for Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. Following the Silver Bird's guidance, he had first found a wooden house in the demonic beast forest. Within that house, he had faintly detected traces of Luo Ruiying's presence, confirming that she had indeed been hiding there. Then, again guided by the Silver Bird, he had arrived at Nanli City, over 100 miles east of the demonic beast forest. The Silver Bird's reaction became even more intense upon reaching Nanli City, indicating that Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya were very likely hiding somewhere within the city. If he could personally bring Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya back to the heavenly realm, it would be a great achievement. Perhaps he could even gain the favor of the immortal ancestor of his clan, encounter some fortuitous opportunity, and break through to the immortal emperor realm. Thinking of this, Dao Tianming couldn't help but grin, eagerly stepping into Nanli City with the birdcage in hand. As soon as he entered the city, Dao Tianming felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. It felt like countless eyes were suddenly fixed on him. Dao Tianming carefully scanned the bustling crowd around him, but he couldn't find anything unusual. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be just an illusion? "Hey, you two, do you feel anything strange?" Dao Tianming frowned and asked the two disciples from his clan behind him. The two disciples exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Steward Dao, we don't sense anything unusual." "Is that so? Then it must be my imagination." Dao Tianming chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even he, an immortal venerable, hadn't detected anything amiss. What could these two immortal king disciples from his clan possibly sense? He had even bothered to ask them. Besides, what could possibly be worth his vigilance in a mere mortal realm city like Nanli? Even if he wanted to annihilate the entire Nanli city, it would only take a flick of his finger. If someone were truly watching him in secret, he would have discovered them immediately. Dao Tianming dismissed his thoughts and continued walking briskly through the streets of Nanli City, carrying the Silver Bird's cage. Unbeknownst to him, hundreds of eyes were secretly fixed on him from among the pedestrians on the street, the vendors at the stalls, the diners in the restaurants, the children running and playing, and more. Dao Tianming walked on, oblivious. He happened to overhear a conversation among several cultivators in a roadside restaurant and couldn't help but stop. Now that the Jiang family is gone, there's no doubt that the Qi family is the #1 merchant in Nanli City. Isn't that a good thing? With the Qi family managing Nanli City, whether it's demonic beast materials or immortal herbs and spirit medicines, the prices are incredibly fair. That's all thanks to Fairy Luo's help in winning the contest of commerce competition for the Qi family. Speaking of Fairy Luo, she's truly the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Her beauty and temperament, TSK, and her cultivation is so powerful. Her daughter is also extraordinary. Not only is she adorable and charming, but her talent is truly unprecedented. Exactly. Did you see it that day during Namli Academy's enrollment? My goodness, purple aura soaring to the sky, golden light and colorful clouds. I've been cultivating for decades, and I've never seen anything like it. In the future, ascending to the heavenly realm will probably be a piece of cake for her. It's truly enviable. But I'm even more envious of Fairy Luo's fortunate husband, a mere mortal, able to win Fairy Luo's favor and have such an adorable, charming, and talented daughter. If I could trade 100 years of my lifespan for that, I'd gladly do it. That guy's just a bit handsome, that's all. He really has all the good luck. Mentioning Ning Yechen, everyone couldn't help but express their envy and resentment, falling into silence. Why haven't we encountered such good fortune? One person quickly covered the speaker's mouth and whispered, Don't say too much. It said that Fairy Luo is very protective of her mortal husband. She can't hear you say that. It's best not to speak ill of that man either. I heard that without exception, anyone who speaks ill of him behind his back or makes indecent remarks about Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye disappears the next day. Hearing this, the others looked terrified and quickly covered their mouths, not daring to say another word. They had also heard of this rumor. It was just strange that anyone who gossiped about Ning Yechen or spoke disrespectfully of Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye would vanish without a trace the next day. It was quite terrifying. Fairy Luo, it seems she's indeed hiding here. Dao Tianming's lips curled into a slight smile as he listened to the whispers coming from the restaurant beside him. A woman of exceptional beauty and extraordinary strength, accompanied by a young daughter. There was no doubt it was Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. However, he never expected that the once revered Luo Shun Empress had given herself to a mere mortal. Truly fallen from grace, both in body and mind. If she had known this would happen, why did she resist marrying that esteemed individual back then? Dao Tianming couldn't help but shake his head slowly, feeling a sense of pity and regret for Luo Ruiying marrying a mortal. The Luo Shun Empress's unparalleled beauty in the heavenly realm was known far and wide. When she ruled as an empress, she possessed both majesty and gentleness, treating people with kindness and earning the admiration of countless individuals. There were many who admired and respected Luo Ruiying, including some old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years. Yet now, she was willing to marry a mere mortal. It was truly a waste. Dao Immortal Ancestor had said that Luo Ruiying was no longer of any use to the Dao Immortal clan. Whether she lived or died didn't matter. If they couldn't bring her back, they could simply kill her. But Luo Hongye had to be brought back, and she couldn't be harmed in any way. So that meant he could do whatever he wanted with Luo Ruiying, right? Even keeping her as a forbidden pleasure, like a caged bird in his hand, should be fine, shouldn't it? The thought of the once dignified Luo Shun Empress becoming his plaything filled Dao Tianming with unspeakable excitement and thrill. She was the goddess of many in the heavenly realm. It seemed luck was on his side. Let's go. Dao Tianming didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly led his 2 disciples, following the silver bird, to find Luo Ruiying's hiding place. As for the rumor of disappearances that the people in the restaurant were talking about, he had already chosen to ignore it. As a dignified immortal venerable, what did he have to fear? Looking at the entire mortal realm, how many could truly be his match? The 2 clan disciples following behind him exchanged glances, sensing Dao Tianming's intention to capture Luo Ruiying on his own. One of them hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said, Steward Dao, the ancestor instructed us to only locate the Luo Shun Empress and report back immediately, not to act rashly. If we act on our own and go against the ancestor's wishes, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Dao Tianming frowned, his expression displeased. What? Are you using the ancestor to pressure me? I wouldn't dare. The disciple immediately lowered his head respectfully, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. the ancestors being too cautious. Without her immortal bones and the exquisite glaze heart, can the Luo Shun Empress still be called the Luo Shun Empress? She's nothing more than a minor cultivator whose cultivation hasn't even reached the heavenly immortal realm. Any one of you could easily capture her. What's there to worry about? The two clan disciples were left speechless, unable to refute his words. Indeed, Luo Ruiying was no longer the Luo Shun Empress of the past and posed no threat. It seemed there was really no need to wait for the ancestors' further instructions. Our main mission is to bring Luo Hongye back to the heavenly realm. This is the will of that esteemed individual. If you join me in bringing the child back, it will undoubtedly be a great accomplishment. Not only will the ancestor not blame us, but you will surely be rewarded. Do you intend to let such an opportunity slip away? Dao Tianming continued to persuade the two. A mere Luo Shun Empress, whose cultivation wasn't even at the heavenly immortal realm, why would they need to disturb the immortal ancestor in seclusion? Since he had already found them, he naturally couldn't miss this opportunity to show off and claim the credit. The two clan disciples, hearing about the reward, were also swayed by Dao Tianming's words. After some hesitation, their expressions hardened, and they declared resolutely, "We will follow your lead, Steward Dao." Excellent. Remember, follow me, and you won't miss out on the benefits. Dao Tianming smiled with satisfaction, turned around, and swaggered towards the residence where Luo Ruiying was staying. Inside the residence's bedroom, Luo Ruiying sat by the bedside, tending to Luo Hongye without leaving her side for a moment, her face filled with love and tenderness. Whenever Luo Hongye's little face furrowed in pain, she would immediately send gentle spiritual energy to ease her suffering. Yu Qingyu also remained by Luo Ruiying's side, occasionally bringing clean water and towels for Luo Ruiying to wipe the sweat from Luo Hongye's forehead. As Yu Qingyu left the room with the used water, a dark figure emerged from the shadows in the courtyard. The hidden guard placed a hand on their chest, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Left Guardian, what is it? I told you not to appear in the residence unless it's urgent, didn't I?" Yu Qingyu frowned slightly, her voice laced with displeasure. If Madame accidentally noticed them, it wouldn't be good. The hidden guard's body trembled slightly, and they knelt on one knee. "I apologize, Left Guardian, but I do have urgent matters to report. It's of great importance and not suitable for transmission through sound." "What is it?" Hearing that it was important, Yu Qingyu didn't scold them further and asked directly. The hidden guard immediately relayed the intelligence gathered by the hidden sentries in the city to Yu Qingyu. "Left Guardian, someone from the heavenly realm has entered the city. One immortal venerable and two immortal kings. They're currently heading towards Madame's location. From their conversation, it seems they're here specifically to take Madame and the little princess away." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyu's expression instantly turned cold, her beautiful eyes narrowing. The wooden basin filled with water in her hand shattered into pieces. "The people the Demon Lord mentioned have finally arrived. What a coincidence. I'm in a particularly foul mood right now. The Demon Lord entrusted me with taking care of Madame and the little princess. This time, I won't allow even the slightest mishap. Keep a close watch on them. Have the night sky deities intercept them. Don't let them disturb Madame and the little princess. Don't engage them until I arrive." "Yes." The hidden guard responded and swiftly vanished into the shadows. Yu Qingyu calmly refilled a basin with clean water and brought it into the room. Then she bowed slightly to Luo Ruiying and said, "Madam, it seems some bugs are coming to the house. I'll go out and deal with them, so they won't disturb you and the young miss." "Bugs? It's winter now, the season with the fewest insects. I haven't seen any traces of mosquitoes or bugs in the house either." Luo Ruiying was puzzled, but she nodded and said gratefully, "All right, thank you for your trouble." Her attention was entirely focused on Luo Hongye at the moment, and she had no time to worry about anything else. Yu Qingyu slowly retreated from the room, ordering Kai Se and the others to stay and take good care of Madame and the little princess. Then she walked out of the house, heading towards Dao Tianming and his 2 disciples. In Nanli City, Dao Tianming, accompanied by 2 disciples from his clan, was walking towards the residence where Luo Ruiying was staying. As they passed through an alley, a barbecue stall cart suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Pushing the cart was a man with long, flowing hair that almost reached his feet. He had a handsome face with a cold expression. Dao Tianming frowned slightly and carefully examined Yi Tianxin from head to toe. He couldn't detect any spiritual energy from him, suggesting he was just a mortal. However, even as a mortal, his appearance and temperament were exceptionally striking. One could even say they surpassed his own. The strangest thing was that this man had deliberately stopped his cart at the end of the alley, as if he was intentionally blocking their way. Soon, Kuang Xiu, Qi Huan, and others appeared behind Dao Tianming in the alley. Figures also emerged on the rooftops on both sides of the alley, looking down at the 3 of them. Surrounded? Could this be a mortal robbery? Dao Tianming wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he felt amused. He hadn't expected to encounter a situation where he would be robbed by mortals during his trip to the lower realm. How interesting. Steward Dao, should we take care of them? The 2 clan disciples asked indifferently. In their eyes, Yi Tianxin and the others were nothing more than ants they could crush effortlessly. No need. Let's consider this a rare form of entertainment. Dao Tianming raised his hand to stop the 2 who were about to attack. He looked at Yi Tianxin in front of him and asked arrogantly, "You lowly ants, do you know who you're facing? If you sever one of your arms and crawl away, I might be in a good mood and forgive your insolence this time." His words hung in the air, and the entire scene fell into a dead silence. After a moment, Kuang Xiu and the others burst into laughter, almost unable to catch their breath. "Ha, you call this what? Ants? This is the first time we've been called ants by bugs. He's so innocently adorable. I want to keep one as a pet." Qi Huan covered her face, looking at Dao Tianming with amusement. It had been a long time since she had seen such a foolish and adorable person from the heavenly realm. If given the chance, she really intended to show mercy and keep him as a pet dog. "If he dies, remember to give him to me. I can burn him into a skeleton for decoration." Yin Lily also chimed in with interest. Even the usually stoic Yi Tianxin couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, revealing a scornful smile. Their mocking and sarcastic remarks pierced Dao Tianming's ears like sharp needles. He was an immortal venerable of the heavenly realm, a steward of the Dao immortal clan. How had he ever suffered such humiliation? These ignorant ants actually dared to take his final act of mercy as a joke. Then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. "You lowly ants, die!" Dao Tianming raised his arm and exerted his pressure on Yi Tianxin and the others. The invisible pressure emanating from his body instantly enveloped them. Just this slight exertion of his power was enough to crush these ignorant mortals into meat paste. The terrifying pressure caused the walls and eaves on both sides of the alley to tremble and crack. However, Yi Tianxin and the others stood their ground, seemingly unaffected, looking at him as if he were a clown. This was impossible. Dao Tianming and his 2 disciples were instantly shocked and filled with disbelief. Even with his cultivation suppressed in the mortal realm, as an immortal venerable, crushing a few ants should have been as easy as turning his hand, right? Why were they completely unharmed? It was impossible for mortals to withstand his pressure. Even those at the heavenly god realm in the mortal realm shouldn't be completely unaffected. The fact that they could ignore his pressure meant they were definitely not mortals. But he couldn't see through any of their cultivation levels. That could only mean one thing. Dao Tianming seemed to have realized something, and his expression grew even more terrified. Could it be that all of these people's cultivation levels were higher than his? In the mortal realm, anyone who broke through to the heavenly immortal realm could ascend to the heavenly realm. They usually wouldn't stay in the mortal realm for long, and these people were gathered here, specifically blocking his path, and their cultivation was extraordinary. Are you from the demon realm? Dao Tianming asked in horror. The two clan disciples behind him trembled upon hearing this. They were actually surrounded by demons? It seems you're not completely beyond saving, Chi Huan said with a playful smirk. The others also revealed ferocious and terrifying grins, their pearly white teeth appearing like fangs, sending chills down their spines. If it weren't for Yu Qingyo's orders, they would have torn these people apart long ago. Such terrifying smiles. There was no doubt they were definitely demons. Fear surged within Dao Tianming's heart. He glanced around furtively, searching for a way to escape. Now he understood that his initial sense of unease wasn't an illusion. But he couldn't fathom why demons would gather in this Nanli city. And every demon present was extraordinary. It seemed they had been waiting for him here all along. Steward Dao what should we do? The two clan disciples asked Dao Tianming timidly. They knew all too well the cruelty of demons. While Dao Tianming was still pondering, a beautiful and ethereal figure slowly approached from the end of the alley. Upon seeing Yu Qingyo's arrival, Yi Tianxin and the others stepped aside, placed their hands on their chests, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Left Guardian." Left Guardian? Dao Tianming's expression changed drastically when he heard how Yi Tianxin and the others addressed Yu Qingyu. His eyes trembled as he looked at her. He had heard of the new demon lord and his two guardians who had emerged in the demon realm in recent centuries. Among them, the left guardian of the demon realm, also known as the Grand Commander, was the one called the Word Spirit Reaper by both the immortal and demon realms. As long as she spoke, your life was no longer in your own hands. Even seeking death would become a mere delusion. She was a woman who instilled terror and trembling in countless hearts. You too, cover your ears immediately. Dao Tianming, being a seasoned steward of the Dao Immortal clan, immediately blocked his own hearing and then shouted to the two clan disciples behind him. The two disciples didn't dare to hesitate and quickly covered their ears. It seems you recognize me. Unfortunately, you don't know me well enough. Yu Qingyu let out a light snort, a cold smile appearing on her serene face. She then spoke. Twist. As soon as she finished speaking, the two clan disciples beside Dao Tianming instantly had their entire bodies twisted and contorted hundreds of times. Their bones cracked and snapped, their bodies twisting in a long, thin spirals like twisted dough. Blood continuously seeped out from the grotesque shapes. Their horribly distorted faces were turned towards Dao Tianming, their almost popped-out eyeballs seemingly staring right at him. Even after cultivating for hundreds of years and witnessing countless gruesome deaths, Dao Tianming couldn't help but be frightened by this scene. His legs trembled uncontrollably. He suddenly remembered something. During the Heavenly Demon War over 100 years ago, this woman was the terrifying existence who could cause tens of thousands of Heavenly Realm soldiers to die horribly with just a single word. Her fearfulness was no less than that of the demon lord himself. The so-called word spirit is the ability to use words to implant psychological suggestions, manipulate hearts, and command all things and laws in the world, disregarding any rules or restrictions. Even if you destroy your ears, seal your mind and divine sense, it's useless. Yu Qingyu, maintaining her elegant posture, explained as she walked step by step towards Dao Tianming, her red lips parting slightly. In Dao Tianming's eyes, the graceful and beautiful Yu Qingyu was like a death god approaching. Every step she took made his heart tremble and his legs weaken. Damn it, he was a dignified, immortal venerable of the heavenly realm, with a boundless future and a long path of cultivation ahead of him. How could he fall here like this? Seeing Yu Qingyu getting closer, a look of determination flashed across Dao Tianming's face. Without hesitation, he threw the spatial ring he wore on his finger. The spatial ring spun in midair, then detonated with a boom. A spatial ring, capable of holding countless objects, was itself a type of celestial artifact. The explosion of a celestial artifact could level an entire town. Even a large city like Nanli would be at least half destroyed. Moreover, the spatial ring contained a large number of celestial weapons and countless spirit stones and pills. The combined power of their explosion was not to be underestimated. At the moment the spatial ring exploded, before the destructive force could spread, Yuqingyu slowly raised her arm and said faintly towards the center of the explosion, "Return. Cease." Instantly, the terrifying celestial power at the explosion's core froze, as if time itself had stopped. In the next second, the expanding explosion gradually contracted and condensed, then dissipated as if nothing had happened. The damaged parts of the surrounding walls and the ground in the alley were also completely restored under Yu Qingyou's command of restore. Heal. Everything was as if it had never occurred. Yu Qingyu demonstrated with her actions, showing Dao Tianming what true word spirit power was, commanding all things and laws in the world, defying all rules and restrictions, like a master of heaven and earth. However, after everything dissipated and returned to normal, Dao Tianming had vanished without a trace. There was no sign of his aura or presence. He ran away. Yi Tianxin and the others were startled and quickly used their divine senses to search for Dao Tianming's whereabouts. He must have used some method to conceal his aura and escape during the moment he detonated the spatial ring. At this point, Dao Tianming, cloaked in the illusory cicada robe, had already fled into the sky. Seeing that Yu Qingyu had completely neutralized his spatial ring explosion with just 2 words, and without even causing a disturbance in the city, he couldn't help but feel her terror once again. But he was still one step ahead. He had successfully escaped. The illusory cicada robe he wore could not only conceal his figure and transform his appearance, but also isolate all auras and divine sense detection. He had relied on this illusory cicada robe to escape countless deadly pursuits in the past. This was his ultimate life-saving measure. Yu Qingyou's expression remained calm as she looked up at the sky. Dao Tianming suddenly felt a sense of unease. Just as he feared, Yu Qingyu spoke again, her voice calm. "Fall." As soon as she finished speaking, Dao Tianming felt an immense pressure, as if several mountains were weighing him down, and he plummeted straight from the sky. Even all the birds flying above Nanli City fell at the same time. With a loud boom, Dao Tianming crashed heavily into the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Even though this woman couldn't see him, could she still affect him? Dao Tianming removed the illusory cicada robe and attempted to fly away again. However, this time, Yi Tianxin wouldn't give him any chance. Dark halos appeared in the void around Yi Tianxin, and from within them, several beams of light shot out, piercing through Dao Tianming's limbs. "Ah!" With a miserable scream, Dao Tianming fell from the sky, reduced to a human stick. Kuang Xiu's massive hand casually grabbed his entire face, lifting him up like a chick and bringing him before Yu Qingyu. The once proud, immortal venerable was now covered in blood, his face pale. Blood flowed ceaselessly from his severed limbs, a truly miserable sight. "Speak. Who are you, and who sent you?" Yu Qingyu asked calmly. Dao Tianming looked at Yu Qingyu with a weak gaze. Despite feeling hopeless, he gritted his teeth and said firmly, "You want me to tell you? Impossible. If you have the guts, just kill me. In the future, my heavenly realm will surely crush your demon realm. We will leave no filthy demon alive, exterminating you all. Left Guardian, let me crush this bug." Faced with Dao Tianming's provocation and insults, Yu Qingyu remained expressionless, her serenity undisturbed. However, Kuang Xiu was enraged, requesting permission to crush the bug in his hand immediately. But without Yu Qingyou's consent, he didn't dare to actually kill Dao Tianming. Of course, Yu Qingyu wouldn't allow Kuang Xiu to kill Dao Tianming so easily. Not only did she need to extract information about the power behind him, but even if he were to die, she wouldn't let him die so easily. The corners of Yu Qingyou's lips curled up into a cruel smirk. She called out to her side, "Shadow guards, present." The void around them distorted, and two shadow guards materialized, standing respectfully on either side of Yechen. Take this man to the execution palace in the demon realm. Tell Tian Xing to add one more VIP seat in the execution palace. After he confesses everything, don't kill him. Yechen instructed with a cold smile. Upon hearing the words Demon Realm Execution Palace, Dao Tianming's face turned even paler, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Being sent to the Demon Realm Execution Palace meant enduring the most brutal and agonizing tortures imaginable. A lifetime of suffering without the relief of death. Wait, I'll talk. I am a steward of the Dao Immortal clan from the northern nether immortal domain. I came to the lower realm under the ancestors' orders to search for a mother and daughter named Luo Ruing and Luo Hongya. My heavenly realm has no intention of being enemies with the demon realm. As long as you let me go, I promise to treat this matter as if it never happened. You can even let go of the fact that you killed two disciples of my Dao Immortal clan. Dao Tianming, his face filled with terror, spilled everything to Yechen, begging to be released. His current demeanor was a stark contrast to his fearless attitude earlier. It was enough to show the deterrent power the Demon Realm Execution Palace held over those from the heavenly realm. Dao Immortal Clan. Yechen softly repeated the name, committing it to memory. Under Dao Tianming's hopeful and expectant gaze, Yechen smiled faintly and waved her hand casually, ordering, "Take him away." Wait. I've already told you everything. Everything I said is true. The shadow guards grabbed Dao Tianming by the back of his collar and slowly stepped into the distorted void. Dao Tianming pleaded and struggled, his face contorted in fear. Yechen smiled faintly and looked at him, saying calmly, "I never said I would let you go just because you talked." Dao Tianming's face was filled with despair and shock as he was completely dragged into the void. Inside the bedroom, enveloped by Luo Ruiying's gentle spiritual energy, Luo Hongya fell into a brief and peaceful sleep. However, not long after, Luo Hongya's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she were having a nightmare. Suddenly, she opened her big, lively eyes. "What's wrong, Yi? Are you in pain again?" Luo Ruiying gently stroked Luo Hongya's chest and asked with a worried expression. With Mommy here, Yi doesn't hurt anymore." Luo Hongya obediently shook her head, then paused for a moment before asking softly, "Mommy, did Yi cause trouble for you and Daddy?" Luo Ruiying's expression froze for a second. She then gently caressed Luo Hongya's little face with her hand and said softly, "Of course not, silly girl. Having Yi with us is the happiest and most blessed thing for Daddy and Mommy. Don't ever say that again, okay? Yi understands." Luo Hongya replied obediently and lay quietly on the bed. After a moment of silence, she turned her head and asked, "Mommy, where did Daddy go? Isn't Daddy going to sleep with Yi and Mommy tonight? Daddy went to buy delicious food for Yi. He'll be back soon to sleep with Yi." Luo Ruiying forced a smile, hoping in her heart that Ning Yechen would return soon, yet also fearing that he might bring bad news. Just then, Qi Yuan rushed in after hearing the news. "Sister Luo, how is little Yi?" As soon as she entered the room, Qi Yuan asked anxiously. She genuinely cared for Luo Hongya. She practically treated her like her own younger sister. Upon hearing that Luo Hongya had suddenly triggered a phenomenon at Nanli Academy School and was in critical condition, she became extremely worried. "Her condition is temporarily stable," Luo Ruiying said, her expression somewhat somber. The meaning was clear. The situation was stable, but there was still a risk to her life at any moment. Qi Yuan, hearing this, also walked to the bedside with a distressed look, checking on Luo Hongya, who was lying on the bed. "Little Yi, Sister Qi." Luo Hongya's little face was slightly pale and weak, but she still managed a cute smile. This made Qi Yuan's heart ache even more. Luo Hongya was only 2 years old, so obedient and sensible. How could you let such a young child endure pain? Sister Luo, I brought all the renowned physicians in the city. Let them all take a look at little Yi. Qi Yuan turned and said to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying nodded, grateful. Thank you, Miss Qi. At this point, she was willing to try anything, even if there was only a glimmer of hope. Quickly, physicians, please come in. With Luo Ruiying's permission, Qi Yuan immediately invited the dozen or so physicians waiting outside into the room. The physicians took turns stepping forward to check Luo Hongye's pulse, while Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan anxiously stood by. Physicians, no matter what medicinal herbs you need, my chief family can provide them. Just tell us what you require. The physicians nodded and began their diagnoses one by one. However, each physician, upon taking Luo Hongye's pulse, would invariably first become serious, their brows furrowing, before standing up and slowly shaking their heads. Some even bluntly stated that this condition, with dual spiritual energies clashing within her body and disrupting her meridians and dantian, was incurable. They said that Luo Hongye, even if she never cultivated, might not live past 20 years. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's heart tightened, her legs weakened, and she almost collapsed. Qi Yuan was so furious that she wanted to throw all the physicians out. Ba ba ba. A bunch of quacks. Sister Luo, don't listen to them. They must be incompetent physicians from somewhere, spouting nonsense. Qi Yuan supported Luo Ruiying and comforted her. She regretted bringing these incompetent physicians in the first place. Only then did Qi Yuan remember that Ning Yechen had mentioned being from a medical family and was a skilled healer. She quickly asked, by the way, Sister Luo, where is Brother Ning? Where did he go? He said he needed to prepare some medicinal herbs and left for a while. Luo Ruiying replied weakly. Now, their only hope was Ning Yechen. Husband. Luo Ruiying silently prayed in her heart. This was the first time she had relied on a man so much. As if in response to her heartfelt plea, Ning Yechen's voice suddenly came from outside. Wife, your husband has returned. Ning Yechen walked into the room with a graceful demeanor, giving Luo Ruiying a gentle and reassuring smile. For some reason, seeing the smile on Ning Yechen's face, Luo Ruiying's tense heart felt a sense of peace. Husband, Brother Ning, did you find the medicinal herbs you needed? Do you need me to call someone to help you search? Qi Yuan asked eagerly, stepping forward. Luo Ruiying also looked at Ning Yechen with anticipation, subconsciously clenching her fists, her heart filled with anxiety. Ning Yechen nodded gently. Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan both breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing joy. My wife, Miss Qi, please wait outside for a moment. I'll prepare some medicine for our child. Ning Yechen said to Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan might not recognize the celestial spirit sap and the demonic energy crystal, but Luo Ruiying definitely would. He couldn't take them out in front of her. Although Luo Ruiying still felt a bit uneasy, she obediently followed Qi Yuan out of the room. Only Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, lying on the bed, were left in the room. Ning Yechen sat by the bed, lovingly caressing Luo Hongye's little face. Luo Hongye's small hands grasped Ning Yechen's palms, her big eyes staring at him blankly. Suddenly she asked, Daddy, is he going to leave Daddy and Mommy? She had been secretly listening to the physician's conversation earlier. Although she was young, she seemed to understand something. That's why she asked Ning Yechen this question. Ning Yechen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately pulled Luo Hongye into his embrace, gently patting her back, and said softly, Of course not. With Daddy here, our Yi won't go anywhere. Daddy will accompany Yi as she grows up and play all sorts of fun games with her. Really? Yi won't leave Mommy and Daddy? Luo Hongye blinked her big, adorable eyes and asked happily, her eyes already glistening with tears. Of course not. Daddy would never be willing to part with our cute and sensible Yi. Ning Yechen lovingly pinched Luo Hongye's soft cheeks and took out the celestial spirit sap and the demonic energy crystal. He poured the celestial spirit sap onto the demonic energy crystal and summoned a gentle flame in his palm to refine and fuse them. In just a moment, the pure celestial spirit sap merged with the demonic energy crystal, and the entire crystal began to melt. The golden celestial energy and the dark purple demonic energy mixed and intertwined, the two liquids blending together until they became one, transforming into a dark golden, shimmering liquid with specks of golden and dark light. The celestial demonic elixir. Daddy, what's this? Luo Hongye's lively eyes reflected the dazzling light emanating from the celestial demonic elixir, her little face full of curiosity. This is something delicious Daddy brought back for you. Ning Yechen gently flicked his finger, and the celestial demonic elixir swirled in midair like a roller coaster. Luo Hongye stared in awe, her little mouth slightly agape, without her even realizing it. It wasn't until the celestial demonic elixir settled into a porcelain bowl that Luo Hongye clapped her hands and said happily, "Daddy, you're so amazing. Yi wants to play too. Daddy will teach Yi later. For now, Yi should drink the medicine first, okay?" Ning Yechen lovingly scratched Luo Hongye's delicate little nose and brought the bowl to her lips. Okay. Luo Hongye obediently held the bowl and took a big gulp. After drinking a large mouthful, she stopped, looked up at Ning Yechen, and pouted slightly, her face disappointed. "Daddy, it doesn't taste good." Ning Yechen couldn't help but laugh. He patted Luo Hongye's little head and coaxed her. "Be good, Yi. This is something special that most people can't have. After drinking this, our Yi will be able to grow up healthy and stay with Daddy and Mommy. Daddy will buy you other delicious things later. If I drink this, can Yi stay with Daddy and Mommy forever?" Luo Hongye's face lit up with joy, her big eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Ning Yechen. "Yes, Daddy promises." Ning Yechen stroked Luo Hongye's soft hair and nodded solemnly. Luo Hongye no longer hesitated. She held the bowl with her small hands and drank it all in big gulps. To prove that she had indeed finished the medicine, Luo Hongye held up the empty bowl to Ning Yechen. "Daddy, Yi finished it all. Good girl." Ning Yechen praised her and rubbed her little face. Luo Hongye tilted her head up, revealing a crescent moon-like smile. Suddenly, a wave of deep drowsiness washed over her, her eyelids feeling heavy and uncontrollably closing. "Daddy, Yi feels a bit sleepy. Can Daddy sleep with Yi?" Luo Hongye's voice grew weaker, and as soon as she finished speaking, her little head tilted to the side, and she fell into a deep sleep, peacefully nestled in Ning Yechen's arms. Even in her sleep, Luo Hongye's hands still clung to Ning Yechen's arm. "If you're sleepy, then have a good sleep. Daddy will always be by your side." Ning Yechen gently kissed Luo Hongye's forehead, carefully placing her on the bed, tucking her in, and gazing at her adorable sleeping face. Although he had found the celestial spirit sap and the demonic energy crystal and refined them into the celestial demonic elixir for his child to consume, it was, after all, based on records from ancient texts. Whether it would truly work was still uncertain. Ning Yechen, staying by Luo Hongye's side, felt a nervousness he had never experienced before. This was countless times more nerve-wracking than conquering the heavenly realm. Luo Hongye, having consumed the celestial demonic elixir, lay quietly on the bed, a faint glow emanating from her body. The elixir circulated throughout her, her meridians becoming visible beneath her skin, glowing translucently. A spiritual energy intertwined with celestial and demonic power filled the air around her. After a while, the glow gradually faded, and everything returned to calm. Ning Yechen quickly checked Luo Hongye's pulse and used his divine sense to examine her body's condition. The previously incompatible celestial and demonic energy within her had vanished, replaced by a new, unprecedented type of energy flowing through her meridians, a fusion of gold and dark hues. Even her physique had been tempered by the celestial demonic elixir, taking on a shimmering dark gold hue. They had truly merged. Ning Yechen's worries finally subsided, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. Luo Hongye had inherited both Luo Ruiying's and his bloodline and physique. Now, she had undergone a transformation, her body refined and reborn by the purest celestial and demonic energy in the world. She had become the world's one and only true immortal demon body. From now on, Luo Hongye's cultivation would no longer face any obstacles. Whether it was celestial or demonic energy, she could absorb them both. His precious daughter's future achievements might even surpass his own. "Husband, is it done?" Luo Ruiying, who had been waiting outside, couldn't wait any longer and knocked on the door. Just a moment ago, she had sensed a strange and indescribable spiritual energy emanating from the room. Then, for a long time, there was no sound from inside, making her extremely anxious. If she weren't worried about disturbing Ning Yechen, she would have already pushed the door open. "My wife, it's done. You can come in now." Ning Yechen's voice, carrying a hint of a smile, came from inside the room. Luo Ruiying eagerly pushed the door open and rushed to the bedside. Looking at Luo Hongye, sleeping peacefully on the bed, Luo Ruiying asked nervously, "Husband, she's fine now, my wife. She's just asleep," Ning Yechen said with a charming and bright smile. "Oh, really?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying immediately sat by the bed, held Luo Hongye's small hand, and carefully examined her physical condition. This examination startled her. The celestial and demonic energy within Luo Hongye had disappeared, replaced by a dark gold, flowing energy filling her meridians. The aura of this energy was even more profound and pure than that of celestial or demonic energy. Judging by its aura, it seemed to be the spiritual energy resulting from the fusion of celestial and demonic energy. But celestial and demonic energy had always been mutually exclusive since ancient times. She had never heard of them being able to merge and coexist within one body. What kind of medicinal herbs did Yechen bring back that could have such a miraculous effect? "Husband, how did you do it?" Luo Ruiying couldn't help but ask. Her curiosity piqued. Ning Yechen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly explained. Wife, actually, I found this in an ancient book passed down in my family. I saw that Yi Ye's condition was very similar to what was described in the book, so I followed the instructions and searched for a few medicinal herbs. Even I didn't recognize those herbs, but thankfully, after scouring all the pharmacies in the city, I finally found them. Luo Ruiying gazed at Ning Yechen, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of belief and doubt. A Mortal Realms ancient book actually contained a prescription and herbs for merging celestial and demonic energy? This was simply too unbelievable. But the world was vast, and strange things did happen. Perhaps it was true. Just then, Yu Qingyu, who had gone out to deal with the bugs, returned. Ning Yechen quickly pointed at her and continued. "If you don't believe me, my wife, you can ask Qingyu. She was the one who told me about it." "Is that so?" Luo Ruiying looked at Yu Qingyu and asked. Yu Qingyu nodded slightly, covering for Ning Yechen. "That's correct, madam. There is indeed an ancient book at home, and the case recorded in it is very similar to the young missus. I was the one who informed the young master." "Thank you so much, Qing." Luo Ruiying smiled gratefully at Yu Qingyu and didn't inquire further about the authenticity or origin of the ancient book. As long as her child was okay, that was all that mattered. Seeing that Luo Hongye was truly all right, Qi Yuan also smiled happily and said in a low voice, "That's wonderful, Sister Luo. Little Yi Yi is fine. I knew it. Little Yi Yi is so well-behaved and adorable. She would definitely be okay." Thank you so much, Miss Qi." Luo Ruiying also smiled gratefully at Qi Yuan. For Luo Hongye's sake, Qi Yuan had been busy inviting all the renowned physicians in the city. Although they hadn't been of much help, Luo Ruiying was still grateful for her kind intentions. Qi Yuan waved her hand and placed it on her chest, assuring her, "My Qi family has received great kindness from Sister Luo and Brother Ning. This small matter is nothing. Sister Luo, if you need anything in the future, just ask. Please don't hesitate. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now." looking at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen sitting by the bed. Watching over Luo Hongye, Qi Yuan smiled gently and tactfully excused herself. I'll bring some delicious treats for little Yi Yi when she's feeling better. Young master, madam, please rest well. I'll also take my leave. After Qi Yuan left, Yu Qingyu, who had been standing in the room, hesitated for a moment, then bowed slightly and also chose to withdraw. The little princess had just escaped danger, and the demon lord and madam surely wanted to stay by her side. She could inform the demon lord about the Dao immortal clan matter tomorrow. With Yu Qingyu gone, only Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying remained in the room. Earlier, his mind had been solely focused on finding the celestial spirit sap and the demonic energy crystal to cure his precious daughter, and he hadn't thought much about anything else. Now that the crisis was averted, Ning Yechen suddenly realized something was amiss. He had managed to find a way to cure Luo Hongye and obtain the necessary medicinal ingredients, barely scraping by with his explanations. But why did Luo Hongye attract demonic energy in her body just by performing a simple breathing and spirit-gathering exercise? This was not easy to explain. His wife might already be suspicious, right? Ning Yechen discreetly glanced at Luo Ruiying, pondering how to explain himself if she questioned him. Or should he take this opportunity to confess everything? He had considered this before. Back when Luo Ruixin had misunderstood him, he had already thought about revealing his true identity to Luo Ruiying and confessing everything. But after the illusion created by the abyssal well, he hesitated again. What if after confessing she really... Just as Ning Yechen was wavering, Luo Ruiying suddenly called out, "Husband." Yes. What is it, wife? Ning Yechen responded hastily. He wondered if she was about to question him. However, to Ning Yechen's surprise, Luo Ruiying didn't ask anything or show any suspicion. She simply looked at him with her beautiful eyes and gave him a captivating, enchanting smile. Thank you. If Ning Yechen hadn't been able to find a solution, she truly didn't know what she would have done. Ning Yechen didn't expect Luo Ruiying to thank him instead of being suspicious. He was momentarily stunned. Then a gentle smile spread across his face as he reached out and embraced her. What are you thanking your husband for, my wife? Yi is my daughter too. This is what your husband should do. Ning Yechen whispered softly into Luo Ruiying's ear. Luo Ruiying's cheek pressed against Ning Yechen's chest, a smile gracing her lips. She wrapped her arms around his waist and closed her eyes, feeling a sense of peace. Ning Yechen lay in the middle of the bed, one arm cradling the sleeping Luo Hongye, the other embracing Luo Ruiying. There was nothing more blissful than being able to hold his precious daughter and embrace his beloved wife while sleeping. And it seemed that his wife hadn't raised any suspicions about the demonic energy within their child. Perhaps she was too worried about Yi Yi and forgot. Ning Yechen thought to himself, but it didn't matter now. As long as Luo Ruiying didn't bring it up, he wouldn't actively create trouble for himself, saving him the need to find excuses and explanations. As Ning Yechen closed his eyes contentedly, Luo Ruiying, resting her head on his other arm, slightly raised her beautiful eyes and looked at his face, a thoughtful expression on her face. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but after hesitating, she closed her mouth again and chose to rest peacefully in his embrace. It's good like this for now. The next morning, before dawn, Ning Yechen woke up first and immediately looked at Luo Hongye, who was sleeping on the inner side of the bed. The little one was hugging his arm, her small body curled up, her sleeping face serene and peaceful. She looked as delicate and adorable as a meticulously crafted doll. Ning Yechen smiled, relieved, and then turned his gaze to Luo Ruiying, who was resting her head on his other arm. With his wife and daughter, one hugging and one resting on him, he hadn't dared to move his arms even slightly the entire night. Luo Ruiying's sleeping face was breathtakingly beautiful and peaceful. Her delicate nose, rosy lips, and skin fairer than snow, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders and back, as smooth and silky as silk, exuded an air of intellectual beauty. If one didn't know, they would never guess she was the mother of a 2-year-old child. Ning Yechen gently reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind Luo Ruiying's ear, allowing him to better appreciate her peerless beauty. Usually, even the slightest movement from him would wake Luo Ruiying, but this time she didn't react at all, remaining fast asleep. She must have been exhausted from channeling spiritual energy to protect Luo Hongye all night. Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying's rosy cheeks and couldn't resist gently poking them with his finger. Her skin was incredibly smooth and delicate, full of elasticity. The slight indentations from his finger quickly disappeared. Ning Yechen was having a blast. "Husband, what are you doing?" At some point, Luo Ruiying had opened her beautiful eyes and was staring at him, and Ning Yechen's finger was still poking her cheek. "As my wife can see, your husband is poking your cheek." Ning Yechen smiled slightly and poked her again, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed about being caught. "So why are you poking my cheek?" Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen and asked. She couldn't understand his actions. Ning Yechen lowered his head, pressing his forehead against Luo Ruiying's. Their eyes met at close proximity. "Because your husband likes it." Luo Ruiying. With just those words, Luo Ruiying's cheeks involuntarily flushed a faint red. She could only shyly glare at Ning Yechen, unable to utter any words in response. Who likes to poke someone's face while they're sleeping? Luo Ruiying's blushing face added a touch of maidenly charm to her already stunning beauty. Ning Yechen's heart stirred, and he slowly leaned down. Luo Ruiying's cheeks were flushed, but she showed no signs of refusal. She gently tilted her head up, exposing her snow-white neck. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen's lips gradually drew closer, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate and romantic. But just then, Luo Ruiying caught a glimpse of a cute little head peeking out from behind Ning Yechen. Big, innocent eyes blinked at her. Yi. Luo Ruiying hurriedly pushed Ning Yechen away and sat up on the bed, her face still flushed with embarrassment. Ning Yechen turned his head in disappointment, only then realizing that Luo Hongye had woken up at some point and was clinging to his back. This little one, her timing for waking up is always so impeccable. Luo Hongye blinked her eyes and asked innocently in her soft voice, "Are Daddy and Mommy playing the kissing game again?" No, Yi. Mommy was just playing a blinking game with Daddy." Luo Ruiying picked Luo Hongye up and held her in her arms, trying to explain with a slightly embarrassed excuse. The last time their intimate moment was witnessed by their child, they managed to coax her with the idea of a game. This time, they were almost caught again. It was truly too embarrassing. Luo Hongye sat obediently in her arms, her little face cute and innocent, not showing any signs of suspicion. Luo Ruiying quickly changed the subject, asking with concern, "Yi, do you still feel any discomfort in your body?" Yes. Luo Hongye pondered for a moment, then nodded her little head. Where does it hurt?" Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen's hearts tightened, and they leaned closer, worried. Could there be other problems with her body? Luo Hongye rubbed her little tummy, her mouth curving into a crescent moon shape, and said pitifully, "Yi is hungry." Luo Ruiying. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying looked at each other, their expressions a mix of amusement and helplessness. This little one, she had them so worried, and it turns out she was just hungry. But come to think of it, the little one hadn't eaten anything since yesterday at noon, so it was no wonder she was hungry. "Mommy will prepare something for you right away." Yi. Luo Ruiying lovingly picked up Luo Hongye and got out of bed to prepare breakfast. Just then, Yu Qingyo's voice came from outside. "Young master, madam, breakfast is ready. Thank you for your hard work." Luo Ruiying expressed her gratitude to Yu Qingyo outside. Yu Qingyo always seemed to have everything prepared at the right time, meticulous in her work, and managing the household impeccably. Sometimes, even when they asked her to rest, she would refuse. She insisted that serving her and the young miss was her duty. With Ning Yechen's help, Luo Ruiying tidied herself up and carried Luo Hongye to the dining table in the hall. The table was already laden with a feast, all of Luo Hongye's favorite dishes. Seeing this, Luo Hongye's mouth opened slightly, and drool almost dripped from the corner of her lips. Witnessing Luo Hongye return to her usual innocent and adorable self, Yu Qingyu, Meng Niu, and the others couldn't help but feel relieved, almost moved to tears. The young miss looks even more adorable and charming than before. This is wonderful. Miss Ah, try this, is it delicious? And this one, Yu Qingyu sat beside Luo Hongye, constantly feeding her. With every bite Luo Hongye took, Yu Qingyu's smile grew wider. Sometimes, Meng Niu and the others couldn't help but wonder if the loving and gentle Yu Qingyu before them was the same person they had met at the Jiang family. The contrast was simply too great. Ning Yechen watched Yu Qingyu, who was engrossed in feeding Luo Hongye, and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. She dotes on the child even more than my wife and I do. Qingyu, don't let Yi eat too much. What are you saying, young master? The young miss is still growing. Of course she needs to eat more. Come, Missa. Yu Qingyu looked at Ning Yechen and retorted righteously, then continued to scoop another spoonful of food and feed it to Luo Hongye. Whether at home or in the demon realm, the only person who dared to speak to Ning Yechen like this was Yu Qingyu. Luo Hongye, regardless of how much food was offered, opened her small mouth wide and ate it all, happily swinging her little feet. After being refined by the celestial demonic elixir, the child's appetite seemed to have grown even bigger and better. Since learning about the special relationship between Yu Qingyu and Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying's mindset had also undergone a subtle change. She would now allow Yu Qingyu to dote on Luo Hongye. After all, she treated Luo Hongye like her own granddaughter. After being fed another bite, Luo Hongye seemed to remember something. She glanced outside, then her big eyes looked at Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Daddy, Mommy, it's time for Yi to go to school. Do you want to go to school, Yi? It's okay to rest for a few more days, you know? Ning Yechen looked at Luo Hongye and smiled. Luo Ruiying also nodded in agreement. Now, the most important thing was for their child to be happy and healthy. Whether she went to school or not didn't seem that important anymore. Even if they kept their child by their side all the time, it would be fine. Luo Hongye hesitated for a moment, pouting her lips in a conflicted expression. Yi wants to stay with Daddy and Mommy. Then Yi can stay home and rest today. Daddy will go and ask for leave from the school for you. Ning Yechen lovingly stroked Luo Hongye's little head. But Yi promised to teach Sister Chun and the others how to build snowmen yesterday. Luo Hongye said, troubled. Seeing that his child had gradually integrated with the other children, Ning Yechen, as a father, felt relieved and happy. He smiled and said, then today, Daddy and Mommy will accompany Yi to school. That way, Yi can be with Daddy and Mommy and also see her friends. Since Luo Hongye had just recovered and her body had undergone the refinement of the celestial demonic elixir, he and Luo Ruiying were indeed not at ease letting her leave their side. Can we? Luo Hongye's eyes widened, filled with anticipation as she looked at Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded. Yay! Luo Hongye immediately raised her hands in delight. After finishing breakfast, Ning Yechen carried Luo Hongye, and together with Luo Ruiying, they headed to Nanli Academy's kindergarten school. As soon as they arrived at the school, the other children, upon seeing Luo Hongye, immediately gathered around her. Yi, are you okay? You fainted yesterday, and even the dean came. We were so scared. Sister Su isn't here today, so I thought you wouldn't come either. Ning Yechen gently put Luo Hongye down, letting her join the other children. They stood to the side, their faces filled with relief. Hearing that Luo Hongye had returned safely, Xiaoguo rushed over immediately to meet Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Greetings, Fairy Luo and Mr. Ning. Even though Ning Yechen was a mortal, Xiaoguo still greeted him politely and respectfully. Dean Xia. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying both nodded slightly in response. Yesterday, Our child caused trouble for the Academy. I will compensate for all the damages caused to the Academy. Those minor damages are nothing to worry about. But, has your daughter recovered? Xiaoguo's gaze fell upon Luo Hongye, who was happily building snowmen with the other children, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yesterday, he had personally checked Luo Hongye's pulse. The coexistence of celestial and demonic energy within her body was a dire situation. Yet, now she was bouncing around, full of life, and there was an indescribable, unique aura about her. It was truly unbelievable. Thank you for your concern, Dean Xia. The child is fine now, Luo Ruiying said with a gentle smile. Xiaoguo, however, was deeply shocked. Yesterday, after learning that Luo Hongye possessed both celestial and demonic energy, he had specifically consulted numerous ancient texts. Discovering that Luo Hongye was likely the legendary immortal demon body, he was utterly astonished. There had never been a case of a natural-born, immortal demon body in the world. But after the initial shock, he couldn't help but feel regret. Luo Hongye was young, and her talent test had triggered a celestial phenomenon, even shattering the celestial secret stone. Her future in cultivation was boundless. Yet, it seemed that the heavens were envious of such talent, and Luo Hongye turned out to be the extremely rare immortal demon body. He had lamented this all night, only to be told the next day that Luo Hongye was fine. This was something he had never heard of before. May I ask how Fairy Luo achieved this? Xiaoguo couldn't help but ask, his curiosity overwhelming him. Luo Ruiying smiled and looked at Ning Yechen beside her. My husband comes from a lineage of healers. There happened to be a record of a cure for this condition in an ancient text passed down in his family. Xiaoguo followed Luo Ruiying's gaze and looked at Ning Yechen. This was the first time he had observed a mortal so closely and seriously. He hadn't paid much attention to Ning Yechen's existence before. Now, looking at him up close, he realized this man was extraordinary. His posture was upright and graceful, his features remarkably handsome. He always wore a gentle and charming smile, and his entire being exuded an air of composure and calmness. Even when facing a heavenly god realm expert like himself, he remained neither humble nor arrogant. Such a presence was extremely rare among mortals. Usually, people who met him were either intimidated or filled with admiration and respect. It was almost unheard of for someone like Ning Yechen to look him directly in the eye. As expected of Fairy Luo's husband, he truly has something special about him. To have ancient texts at home that contain remedies for the immortal demon body is truly remarkable. I've cultivated for so long, yet I've never heard of any method to cure the immortal demon body. Since Mr. Ning is from a lineage of healers, your medical skills must be exceptional. I happen to have a favor I'd like to ask of you, Mr. Ning. Xiaoguo said to Ning Yechen very politely. Dean Xia, please speak freely. Yesterday, one of our academy's disciples, Su Yi, was unfortunately affected and severely injured. She remains bedridden to this day. We've invited all the renowned physicians in the city, but her condition hasn't improved. Even I'm helpless. I wonder if you could diagnose her. Xiaoguo made his request. Yesterday, for some unknown reason, Luo Hongye had attracted demonic energy into her body. In her haste, Su Yi had rashly reached out to touch her, and although her injuries weren't too severe, demonic energy had also invaded her body. Despite trying various methods and medicines, her injuries hadn't healed. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying realized why she hadn't seen Su Yi. It turned out she was still recovering from her injuries. Luo Ruiying turned to look at Ning Yechen. She had a good impression of Su Yi. She was very kind and gentle with the children, teaching them patiently. Luo Ruiying felt somewhat guilty that Su Yi had been injured while trying to protect her child. Miss Su was injured because of our child, so it's only right for us to visit her. We'll trouble Dean Xia to lead the way. Ning Yechen agreed with a smile. He had heard everything from Yuqinyu. Since Su Yi was injured while protecting Luo Hongye, he definitely wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Even if Xiaoguo hadn't mentioned it, he had originally planned to visit Su Yi. This was one of the reasons he had accompanied his child to Nanli Academy today. Please follow me. Under Xiaguo's guidance, Ning Yechen and the others arrived at the residential area within Nanli Academy, specifically designated for disciples. The courtyards were laid out in a crisscross pattern, with rows of neatly arranged houses. Each house was a separate unit, designed for disciples to focus on their cultivation. As Xiaguo led Ning Yechen through the courtyards, the Nanli Academy disciples they passed by would politely bow and greet them. Among them, many curiously observed Ning Yechen and his group. Along the way, Xiaguo couldn't help but sneak glances at Yuqingyu, who maintained a dignified posture and silently followed behind Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying without uttering a word. For some reason, he still felt like he had seen this woman somewhere before. Moreover, this woman's beauty and temperament were simply impeccable. Yet, such a woman was merely a servant. Dean Xia, is there something on my face? Yuqingyu looked at Xiaguo with her beautiful eyes and asked with a faint smile. She had noticed Xiaguo's covert glances from the very beginning. Ahem, I wonder if I've met you somewhere before, miss? Xiaguo, caught off guard, coughed awkwardly and looked at Yuqingyu earnestly. Perhaps. Many men have said that to me. The corners of Yuqingyu's lips curled up slightly, a captivating smile gracing her serene and beautiful face. She replied politely and gracefully. My apologies. I must have been mistaken. Xiaguo looked away embarrassedly, not daring to meet Yuqingyu's gaze again. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Yuqingyu said that many men who tried to approach her had said similar things, and now Xiaguo was asking the same question. Wasn't he essentially trying to flirt with her? As the dean of Nanli Academy and a powerful figure in the southern prefecture, it would be too embarrassing to be caught staring at a servant and be mistaken for flirting. That's why Xiaguo didn't dare to speak to Yuqingyu anymore. A cultivator at the heavenly god realm was rendered speechless by Yuqingyu's few words. Ning Yechen, walking beside them, also smiled slightly but didn't say anything. Xiaguo is still too young to try and pry into Yuqingyu's affairs. The three of them soon arrived outside Su Yi's room. Just as they approached, they heard Qi Yuan's voice coming from inside the room. Wait a moment, I'll go find Brother Ning to take a look at you. Brother Ning is very skilled. It'll definitely be fine. Qi Yuan hurriedly opened the door from inside, bumping right into Xiaguo, who was approaching. Didin Xia. Qi Yuan hastily curtsied and greeted him. She had now successfully become a cultivation disciple of Nanli Academy and was wearing the Academy's apprentice uniform. She had skipped class to visit Su Yi and was caught red-handed by the dean. It was hard not to be flustered. However, as Qi Yuan looked up, she saw Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying behind Xiaguo. Her face lit up with joy, and she completely ignored Xiaguo, running towards Ning Yechen and calling out enthusiastically. Sister Luo, Brother Ning. Xiaguo's hand, raised in preparation for a greeting, froze awkwardly in midair. He knew that Qi Yuan and Su Yi were close friends, so it was understandable for her to skip class to visit Su Yi. He didn't intend to blame her, but being so blatantly ignored made him feel a bit hurt. He hadn't expected that in Qi Yuan's eyes, the dean of Nanli Academy, didn't even hold as much weight as Ning Yechen. Brother Ning, I was just about to look for you. My friend is seriously injured. Could you please take a look at her? Qi Yuan leaned close to Ning Yechen's face and asked with an expectant expression. Don't worry. That's exactly why I'm here. You all wait outside for a moment while I go in and check on her. Ning Yechen smiled, walked past Qi Yuan, and directly entered Su Yi's room. Since Ning Yechen had said so, Luo Ruiying and the others could only wait outside. Inside the room, Su Yi, her face slightly pale, was leaning against the headboard. Seeing Ning Yechen enter, she managed a weak smile and greeted him. Mr. Ning, I'm sorry to trouble you. While inside the room, she had heard Qi Yuan's voice outside and knew that Xiaguo and Ning Yechen had come see her. It's no trouble at all. You were injured because of my daughter, Yi. It's only natural for me to come and see how you're doing. Ning Yechen walked to the bedside and said, Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Ning. Su Yi nodded and extended her slender arm. Ning Yechen gently placed 2 fingers on her pulse and closed his eyes. Su Yi's injuries weren't serious. They had practically healed. However, a portion of demonic energy had invaded her body, disrupting her meridians and preventing her spiritual energy from circulating properly. Compared to Luo Hongye's situation, removing the demonic energy from Su Yi's body was quite simple for Ning Yechen. However, he intended to give Su Yi a fortuitous opportunity. Seeing that Ning Yechen remained silent for a long time, Su Yi's expression gradually dimmed, and the hope in her heart faded. Many renowned physicians had come before, but none could help her. She had almost given up. Although she held onto a glimmer of hope for Ning Yechen, she was also prepared to face reality. It was likely that her cultivation would never progress any further. She could still stay at Nanli Academy and become a teacher at the school. Mr. Ning, it's all right. You don't have to force. Before Su Yi could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed in surprise. She felt the scattered and disruptive demonic energy within her body, as if responding to a call, gather together. Moreover, the demonic energy flowing through her meridians didn't harm her in the slightest. How did he manage to control the demonic energy? And how could he manipulate spiritual energy with such precision? Wait a minute, isn't he Sister Luo's husband, a mere mortal? Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ning Yechen beside her. In no time, the scattered demonic energy throughout her body converged above her dantian, forming a jet-black, shimmering demonic spirit core. Not only that, but Su Yi suddenly felt her dantian overflowing with spiritual energy. Her dantian expanded dramatically, and a vast spiritual energy coursed through her entire body, breaking through the long-accumulated blockages in her meridians. As a wave of spiritual energy rippled from Su Yi's body, filling her with power, she felt as light and comfortable as if she had just received a massage. She couldn't help but close her eyes and let out a soft moan. Luo Ruiying and the others waiting outside first sensed the spiritual wave emanating from the room and were instantly startled. Before they could even wonder what was happening, they heard the soft moan coming from inside. What were they doing in there? The people waiting outside looked at each other, the same question in their minds. Luo Ruiying was the most curious and puzzled. She frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes fixated on the room. What is that guy doing in there again? Asterisk, why is it that every time he treats a woman, there are these strange sounds? It was the same with Qi Yuan last time. If it weren't for Xiagua and the others being present, she would have been tempted to peek through the window like last time. Seeing Luo Ruiying's furrowed brows, Qi Yuan quickly spoke up to explain on Ning Yechen's behalf. Sister Luo, don't worry. Maybe Brother Ning is just giving my friend acupuncture and accidentally caused her some pain. As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Yuan covered her own mouth. Why does that explanation sound a bit off? The more I explain, the weirder it gets. What should I do? Sister Luo seems to be getting more and more unhappy. Inside the room, as the spiritual energy within her calmed down, Su Yi slowly opened her eyes. Her face had regained its color, and she looked much more energetic. I broke through. I've entered the heaven-human realm. Su Yi stared at her hands in disbelief. She felt her body brimming with spiritual energy, flowing smoothly and freely. The bottleneck that had been hindering her for so long had completely vanished. This was clearly a sign of a breakthrough in cultivation. How do you feel? Ning Yechen withdrew his hand and looked at Su Yi with a smile. Mr. Ning, no, Senior Ning. Ow, how did you do it? Su Yi looked up at Ning Yechen, her expression dazed. She was certain that the person before her was definitely not an ordinary mortal. Someone who could gather demonic energy and help her achieve a breakthrough in cultivation couldn't possibly be a mere mortal. He must be a senior expert. I merely cleared the blockages in your meridians and prescribed a medicine for you to take. As for the breakthrough, it's simply because you've been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, and it happened to break through at this moment. Ning Yechen said calmly. Su Yi looked puzzled, but quickly understood Ning Yechen's meaning. He didn't want others to know about what had just happened and was teaching her how to respond. I understand, Senior Ning. Thank you, Mr. Ning. He quickly got up and bowed respectfully in gratitude. Ning Yechen nodded approvingly. This girl is quite clever. She immediately grasped what I meant. Miss Su, do you have any wishes? Ning Yechen suddenly asked. Wishes? Sui pondered, not understanding why Ning Yechen would ask such a question. Yes, wishes. Whether it's ascending to immortality, countless spirit stones and treasures, or anything else, it's all possible. Ning Yechen said confidently and boldly. Sui smiled and shook her head. With my aptitude, I don't dare to dream of ascending to immortality. As for spirit stones and treasures, they are merely external possessions. I'm not particularly interested in them. If I had to say a wish, I hope to reach the same heights as the Dean in the future and nurture even more outstanding disciples for the world. Su Yi's eyes shone brightly, her determination unwavering. This wish was perhaps too simple for Ning Yechen, but it was still a meaningful one. Ning Yechen stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then casually took out a cultivation manual from his spatial ring and tossed it into Su Yi's hands. In that case, this cultivation manual is for you. As long as you cultivate diligently, surpassing the Dean of Nanli Academy will be no problem. As for how far you can go, that depends on your own destiny. Heavenly Origin Sword Immortal Manual. Sui stared blankly at the manual in her hands, murmuring softly. The manual radiated spiritual light. Just looking at it, she felt a tremendous impact on her divine sense and spiritual see, her mind unable to calm down for a long time. This was very likely a Heavenly Immortal level cultivation manual. Heavenly Immortal manuals were incredibly rare in the world. He had just casually given it to her. Just who is he? So the mortal husband who has been staying by Sister Luo's side, envied by countless people, is actually a hidden expert. Even Sister Luo and Dean Xia didn't notice. So, the one who truly caused the Qi family's rise and the Jiang family's downfall is likely this person in front of me. Sui vaguely sensed something. Holding the cultivation manual in her hands, she looked at Ning Yechen with even more awe. But she didn't understand why Ning Yechen would treat her so generously. Mr. Ning, please forgive my boldness, but why are you giving me this cultivation manual? If it was just because of Luo Hongye, then healing her demonic energy and helping her achieve a breakthrough should have been enough. Giving her this Heavenly Origin Sword Immortal Manual on top of that made her feel overwhelmed. I'm giving you the manual as a thank you gift for taking care of my Yi. If you don't like it, I can exchange it for something else. As long as you ask, I should be able to fulfill any request. Ning Yechen sat on a chair, one hand propping up his cheek, a faint smile on his face. His whole being exuded an air of confidence and pride. Sui couldn't help but stare, momentarily lost in thought. Compared to the Ning Yechen she had met before, he now possessed an additional aura of a ruler overlooking the world. Even if she asked him to help her dominate the southern prefecture, she believed he could actually do it. As expected of Sister Luo's husband, he's truly extraordinary. Thank you, Mr. Ning. This gift is more than enough. I couldn't possibly accept anything more valuable from you. Sui didn't refuse any further and bowed in gratitude, holding the manual. This was perhaps the legendary fortuitous encounter that was hard to come by. Ning Yechen didn't say anything more. Since the matter was resolved, he got up to leave. He believed that with Su Yi's intelligence, she would know what to say afterward. Seeing that Ning Yechen was about to leave, Su Yi hesitated for a moment, then asked, Mr. Ning, may I ask if I can pass on the Heavenly Origin Sword Immortal Manual to others in the future? I've already given that manual to you, so it naturally belongs to you. You can decide for yourself. No need to ask me. Ning Yechen waved his hand and said, I understand, Mr. Ning. Su Yi's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the Heavenly Origin Sword Immortal Manual in her embrace. And 100 years later, a sect that would shock the world would emerge in the southern prefecture. The Heavenly Origin Sword Sect. Its sect master, Su Yi would welcome disciples from all walks of life and cultivate a group of outstanding disciples renowned throughout the world. Even after reaching a cultivation level sufficient for ascending to the heavenly realm, she would choose to remain in the mortal realm, teaching disciples and developing the sect. Thus, she would become famous throughout the world, respected and known by countless people. Of course, these were all stories for another time. Before leaving the room, Ning Yechen turned back and cautioned Su Yi. By the way, I've gathered the demonic energy within your body into a core, placing it above your dantian, instead of completely removing it. Although ordinary people can't utilize demonic energy, it's one of the purest forms of spiritual energy in the world, containing extraordinary power. With your current cultivation, it's not suitable for you to refine it yet. In the future, as you gradually refine it bit by bit, it will greatly benefit your cultivation progress. But remember, don't rush or be impatient in refining it. I understand. I will heed your teachings, Mr. Ning. Su Yi once again bowed deeply in response. Ning Yechen had not only helped her eliminate the threat of the demonic energy, but he had also assisted her in breaking through her cultivation, gifted her a celestial manual, and condensed a spirit core for her. She didn't know how to express her gratitude. Outside the room, everyone was still waiting quietly for Ning Yechen to come out. Since Su Yi's soft moan from inside the room, there had been no other sounds. Everyone's hearts grew increasingly worried as they waited. What's happening in there? Why is it so quiet? With a creak, the door opened, and Ning Yechen stepped out. As soon as he emerged, he met the intense gazes of Qi Yuan and the others. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and said cheerfully, "She's fine now. As long as she rests for a few more days, Miss Su will fully recover." "Really? That's wonderful." Qi Yuan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Xiagua also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Ning Yechen with newfound admiration. He hadn't expected that while other renowned physicians were helpless, Ning Yechen actually had a way to cure Su Yi. How'd he do it? Xiagua couldn't help but feel curious. He felt a sense of mystery surrounding this mortal. Just then, Su Yi also came to the door. Having recovered, her face was rosy and full of vitality, a stark contrast to her previous weak and bedridden state. She looked completely fine. "Su Yi, are you all right?" Qi Yuan happily rushed forward and hugged Su Yi. "Yes. Thanks to Mr. Ning, I'm fine now." Su Yi looked at Ning Yechen and said with a grateful smile, "That's great. How did Brother Ning do it?" Qi Yuan asked curiously. "Mr. Ning cleared the blockages in my meridians, which coincidentally dispersed the remaining demonic energy, leading to a breakthrough in my cultivation." Su Yi replied with a faint smile. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes shifting between Ning Yechen and Su Yi. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt that Su Yi's attitude towards Ning Yechen was even more respectful and polite than before. Although this could be attributed to Ning Yechen curing Su Yi, her intuition told her it might not be that simple. She had deliberately focused her attention on listening for any sounds from the room, but she hadn't heard anything, which was quite strange. Who knows what happened there? Ning Yechen noticed Luo Ruiying's displeased and scrutinizing gaze and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He replayed the scene in his mind over and over again, but he couldn't figure out what he had done to upset her. He had simply gone in to treat Su Yi, hadn't he? Could it be because he had stayed in there for too long? "My wife, did I do something wrong?" Ning Yechen humbly approached Luo Ruiying and asked for guidance. "It's nothing. It's great that you healed Miss Su, my husband. I just wonder what you were doing in there." Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen, who had moved closer to her, and said indifferently. Ning Yechen couldn't help but wonder if it was his imagination. Why did he feel a strong hint of jealousy in his wife's words? He hadn't expected that the once dignified heavenly Empress would act like a sulking young girl. But he didn't dislike it. Such a wife is also quite adorable. "My wife, I was only treating Miss Su in there. I absolutely didn't do anything else strange." Ning Yechen explained with a cheerful smile, staying close to Luo Ruiying's side. "Who knows if you're hiding something from me?" Luo Ruing looked at Ning Yechen, her words carrying a deeper meaning. With that, she turned and walked away. Just as Ning Yechen was still standing there, pondering the meaning of Luo Ruing's words, she stopped, looked back at him with a playful glare, and extended her hand with a smile. I was just kidding. Let's go. Oh, coming my wife. Ning Yechen quickly caught up and took Luo Ruing's hand, feeling relieved. I thought my wife had already figured something out. On the way back to Nanli Academy's kindergarten school, Ning Yechen occasionally glanced sideways, secretly observing Luo Ruing's beautiful profile. Luo Ruing's expression was as usual, her beautiful eyes focused ahead, her demeanor no different from before. Was he overthinking it? She probably really didn't suspect anything. Just as Ning Yechen, Luo Ruing, and the others were nearing the school, a female disciple responsible for the children today rushed towards Xiagua, pointing in the direction of the school and saying breathlessly, Dean, something's wrong. That child, something's not right. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing's expressions changed upon hearing this, and they hurried towards the school. Could it be that the child's condition isn't stable after all? Xiagua and the other Nanli Academy instructors nearby also rushed towards the school. When they arrived, they saw the adorable Luo Hongye standing in the middle of the open space, golden celestial energy and dark demonic energy swirling around her and continuously flowing into her body. The other children who had been playing with her had been taken away. For the moment, no one dared to approach Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye stood there, looking confused and lost, occasionally reaching out her small hand to touch the flowing spiritual energy around her. The flowing spiritual energy passed through her fingers like a gentle stream. Yi! Luo Ruing, without hesitation, rushed to Luo Hongye's side and immediately checked her condition. Compared to last time, the spiritual energy flowing into Luo Hongye's body was gentle and friendly, not harming her in the slightest. It was like an ordinary cultivator absorbing spiritual energy during cultivation. However, the spiritual energy gathering around her was not only pure, but also incredibly dense. It seemed as if the spiritual energy within dozens of miles around Nanli Academy was being drawn into her body. Xiagua and the other Nanli Academy instructors were dumbfounded. Her body was unconsciously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, to the point where it condensed into visible streams. This child's perception and affinity for spiritual energy were truly heaven-defying. Luo Hongye's little face was blank, completely unaware of what was happening, and her cultivation level, as if unhindered by any bottlenecks, kept soaring. Spirit communication realm. This child is already considered a cultivator. The spiritual energy within her is still rising. Spirit control realm. This breakthrough is too fast. It took me over a month to break through from spirit communication to spirit control, but this child, she doesn't seem to be stopping. Isn't this a bit too much? She's only 2 years old, right? It wasn't until her cultivation reached the martial spirit realm that the spiritual energy around Luo Hongye gradually thinned, and her cultivation level slowly stabilized. It wasn't that she couldn't advance further, but rather that the surrounding spiritual energy had been exhausted. While other children hadn't even mastered the most basic breathing and spirit-gathering technique, she had already broken through several realms in a row. The instructors at Nanli Academy were so shocked that they questioned their own lives. This child had surpassed their decades of cultivation in just a few minutes. And this wasn't even her formal cultivation. She was merely passively absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings. Compared to the astonishment of the Nanli Academy instructors, Yu Qingyu had a joyful smile on her face. In her eyes, this was perfectly normal. The little princess was the child of the demon lord and madam, naturally not comparable to ordinary talents. She believed that soon, the little princess would grow into a demon lord just as awe-inspiring as the demon lord himself, looking down upon the world. Perhaps she should start preparing for the little princess's future growth and development. This was truly exciting and something to look forward to. She couldn't wait to see that day. After examining Luo Hongye's body, Luo Ring confirmed that the child was merely unconsciously absorbing spiritual energy on her own and finally felt relieved. However, seeing Luo Hongye effortlessly break through several realms in succession, she was also deeply shocked. This child's talent was truly astonishing. The spiritual energy in a mortal realm was relatively thin, yet Luo Hongye could still extract and absorb such pure spiritual energy under these circumstances. If she were in a place with even richer spiritual energy, or in the heavenly realm, who knows how far her cultivation would have progressed by now? Mommy, what's this? Luo Hongye's curious big eyes stared at the flowing spiritual energy between her fingers, trying to grasp it in her hands, but slipped through. Yi, this is called spiritual energy. All things in heaven and earth possess a spirit. They are born from nature, and when they die, they return to heaven and earth, transforming into spiritual energy that nourishes all things, creating an endless cycle. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye's small hand and explained with a smile. Luo Hongye tilted her little head, her adorable face lost in thought, genuinely trying to understand Luo Ruiying's words. It's okay if he doesn't understand now. Mommy will first teach you how to make this spiritual energy disappear or appear, okay? Luo Ruiying coaxed Luo Hongye with a smile. If she let the child continue absorbing spiritual energy like this, Nanli Academy, this blessed land with abundant spiritual energy, might be completely drained by her in no time. Okay, Luo Hongye nodded happily. She was very interested in the shimmering, flowing spiritual energy around her, which looked like a starry river. Okay, Yi, close your eyes and feel your tummy. Can you see anything? Luo Ruiying gently pressed her finger on Luo Hongye's dantian and guided her step by step. Yi sees a big ocean, and the water is sparkling. Lots and lots of sparkling water from the sky is flowing into the ocean. Luo Hongye said with a smile, her eyes closed. An ocean? Luo Ruiying's expression changed upon hearing this. Could it be that this child's dantian is a vast spiritual ocean? The water flowing from the sky must be the spiritual energy. Then, Yi, try to stop the water from the sky from flowing into the ocean, okay? Luo Ruiying asked with a smile. Yi will try. Luo Hongye tried to hold her breath in her spiritual sea, calming the surging energy within. The spiritual energy that had been gathering around her gradually dissipated. Yi did it, Mommy. Luo Hongye opened her eyes and happily reported to Luo Ruiying. To her, it felt like she was just playing a little game with her mommy. Yi is so amazing, Luo Ruiying praised, stroking Luo Hongye's little head. With this, the child had essentially grasped how to control her body's absorption of spiritual energy. Ning Yechen walked over to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye with a smile on his face. Thankfully, it was just that the child didn't know how to control her body's absorption of spiritual energy. She almost scared Luo Ruiying and me to death. I thought something else had happened. Seeing that the spiritual energy had subsided, the shocked Nanli Academy instructors regained their composure and actively approached them, offering enthusiastic congratulations to Luo Ruiying. As expected of Fairy Luo's child, she truly possesses the grace of a celestial being. Ascending to immortality in the future will likely be effortless for her. Unlike my child, who at 2 years old only knew how to pee and play in the mud. My child, Junjun, is about the same age as Yi. Perhaps they could become good friends. What does Fairy Luo think of my child? He's handsome, and his aptitude is quite remarkable. Faced with everyone's enthusiastic congratulations, Luo Ruiying could only respond with a wry smile. Evening, in the bedroom. Mommy, what are we doing? Luo Hongye sat on the bed with her short legs spread apart, her body leaning forward slightly, her little face filled with curiosity as she looked at the 4 objects placed in front of her. From left to right, there was a piece of paper, a teacup, a wooden plaque, and a gold ingot. Yi, Mommy wants to play a game with you. Luo Ruiying sat in front of Luo Hongye, a gentle smile on her face. The reason for this game was that Luo Hongye was now a cultivator at the martial spirit realm. Although her body and age were only 2 years old, her physical capabilities had already far surpassed those of ordinary people. For cultivators who gradually increase their cultivation through step-by-step training, there is absolutely no problem in controlling their spiritual energy or grasping their own strength. However, Luo Hongye was still young and had experienced a sudden leap in cultivation. It was inevitable that she couldn't fully control her own power yet. With her martial spirit realm cultivation, even ordinary adults might not be able to withstand a single punch from her. If she lost control while playing with other children, it could lead to a disaster. Therefore, she needed to properly teach her child how to use her strength. Okay, Yi wants to play? As soon as Luo Hongye heard it was a game, she immediately agreed with a smile, without any hesitation. Ning Yechen sat at the table in the room, propping his chin on his hand, a cup of tea poured, quietly watching Luo Ring teach Luo Hongye with a smile on his face. Whenever it came to educating their child, Luo Ruiying's face would radiate a loving and gentle maternal glow, incredibly dazzling. It was a completely different charm from her previous shy and playfully angry demeanor. Luo Ring noticed Ning Yechen's intense gaze, feeling as if he was seeing right through her. A blush crept onto her face, and she glared at him with a frown. It's not like he hasn't seen it before. Why does he keep staring? It's making her feel embarrassed. Luo Ruiying composed herself, choosing to ignore Ning Yechen's blatant gaze. She then pointed to the gold ingot in front of them with a gentle smile and said, "Yi, try to pick up this gold ingot first." "Okay." Luo Hongye responded and reached out her small hand to grab the gold ingot. One little hand couldn't even budge the ingot. Luo Hongye furrowed her brows and tried again, using both hands to hold the gold ingot. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't lift it. Such a gold ingot weighed at least 40 to 50 pounds. It was practically impossible for a 2-year-old child to move it. "Mommy, Yi can't lift it." Luo Hongye pouted after a few attempts, feeling a bit discouraged. "It's okay, Yi. Try gathering your spiritual energy in your arms." Luo Ruiying guided her. "Gather spiritual energy in my arms." Luo Hongye's little face was filled with confusion. She didn't quite understand what Luo Ruiying meant. "Yes, try to guide the sparkling water you saw in your tummy to your arms." Luo Ruiying pointed at Luo Hongye's tummy and smiled. She had already taught Luo Hongye how to use her divine sense to observe her dantian and spiritual see. Now it was time to see if she could apply it. Luo Hongye tried to follow Luo Ruiying's instructions and channel the spiritual energy from her spiritual see. The energy flowed through her meridians and into her arms, and her small, fair hands instantly radiated a spiritual aura. She had succeeded on her first try. Moreover, she controlled the spiritual energy with ease, without any excess energy flowing to other parts of her body. When she lifted the gold ingot again, Luo Hongye did so effortlessly, raising it high with ease. "Yi did it, Mommy." Luo Hongye happily showed off, holding the gold ingot aloft. Although she didn't know why, it felt so light, not heavy at all. "Yi is so clever. Now, Yi try squeezing this wooden plaque with some force." Luo Ruiying pointed to the wooden plaque and instructed. Luo Hongye obediently put down the gold ingot and reached out her small hand to grab the plaque. The wooden plaque instantly shattered in her hand. She hadn't even exerted any force. "Ah, it's broken. Mommy, Yi broke it." Luo Hongye looked at the shattered wooden plaque in her hand and looked up at Luo Ruiying with self-reproach, tears welling up in her eyes. "It's okay, Yi. Just be careful not to break things next time. Come, let's try again." Luo Ruiying comforted Luo Hongye, stroking her head, and placed a new wooden plaque in front of her. This time, Luo Hongye was fully focused, her little face serious. After a moment of preparation, she carefully picked up the wooden plaque. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying could see the flow of spiritual energy in Luo Hongye's small hands visibly decreasing. When she picked up the wooden plaque again, it remained undamaged. After just a few attempts, Luo Hongye had unintentionally learned to control the flow of spiritual energy within her body. For a 2-year-old child to achieve, this was truly astonishing. "Mommy, Yi did it again." Luo Hongye held up the wooden plaque and said happily to Luo Ruiying, "Yes, Yi is so amazing." Luo Ruiying praised her again, stroking her head, and continued, "Now, Yi, try picking up this cup." "Okay." Luo Ruiying continued to switch out different objects for Luo Hongye to practice with, and gradually, Luo Hongye gained complete control over her spiritual energy. Whether it was lifting heavy objects or handling delicate and fragile items, she wouldn't break them anymore. Ning Yechen sat on the side, watching with a face full of satisfaction and approval. As expected of my precious daughter, she's so bright and intelligent. Even more impressive than I was back then. Of course, this is also thanks to my wife's excellent teaching. Just as Ning Yechen was immersed in watching Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, Yu Qingyo's voice transmission sounded in his mind. "Demon Lord, I apologize for disturbing your rest with Madam. I have something to report to you. I'll be right there." For Yu Qingyu to report in person, it must be something important. Ning Yechen slowly got up and said to Luo Ruiying with a gentle smile, "My wife, I'm going out for a walk. I'll be back soon." "Okay, come back early." Luo Ruiying nodded, not asking any questions, only offering a gentle reminder. However, as Ning Yechen left the room and the door closed, Luo Ruiying, sitting on the bed, fixed her gaze on the door once again. Outskirts of Nanli City. The forest was deep and silent, the moonlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the ground. Yu Qingyu, standing tall and elegant, was bathed in the moonlight, her serene and indifferent face gazing forward. Silhouettes stood amidst the surrounding darkness of the trees. Yi Tianshan, representing the demon realm, along with a group of demon gods, legion commanders, shadow guard leaders, and others, all waited quietly in this place. Even Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Sei were present. Everyone here was a high-ranking member of the demon realm, with the lowest cultivation level being that of an immortal venerable. The three of them, with their heavenly immortal realm cultivation, stood out awkwardly in the crowd. They hadn't expected to be fortunate enough to attend such a meeting. Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Sei huddled together, obediently finding a corner to squat in. They smiled awkwardly and nodded at the demon gods and commanders around them, offering a greeting. However, the demons around them who were looking at them either had fierce expressions or cold demeanors. This made the three of them feel that everyone around them was terrifying. They wanted to go home. The demon lord will arrive shortly. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to hold a routine meeting for discussion. You can bring up any issues or suggestions you've encountered during this time. Yu Qingyo's beautiful eyes swept over the crowd as she spoke calmly. She would hold such discussion meetings every once in a while, similar to the Demon God conferences. This allowed her to stay informed about the specific situations in both the Demon Realm and Nanli City. This was the first Demon Realm meeting held in the Mortal Realm. Left Guardian, what should we do about the beef balls being sold out again? We've practically sold all the beef in the city. The one asking the question was a handsome young man with short hair, holding a long halberd in his arms. He was Luo Sha, the 7th-ranked demon god in the demon realm. However, his current identity in the city was the owner of a butcher shop selling handmade beef balls. Thanks to his exceptional meat-pounding skills, the beef balls he made were firm and springy, deeply loved by many in the city. His business could be said to be second only to Yi Tianshan's barbecue stall. Every day, as soon as he opened his stall, his beef balls would be sold out in no time. There simply weren't enough to meet the demand. If you run out of meat, contact the Qi family and let them handle the supply. Both the little princess and madam have praised the taste of your beef balls. You need to maintain a steady supply at all times. Yu Qingyu glanced at Luo Sha and said sternly, "Really? Then I'll go contact the Qi family tomorrow. No, I'll go right away." As soon as Luo Sha heard that the little princess and madam liked his beef balls, he immediately perked up, clenching his fists in excitement. The others around cast envious glances at him. To receive praise and favor from Madame and the little princess, what an honor. With Luo Sha taking the lead, the others from the demon realm also started to raise their own opinions and questions. Left Guardian, I want to change my identity and also sell food or something. Is that okay? Allowed. Left Guardian, can I hug the little princess? Not allowed. What about a kiss? Not allowed. Left Guardian, I also want to serve Madame and the little princess. Rejected. I want a strand of the little princess's and Madame's hair. Rejected. Left Guardian, what should I do if I can't remember all the rules in the mortal realm? Learn them. Left Guardian, what was I going to ask again? Are you asking me? If you can't remember, don't ask. Next, Yu Qingyu glared at the crowd, exasperated. Most of their questions were either incredibly simple or just plain strange. But she was used to it. When handling matters in the demon realm, there was always a barrage of bizarre questions. Sometimes they would report to her about losing something, or mention that it was raining, or even ask her what the demon lord liked to eat. Guangxiu also raised his hand at this point and shouted, Left Guardian, what should I do if I want to kill someone? He couldn't hold it in anymore. He, a dignified demon general, had to run around the city every day, chased by the patrolling guards. He desperately wanted to smash those people to bits with a single palm. Endure it. Do you want to cause trouble for the demon lord? Yu Qingyu's gaze turned cold as she sternly rebuked Guangxiu. Behave yourself. If you don't know what to do, learn from Yi Tianxin. If you dare to ruin the demon lord's plans, I'll make you disappear first. Yes, Left Guardian. Seeing Yu Qingyu's anger, Guangxiu quickly lowered his head and retreated obediently behind the others. The crowd looked at the silent Yi Tianxin, leaning against a tree, with admiration and envy. His barbecue stall was deeply loved by the little princess, and he had been visited multiple times by the demon lord, Madame, and the little princess. That was an honor no one else had. Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Sei squatted in a corner, silently listening to the conversation among the demons, their eyes darting back and forth. This demon realm meeting was a bit different from what they had imagined. They even felt like they could step up and say a word or two. But after some thought, they held back. Pets didn't have the right to speak here. Shadow, is there anything happening in the demon realm? After handling the trivial matters in Nanli City, Yu Qingyu's beautiful eyes looked towards a shadowy figure in the darkness and asked. A figure cloaked in darkness, its face unseen, stepped out from the shadows. This was the leader of the Shadow Guards, also the Demon Lord's right guardian, from the Shadow Clan of the Demon Realm. Born as a shadow, it couldn't speak, had no face, and no discernible gender. Although it was the Demon Lord's right guardian, its true strength was unknown, as no one had ever seen it fight. The only thing known was that it could conceal itself and traverse through darkness, shapeshift into anyone's appearance, and mimic their mannerisms and voice, almost indistinguishable from the real person. Before Yu Qingyu left the demon realm, she had left it in charge of lurking in the shadows, gathering intelligence, and monitoring any restless individuals. This time, she had summoned it here to understand the current situation in the demon realm while she and the demon lord were away. Shadow knelt on one knee and presented a letter to Yu Qingyu with both hands. Unable to speak, it could only report the information in writing. Yu Qingyu took the letter, her beautiful eyes quickly scanning its contents. A mocking smile appeared on her lips. With the demon lord and I away, there are always some ignorant ants who can't stay still. Yu Qingyu's hand ignited with an ethereal flame, instantly burning the letter to ashes, a cold glint in her eyes. Left Guardian, should I return to the demon realm and eliminate those ants? Yi Tianxin looked at Yu Qingyu and asked proactively, his expression calm and indifferent. It was as if he was inquiring about the most trivial matter. The others around also looked expectant, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious and terrifying smile. As long as Yu Qingyu gave the order, they would immediately return and eliminate those restless ants. Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Sei, huddled in a corner, couldn't help but tremble from the chilling aura emanating from the demons around them. They clung to each other tightly. Indeed, this is the feeling we're familiar with. No need. The safety of the little princess and madam is the most important right now. Those ants won't be able to cause any significant trouble. Yu Qingyu pondered for a moment and said calmly, since Dao Tianming had found Nanli City, perhaps the Dao Immortal clan already knew the whereabouts of Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. The safety of the little princess and madam was paramount. The more pressing matter now was to deal with the Dao Immortal clan. As Yu Qingyu finished handling the other trivial matters, Ning Yechen descended from the sky. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu and the others bowed respectfully and greeted. Demon Lord. Shadow, upon seeing Ning Yechen, swiftly transformed into a black shadow and clung to him, coiling around him again and again, like a pet greeting its master, its behavior incredibly affectionate. Ning Yechen reached out and stroked Shadow, then looked at Yu Qingyu and asked, "Tell me, what's the matter?" "Demon Lord, after you left yesterday, a group of people from the heavenly realm came. It seems they are the ones who have been pursuing Madam and the little princess." Yu Qingyu reported calmly. Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, his expression suddenly changing, and the surrounding air turned icy cold. "Oh, they finally couldn't resist and came. You should know who they are." "Yes, Demon Lord." The man claimed to be from the Dao Immortal clan of the Northern Nether Immortal Domain. It's a reclusive clan in the heavenly realm. A cold glint flashed in Yu Qingyu's eyes, and a chilling, killing intent emanated from her. "As long as you give the order, Demon Lord, we will immediately assemble the Demon Realm army and crush those ants in the heavenly realm." Yi Tianxin and the others also revealed cold expressions, their faces filled with a ferocious and zealous desire for battle. Hundreds of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness. Luo Ruiying was the wife of the Demon Lord, and Luo Hongye was the little princess of the Demon Realm. For them to dare to lay a hand on the Demon Lord's wife and princess was a provocation and an insult to the entire Demon Realm. It was unforgivable. Even if it meant reigniting the Heavenly Demon War, they would tear the Dao Immortal clan apart. They would let the entire Heavenly Realm know the terrifying consequences of offending the Demon Clan. The Dao Immortal clan. Ning Yechen muttered softly, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. He silently etched the name of the Dao Immortal clan into his memory. He still had to retrieve his wife's immortal bones and heart. Although he was tired of the life of constant battles and wanted to live in peace and seclusion, if someone provoked him, he would show no mercy. "You, first have the execution palace extract the exact location of the Dao Immortal clan's hidden base from that guy. It's time to pay a visit to the Dao Immortal clan." Hearing Ning Yechen's words, Yi Tianxin and the others couldn't help but get excited, their lips curling into grins, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Meng Niu Bai Yuan and Kai Se huddled together, trembling in fear, and gulped nervously. They looked utterly pitiful, weak, and helpless. They were afraid that these people, in their excitement, might kill them first to get into the mood. Compared to the excited crowd, Yu Qingyu was relatively calm. As the Grand Commander of the Demon Realm, she had to consider things more comprehensively. "Demon Lord, if we truly trigger another heavenly demon war, those old geezers from the Divine Realm will likely intervene again. Then we'll just take care of those old fogies from the heavenly realm along the way. Surely no one in our Demon Realm is afraid, are they?" Ning Yechen said with a smile, his face full of confidence and arrogance. His tone was casual, but his words were filled with the unrestrained pride of the Demon Realm's supreme ruler. "We will follow the Demon Lord to the death. Crush the heavenly realm. Slaughter those bugs from the heavenly realm." Everyone present shouted excitedly. "Crush the heavenly realm, exterminate the bugs." Seeing this, Meng Niu Bai Yuan and Kai Se also raised their fists and quietly joined in the chant, mainly because the atmosphere was so intense that not joining in would make them feel out of place. as expected of our demon lord, the supreme ruler of the demon realm. A beautiful smile appeared on Yu Qingyo's face, and she gently placed her hand on her chest. "You will be done, demon lord." In the bedroom of the residence, after Ning Yechen left, Luo Ruiying began teaching Luo Hongye the specific techniques of controlling spiritual energy. With a gentle wave of her finger, the 4 objects on the bed floated into the air, moving around as she gestured. Luo Hongye stared in amazement, pointing at the objects floating in mid-air. "They're flying." "This is very simple, Yi. As long as Yi learns diligently, you could do it too." Seeing Luo Hongye's interest, Luo Ruiying gently lifted her with her finger, making her float in mid-air. Luo Hongye instinctively reached out her hands towards Luo Ruiying, feeling a bit panicked. Luo Ruiying smiled and took Luo Hongye's small hands, pulling her up into the air together. With Luo Ruiying holding her, Luo Hongye quickly calmed down and couldn't help but laugh happily. "Mommy is just as amazing as Daddy." Mommy is just like Daddy." Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and looked at Luo Hongye, questioning her. She had felt something was odd ever since Luo Hongye mentioned Ning Yechen playing with her earlier. Luo Hongye realized she had slipped up and quickly closed her mouth, shaking her head innocently. Little did she know that her actions made her seem even more suspicious. "Yi, don't you want to tell Mommy?" Luo Ruiying asked. This is a little secret between Yi and Daddy." Yi promised Daddy not to tell. Luo Hongye said with a troubled expression. "Not even Mommy." Luo Ruiying leaned closer to Luo Hongye's face and pressed further. Daddy said no." Luo Hongye pouted and nodded slightly. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying sighed softly, her hand caressing her cheek, a look of sadness on her face. "Yi doesn't like Mommy anymore," she said, secretly glancing at Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye immediately became anxious and quickly said, "Yi likes Mommy. Yi likes Mommy the most. Yi also likes Daddy the most. Yi likes both Mommy and Daddy." Seeing that her child was almost on the verge of tears, Luo Ruiying felt deeply moved. She pulled Luo Hongye into her embrace and coaxed her gently. "Then can Yi tell Mommy what little secret you and Daddy have?" "Mommy definitely won't tell your Daddy. This will be a little secret between Mommy, Yi, and Daddy." Luo Hongye tilted her little head, pondering with a troubled expression. "Daddy said not to tell Mommy, but Yi doesn't want to keep secrets from Mommy. If I only tell Mommy and not anyone else, Daddy probably won't be angry with Yi, right? Mommy isn't just anyone else." After hesitating for a moment, Luo Hongye finally decided to tell Luo Ruiying about the night Ning Yechen took her flying in the sky, and about the amazing magic trick where he conjured many beautiful birds from his hands. Luo Ruiying also tried to create many flying birds in her hands and asked Luo Hongye for confirmation. "Yi, is this how Daddy did it?" "Yes." Luo Hongye nodded innocently. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on her lips. "Is that so? Daddy is so amazing. Mommy didn't even know. My wife, your husband is back." After the meeting, Ning Yechen couldn't wait to push open the bedroom door and announce his return. Apart from bathing, cuddling with his wife and child every night was the thing he looked forward to the most. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, Ning Yechen froze. He keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the room was distinctly off. Luo Ruiying was sitting on the edge of the bed, her knees together and tilted, her arms crossed, and her brows slightly furrowed. She looked exactly like a wife who had caught her husband coming home late, ready to give him an earful. But he had clearly told her before he left, and she had even agreed. Could it be because he came back too late? Luo Hongye sat obediently beside Luo Ruiying, her knees tucked under her. Her little face looked guilty as she glanced at Ning Yechen, as if she had done something wrong. "My dear." Ning Yechen gave a sheepish smile and tried to approach Luo Ruiying. "Stay there." Luo Ruiying raised her eyes, her brows furrowed, and said sternly. Ning Yechen immediately stopped in his tracks, obediently staying where he was. It's just that I came back a bit late. There's no need to be so angry. The room fell into a brief silence. Then, Luo Ruiying suddenly smiled and looked at Ning Yechen, saying, "Husband, I have a gift for you." "A gift? Is it a special occasion today, my wife?" Seeing Luo Ruiying smile and hearing about a gift, Ning Yechen assumed she had been joking with him earlier. He relaxed and swaggered forward again. "Stop! I haven't given you permission to move yet." Luo Ruiying's voice was stern once more. Ning Yechen froze, his foot, which was halfway raised, retreating back to the ground. Something's not right. It seems my wife is truly angry tonight. Ning Yechen was puzzled. As far as he could recall, he hadn't done anything today to upset his wife. Before leaving, they had even said goodbye properly. Luo Ruiying pulled out a washboard from behind her and tossed it at Ning Yechen's feet. "My wife, is this the gift you prepared for your husband?" Ning Yechen looked down at the washboard, his expression bewildered. "What's this for?" Luo Ruiying then proceeded to answer his question. "Husband, I heard that in the mortal realm, when a husband does something wrong, he has to kneel on a washboard. Did you know that?" Ning Yechen _ winky face. "I believe I've heard of such a thing, my wife." Ning Yechen was now sweating profusely. Her intention was crystal clear. She was preparing to make him kneel. He, the dignified demon lord, who had just moments ago exuded an air of invincibility in front of his subordinates, was now going to kneel on a washboard at home. "My wife, may I ask where I went wrong?" Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying and asked sincerely. He genuinely didn't know what he had done wrong. Luo Ruiying hesitated, her lips pursed. Finally, she said, "You came back too late." Didn't I tell you to come back early?" But wife, it's not even the third watch yet." Ning Yechen tried to reason. He hadn't expected that he would actually have to kneel on a washboard just because he came back late. This didn't seem like something his usually gentle and considerate wife would do. Luo Ruiying also seemed to realize that her excuse was weak, but she still turned her head away and said stubbornly, "The third watch is already very late. Yi kept asking for you and wanted to wait for you to come back before going to sleep." Luo Hongya looked up at Luo Ruiying, her cute little face full of confusion. "But Yi didn't say that, Mommy." Hearing that his wife and child were waiting for him to come back and sleep together, which was why his wife was angry, Ning Yechen accepted it calmly. Perhaps he had been out for a bit too long, making his wife and child worry. In that case, he would kneel if he had to. "All right, my wife, it was my fault." Ning Yechen readily admitted his mistake and positioned the washboard on the floor. Just as Ning Yechen was about to kneel down, Luo Ruiying suddenly waved her arm, sending the washboard flying. "Forget it. I'll forgive you this time." She knew that even if this guy knelt on the washboard all night, it wouldn't hurt him at all. In the end, her heart softened. "Dear!" Ning Yechen was so touched that he almost shed tears. As expected, his wife was still so gentle and considerate, unable to bear the thought of him kneeling on a washboard. "Thank you for your understanding, my wife. I'll definitely come back earlier in the future." "It's getting late. Let's go to bed early." *3. Ning Yechen opened his arms, making a gesture as if he was about to hug and kiss Luo Ruiying, and leaned toward her. However, Luo Ruiying's face remained stern. She placed her hand on his cheek, stopping him in his tracks. Wife!" Ning Yechen pouted and asked, puzzled. You're spared the washboard punishment, but that doesn't mean there's no other punishment. Tonight, husband, you sleep on the floor," Luo Ruiying said flatly. With that, she turned around and threw a pre-packed bedding onto the floor. It's time for bed." Luo Ruiying drew the bed curtains, embraced Luo Hongye, and slipped into the covers, leaving only her back facing Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen stood there dumbfounded, looking at the bedding on the floor. After hesitating for a moment, he tried to negotiate. "My dear, how about I choose to kneel on the washboard instead? Can I come back to the bed? Your husband is afraid of the cold." Luo Ruiying had been contemplating whether to let Ning Yechen back into the bed later, but hearing him say he was afraid of the cold her anger flared up again. She refused him flatly, without turning around. It wouldn't be good if your husband's legs get injured from kneeling. It's not that cold these days, so just endure sleeping on the floor tonight. It feels like my wife is getting angrier. Why? Ning Yechen sighed softly, silently unrolled the bedding, laid out the mattress on the floor, and lay down. This was the first time in his life that he was sleeping on the floor. Ning Yechen stared blankly at the ceiling, his emotions complex. Another rare experience added to the list. Luo Hongye suddenly climbed out of bed, bringing a small blanket to cover Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. As soon as he mentioned being cold, his child took the initiative to bring him a blanket. How sweet! Truly worthy of being my precious daughter, my little cotton-padded jacket. Luo Hongye squatted beside Ning Yechen, her little face filled with self-reproach and guilt, as she said softly, "Sorry, Daddy. It's Ye's fault." Ning Yechen was puzzled. Before he could ask, Luo Hongye had already climbed back into bed. What did she mean by that? After lying quietly for an hour, the more Ning Yechen thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He was the demon lord of the demon realm. How could he obediently sleep on the floor? He had to reassert his authority as the husband, solidify his position in the family, and let this little girl know who was the head of the household. Otherwise, there would be no end to this. Ning Yechen got up, went to the bed, and whispered to Luo Ruiying, who had her back to him. "My wife, I was wrong. Can you let your husband back into the bed? If you don't answer, I'll take it as your silent agreement." With that, Ning Yechen didn't give Luo Ruiying a chance to respond. He slipped into the covers, wrapped his arms around her soft and slender waist, and pressed against her warm back. As expected, it's much more comfortable sleeping in the bed. Luo Ruiying, who had been pretending to be asleep, gritted her teeth in anger. This guy, he didn't even wait for my answer before getting into bed. In another room, Yu Qingyu sat by the window, her beautiful eyes gazing at the room where Ning Yechen was. She slowly shook her head, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and murmured softly, "Madam and the Demon Lord have such a wonderful relationship. Perhaps only Madam can make the Demon Lord act this way." 2 days passed peacefully. During these 2 days, the news of Luo Hongye's peerless talent, breaking through from zero cultivation to the martial spirit realm in just a few minutes, spread throughout the land. It wasn't just the southern prefecture. Even other prefectures and regions heard about it. For a time, visitors came in droves, the courtyard bustling with activity. Some simply came to curry favor and build connections. Some wanted to catch a glimpse of the legendary prodigy, and others even brought betrothal gifts, hoping to arrange a marriage. The child was only 2 years old, yet many powers couldn't wait to arrange a marriage alliance, claiming that becoming in-laws would bring them 100 years of protection and the like. There were even those who, relying on their family background, attempted to forcefully take her away. Of course, these people, along with their families and powers, quietly vanished from the world. Those who sought to arrange a marriage were also, without exception, thrown out by Ning Yechen, along with their gifts. What a joke! His precious daughter was only 2 years old, and these people dared to covet her. Not making them disappear from the world was already his greatest act of mercy. However, even so, the stream of visitors seeking to arrange a marriage or win Luo Hongye's favor continued endlessly. "Mr. Ning, I am Wang Batian from the Tyrant's Sword Heavenly Palace in the Central Prefecture. I heard that your daughter's talent is unparalleled, unique in the world. My Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace is the #1 sect in the Central Prefecture. No, in the entire world today. If your daughter joins my Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace, I, Wang Batian, will personally take her as a direct disciple and teach her everything I know. Under my guidance, your daughter will surely break through to the heavenly immortal realm and ascend to the heavenly realm." At the courtyard gate, a middle-aged man with a resolute expression and a powerful aura, accompanied by a group from the Tyrant's Sword Heavenly Palace, came to visit Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen looked at Wang Batian with impatience, as if looking at an idiot. His daughter needs this guy's guidance. He's not even worthy. These ants nowadays truly have no self-awareness. He had already gone to Nanli Academy School with Meng Niu and the others. His wife had said early in the morning that she wanted to go out and buy some things, stroll around a bit. He had originally wanted to accompany her, but Luo Ruing didn't allow him to go along. She said he should stay at home and deal with the visitors. Although he had successfully returned to the bed that night, and the past 2 days had seemed normal, he keenly sensed that Luo Ruing was deliberately avoiding him. Even when he apologized and admitted his mistakes again, she would only say, "I'm not angry." Yet, she clearly still seemed angry. Why? Ning Yechen had been pondering this question for the past 2 days. It was just that he came back a bit late. There was no need to stay angry for so long, right? He was already feeling frustrated, and now he had to deal with these bugs who kept knocking on his door every now and then, proposing marriage or wanting to take his daughter as a disciple, like this one. He had lost count of how many he had sent away. Now that his wife and child were out, and there was no one else around, he might as well just make these people disappear from the world. Wang Batian, seeing Ning Yechen's silence and contemplative expression, mistakenly thought he had swayed him. With a pleased look, he clapped his hands. "Bring them in." The disciples behind him immediately carried dozens of heavy treasure chests and piled them in front of Ning Yechen. The chests were opened, and a dazzling light burst forth. Inside, the chests were filled to the brim with all sorts of gold, silver, jewelry, and jade artifacts. "What do you say, Mr. Ning? As long as your daughter joins my Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace, all these things will be yours. My Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace can guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and glory, endless riches." "All right." Ning Yechen sighed softly and agreed. "Mr. Ning, you agree?" Wang Beishan's eyes widened in delight. "I can agree to let my daughter join the Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace, but I have one condition." "What condition?" "Please state it, Mr. Ning." "My Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace will agree to anything." Wang Batian readily agreed with a bold tone. With the 4 great sects destroyed, his Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace was undoubtedly the #1 sect in the world now. There was nothing the Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace couldn't do. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and pointed at himself. "As long as you can defeat me. No, as long as you can even touch me, I'll agree." Wang Batian and the people behind him were taken aback for a moment. Then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Ning, you're quite the joker. If I were to make a move, Mr. Ning, you might not even survive. It's better to let Fairy Luo take your place." The disciples of the Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace also looked at Ning Yechen with disdain. Everyone knew that the father of the peerless prodigy, Luo Hongye, was just an ordinary mortal. How dare he challenge the palace lord of their Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace? It was like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly overestimating himself. Their palace lord, Wang Batian, was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Even Dean Xiagua of Nanli Academy might not be able to withstand 3 moves from him. A mere mortal dared to challenge the Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace. I'm not joking. If Palace Lord Tyrant Sword can touch me, I'll acknowledge the Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace's strength and agree to send my daughter there. However, this duel might cost you your life. Have you thought through?" Ning Yechen said calmly with a faint smile. Seeing Ning Yechen's composed and confident demeanor, Wang Batian felt a flicker of fear in his heart for some inexplicable reason. He was actually intimidated by a mortal. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, since he was practically begging for death. Then he couldn't blame him. Just as Wang Batian was about to accept the challenge, a thunderous bolt of lightning suddenly struck the courtyard where Ning Yechen stood. The deafening roar of thunder echoed throughout Nanli City. In an instant, the lightning reduced Ning Yechen's courtyard to ashes, leaving only a massive crater. The people from Tyrant Sword Heavenly Palace were instantly engulfed by the lightning, except for Wang Batian, who had Heavenly God Realm cultivation. Everyone else was obliterated. Wang Batian himself lay on the ground, severely injured and utterly terrified. What just happened? Why did such a terrifying celestial lightning strike without any warning? Even he was almost struck to death by the lightning. Who was it? What shocked and confused Wang Batian even more was that Ning Yechen, who had been at the epicenter of the lightning strike, was still standing there unharmed. Ning Yechen's hands were clasped behind his back, his expression unchanged, still calm and composed. There wasn't a single scratch on him, not even a hair singed. Who is this person? He took that lightning strike head on and is still completely fine. Wang Batian's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Ning Yechen frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. Above, several shimmering golden celestial gates materialized. The gates, standing tall amidst the clouds, slowly opened, and figures enveloped in celestial light emerged, descending gracefully towards Nanli City under the astonished gazes of the people below. Their immortal bearing and flowing robes immediately commanded awe and reverence from countless onlookers. Ning Yechen looked at the group descending from the heavenly realm, a cold smile appearing on his lips. I haven't even gone up to find you, yet you've come knocking on my door. Excellent. Saves me the trouble of finding you. In front of a pharmacy in Nanli City. Excuse me, doctor, has my husband come to your pharmacy to purchase any medicinal herbs in the past few days? Luo Ruiying stepped forward and politely inquired the elderly physician inside the pharmacy. Greetings, Fairy Luo. Your husband hasn't come to my pharmacy to buy any medicinal herbs these days. In fact, your husband has never been here before. The elderly physician of the pharmacy greeted her with a smile. Luo Ruiying's beauty and strength were already well known throughout Nanli City. Coupled with the recent rumors about Luo Hongye's exceptional talent, there was hardly anyone who didn't recognize Luo Ruiying and her family. Is that so? Thank you for letting me know. Hearing that Ning Yechen had never been to the pharmacy, Luo Ruiying's expression turned thoughtful, and she nodded gratefully. She had already visited almost all the famous pharmacies in Nanli City, and they all said they had never seen Ning Yechen. He lied to me again. Luo Ruiying slowly walked out of the pharmacy, her eyebrows furrowed in contemplation as she strolled down the street. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the clear sky, pulling her back from her thoughts. Like everyone else on the street, Luo Ruiying looked up towards the direction of the lightning strike. When she realized it was her own residence, her pupils contracted and her expression turned to shock. Husband! Luo Ruiying's heart filled with anxiety, and she immediately soared into the sky, rushing towards her home. At that moment, celestial gates opened in the sky, and figures with heavenly immortal appearances descended. They've finally come. Luo Ruiying's brows furrowed tightly, her expression more serious than ever as she continued to fly towards her home. There was no doubt about it. This display of power was aimed directly at her. Luo Empress, long time no see. An elderly man, clad in a yellow-brown robe, with a long beard and a celestial mark between his brows, descended from the sky and steadily blocked Luo Ruiying's path. Elder Yin Jian, Luo Ruiying's beautiful face paled with shock upon seeing the old man, her heart sinking like a stone. The elder before her was Dao Xian Yanjian, one of the 6 great celestial law elders of the Dao immortal clan, possessing immortal emperor cultivation. She hadn't expected that the Dao immortal clan would go so far as to violate the rules of the heavenly realm and descend to the mortal world in full force just to deal with her. Even one of the 6 great celestial law elders had personally come. Although she knew there was no chance of victory, Luo Ruiying's expression remained resolute as she drew the Luo divine sword and faced Dao Xian Yanjian. Ha ha! As expected of the former Luo Empress. Even with your current heaven-human realm cultivation, you still dare to challenge this old man? Could it be that the steward and 2 disciples from my Dao immortal clan were also killed by the Luo Empress? If that's the case, then my Dao immortal clan has truly underestimated you, Luo Empress. Dao Xian Yinjian stroked his long beard, a smile on his face, not taking Luo Ruiying seriously at all. Even though his cultivation was restricted in the mortal realm due to the heavenly Tao's constraints. His profound cultivation and extraordinary celestial arts were more than enough to deal with a heaven-human realm cultivator. As long as he was willing, he could crush Luo Ruiying with a single hand right now. I've never seen any steward or disciples from the Tao Immortal Clan. If your Tao Immortal Clan wants to take my life, then just do it directly. There's no need to make up such excuses. Luo Ruiying pointed her sword at Dao Xian Yinjian and said sternly. Dao Xian Yinjian chuckled, not taking her words to heart. Now that they had personally descended to the mortal realm, how Dao Tianming and the two disciples disappeared didn't matter as much. The important thing was to find Luo Ruiying and her daughter. Luo, Shen Empress, at this point, I still advise you to hand over the child. My Dao Immortal Clan only wants the child. As long as you hand her over, I can persuade that esteemed individual to stop pursuing you. After that, whether you want to stay in the mortal realm or go elsewhere, my Tao Immortal Clan won't interfere. You won't have to live in hiding anymore. What do you say? Dao Xian Yinjian extended his hand, offering Luo Ruiying the Tao Immortal Clan's final act of mercy. You want the child? Over my dead body. Luo Ruiying's eyes flashed with determination, and her golden celestial energy erupted from her body without reservation. Behind her, a magnificent and resplendent female deity, clad in celestial armor, manifested. Stubborn fool. In that case, don't blame this old man for disregarding our past relationship. Even if I kill you, my Tao Immortal Clan can still find that girl in the city. Your decision is not only meaningless, but will also cause the deaths of millions of mortals in this city because of you. Dao Xian Yinjian's powerful brown, spiritual energy burst forth with a loud shout. The overwhelming spiritual pressure completely suppressed Luo Ruiying, weighing down on her shoulders like countless mountains. Luo Ruiying's forehead dripped with cold sweat. She had to thrust her celestial sword into the void to barely keep herself from kneeling. The difference in cultivation was too vast. She had no power to fight back. Just resisting the spiritual pressure was already pushing her to her limits. Luo Ruiying gritted her teeth, feeling a deep sense of despair. Her beautiful eyes looked towards the distant courtyard where Ning Yechen was. I wonder if he's all right. And what about the child? Farewell, Luo Shen Empress. Your divine soul, I shall claim it. Dao Xian Yinjian casually tossed a small stone. The stone expanded rapidly in midair, transforming into a massive boulder that hurtled towards Luo Ruiying. If this giant celestial stone were to hit the ground, at least hundreds of thousands of people in Nanli City would die. The Tao Immortal Clan had never intended to spare anyone in the city. They planned to wipe Nanli City off the map entirely. Luo Ruiying desperately resisted the pressure, raising her celestial sword, ready to face this deadly celestial stone head-on. Foolish. If you were your peak cultivation, I might have been somewhat wary, but the current Luo Shen Empress is nothing but a title without substance. Dao Xian Yinjian pushed his palm forward, accelerating the stone's descent towards Luo Ruiying. However, just as the stone was about to crush Luo Ruiying, and she was prepared to fight to the death, a colorful beam of light suddenly shot up from the ground, instantly shattering the celestial stone into ashes. The beam pierced through the stone and grazed past Dao Xian Yinjian, nearly taking his life. What? Dao Xian Yinjian was startled, his expression filled with shock and disbelief as he looked towards the ground. Luo Ruiying was also puzzled and turned to look at the source of the beam. This beam, the aura of demonic energy. Yi Tianshan, still wearing his barbecue stall apron, slowly ascended into the air and walked gracefully to Luo Ruiying's side. The spiritual pressure that had been weighing down on Luo Ruiying was completely neutralized by Yi Tianshan. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and shock as she looked at Yi Tianshan beside her. Wasn't he the owner of that barbecue stall with the delicious food? She had even taken her child there often. Yi Tianshan paid no attention to Dao Xian Yinjian. Instead, he placed a hand on his chest, bowed slightly to Luo Ruiying and said respectfully, "Commander of the First Legion of the Demon Realm, the first demon god, Yi Tianshun, greets Madam, Demon General of the Demon Realm." Luo Ruiying's expression was filled with shock. She hadn't expected that the barbecue stall owner she frequented was actually a demon general of the demon realm. But why would a demon general of the demon realm be so polite and respectful to her? Oomph. I heard that the Luo Shen Empress had sought refuge with the demon clan. It seems that's indeed the case. Having narrowly escaped death, Dao Xian Yinjian was filled with both fear and anger. No wonder the clan head had failed to eliminate Luo Ruiying repeatedly, even going so far as to request the immortal ancestor to leave seclusion. It turned out she had the backing of the demon clan. He had almost been careless. However, in reality, Luo Ruiying was even more confused than Dao Xian Yinjian at this moment. Although she recognized Yi Tianshan, she truly didn't know he was the first demon god in disguise, and she had no idea why he would protect her. Celestial art, celestial meteor shower. Dao Xian Yinjian formed hand seals, and countless massive meteorites, burning with flames, emerged from the clouds in the sky, hurtling towards Yi Tianshan and Luo Ruiying like a meteor shower. Any one of these massive meteorites was enough to cause devastating damage to Namli City. The people below panicked and fled in all directions. Cultivators who could fly took out their magical artifacts and flying swords, escaping into the air. However, with the appearance of several celestial gates in the sky, Namli City had already been completely enveloped by a barrier. The millions of people in the city were now trapped like birds in a cage. Looking at the countless meteorites falling rapidly, Yi Tianshan remained calm and unfazed. Hundreds of halos appeared behind him. From each halo, a colorful beam of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, all the meteorites were devoured and annihilated by the demonic energy, not even a speck of dust falling to the ground. Damn demons! Dao Xian Yinjian's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his heaven-shattering celestial art had been so easily dispelled by Yi Tianshan. Yi Tianshan's eyes locked on Dao Xian Yinjian coldly. He slowly raised his arm, aiming it at him. Obliterate! As his words fell, a massive demonic formation materialized in Yi Tianshan's palm. A beam of light shot out from the formation, slicing through the sky. The beam was like a sharp blade, cleaving the sky in two. Dao Xian Yinjian was alarmed and hurriedly formed another celestial seal. Countless celestial stones condensed in front of him, compressing and solidifying until they formed a celestial rock shield. Although the shield appeared thin, it had been forged by compressing hundreds of thousands of celestial stones. However, the demonic annihilation beam effortlessly pierced through the celestial rock shield, passing right through half of Dao Xian Yinjian's body. Half of his body was instantly obliterated and vanished. Ahak! Dao Xian Yinjian clutched his nearly halved body and screamed in agony. Even a mere touch of the beam's edge caused his body to disintegrate. What a terrifying power! Luo Ruiying, standing behind Yi Tianshan, watched in astonishment as he unleashed this fearsome demonic art. Even Dao Xian Yinjian's full-powered defense, with his immortal emperor cultivation, was useless against Yi Tianshan's demonic annihilation. Dao Xian Yinjian looked at Yi Tianshan again, his eyes filled with fear and trepidation. Why was this demon so powerful? Their Dao immortal clan had only been in seclusion for over 1,000 years. Had the demon clan grown to such an extent in that time? The Heavenly Demon War over 100 years ago wasn't on a large scale, and the demon clan had retreated halfway through. Most of the reclusive clans in the heavenly realm hadn't even participated. The Dao Immortal clan was one of them. Little did they know that hundreds of years ago, after the new generation demon lord ascended to the throne, all the demon gods in the demon realm had been replaced by new ones who followed him. Knowing he was no match for Yi Tianshan, Dao Xian Yinjian looked up at the sky and roared in anger. "Elders, come quickly! It seems this Luo Shan Empress has truly sought refuge with the demon clan. Elder Yinjian, that's quite a... It seems Elder Yinjian has truly grown old. To be injured like this by a mere demon. If word of this gets out, it would truly damage the reputation of our Dao immortal clan. Two men and a woman slowly descended from the clouds, looking at the severely injured Dao, Xian, Yinjian, with mocking expressions. For them, this trip to the lower realm was nothing more than a rare outing after their long seclusion. Whether it was the mortal realm or the demon realm, they held neither in high regard. They even felt that Dao Xian Changjue's decision to request the immortal ancestor's intervention was making a mountain out of a molehill. Elder Feng Ming, Elder Huiyin, Elder Mu Kui. Seeing the three who had appeared, Luo Ruiying's expression grew even more solemn. Could it be that the Dao Immortal Clan has summoned all 6 of their celestial law elders? Facing 4 elders from the Dao Immortal Clan, what should she do now? Enough talk. Quickly join forces with me and eliminate this demonic filth. Dao Xian Yinjian roared, enduring the intense pain. Being nearly killed in one move in front of everyone. Not only had he lost face, but his cultivation had also suffered significant damage. It would take him at least 100 years to recover. Dao Xian Yinjian's hatred for Yi Tianxin reached its peak. The mission to the lower realm was an important task assigned by the immortal ancestor himself. Dao Xian Feng Ming, Dao Xian Huiyin, and Dao Xian Mukue didn't dare to disobey. They immediately decided to join forces and kill Yi Tianxin. Just as the 3 of them swooped down towards Yi Tianxin, a black shadow suddenly shot towards them at incredible speed. It was even faster than them. Dao Xian Feng Ming and the others were shocked and quickly dodged. However, even so, after they stabilized themselves, they all had slight cuts on their bodies. Dao Xian Feng Ming touched his cheek, and his fingers were stained with crimson. Blood slowly flowed from the wound on his face. Dao Xian Feng Ming and the others focused their gaze and realized that what had injured their immortal bodies was merely a clump of black hair. A woman with disheveled hair, her face completely obscured, and an aura of darkness surrounding her, stood atop these strands of hair. This person, is she also an immortal emperor? Dao Xian Feng Ming and the others instinctively knew that this woman's cultivation and strength were no less than any of theirs. Luo Ruiying also recognized this gloomy woman. Wasn't she the strange woman who sold wigs on the street? She had always found this person peculiar, always covering her face with her hair, hardly ever speaking, just quietly sitting at her stall, selling wigs. Unexpectedly, she was also from the demon realm. This wasn't the end. Chi Huan, twirling a golden ring on her finger, also slowly stepped into the air and arrived beside Luo Ruiying. She grinned, her face full of excitement. This looks like fun. Count me in. Humph, humph. Looks like I can collect some nice skulls this time. Yin Lily also appeared, floating in mid-air from the other side. And that wasn't all. The stall owners and passers-by on the street also rose into the air, their expressions ferocious and bloodthirsty as they glared at Dao Xian Feng Ming and the others. Each of them exuded a thick and terrifying demonic aura. The wig seller, the girl who often performed on the streets, the butcher who sold beef balls. Even children. They were all from the demon realm, too. Noticing Luo Ruiying's stunned expression, Yin Lily playfully winked at her. Luo Ruiying, Kuang Qiu, who had just been chased by the city guards on the street, ripped off his clothes, his body expanding. With a stomp of his foot, he shot into the sky like a meteor, roaring, "Ha ha! Bugs from the heavenly realm. I've been waiting for this." Kuang Qiu's stomp shook the earth, causing the entire Nanli city to tremble. The city guards of Nanli city were thrown to the ground, staring at Kuang Qiu flying into the sky in a daze. For a moment, they couldn't believe who they had been chasing these past few days. Seeing more and more demons appear, Dao Xian Feng Ming and the others were increasingly shocked. Could it be that the demon clan knew we were going to attack and were waiting for us here? At this point, Dao Xian Yinjian, consumed by rage, couldn't care less. He waved his arm, and ordered the Dao Immortal Clan disciples to attack. Oomph. No matter how many demonic fiends there are, they're all just ants. Disciples of the Dao Immortal Clan, heed my command. In the name of the Immortal Clan, eradicate the demons. So what if there were more demons? They had brought the elite disciples of the Dao Immortal Clan with them on this descent. It was the perfect opportunity to wipe out the demon clan in one fell swoop. This violation of the celestial rules now had a perfect excuse. With Dao Xianyinjin's command, waves of Dao Immortal Clan disciples descended from the sky, riding various magical treasures. The sky above was filled with dazzling celestial light, a breathtaking sight. The cultivators within Nanli City, witnessing this, fled in all directions in terror. This was a group of immortals descending to the mortal realm to fight demons. At the very least, it would cause the earth to shake. At worst, it could lead to the collapse of heaven and earth. If they were caught in the crossfire, they might not even know how they died. In addition to cultivators, there were also many mortals in Nanli City. The people of Nanli Academy were busy evacuating the citizens on the streets. Linya, gather everyone into the academy as much as possible and activate the academy's protective formation. Xiagua stood amidst the crowd, his heart filled with despair at the sight before him. Even Nanli Academy's protective formation might not be able to withstand a single attack from these immortals. But this was all he could do. The rest was up to fate. Yes, Dean. Quickly, get everyone into Nanli Academy. Linya received the order and immediately directed the people of Nanli Academy to assist in evacuating the city's residents. Xiagua looked up at the confrontation between the immortals and demons in the sky, his heart filled with awe. Immortals and demons battling in a mortal realm. Such a scene was a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Even if one were to perish from being caught in the crossfire, it would probably be worth it. However, he never imagined that so many demons would be hiding in Nanli City. Were these heavenly realm immortals here specifically to eradicate the demons? As Xiagua stared blankly at the sky, a massive fireball hurtled straight towards him. The Dao Immortal Clan members began unleashing a barrage of various celestial arts upon Yi Tianxin and the others. Many of these attacks landed within Nanli City. They showed no regard for the other people in the city. Behind Xiagua were numerous citizens and Nanli Academy disciples who were still being evacuated. He couldn't dodge. Xiagua shielded Linya behind him, prepared to sacrifice himself to block the attack. However, a beautiful and cold figure suddenly appeared before him, a long sword, even longer than her own body, strapped to her waist. Before he could even see her draw the sword, a flash of silver light sliced the fireball cleanly in half. She is also a demon, but why is she helping them? Teach thank you, senior. Even though she was a demon, she had saved them. Xiagua still forced himself to express his gratitude with a bow. Yu Yin turned her head, her expressionless face appearing extremely cold and indifferent. Xiagua and the Nanli Academy disciples trembled in fear, wondering if she would slice them all apart in the next second. Unexpectedly, Yu Yin didn't attack them. Instead, she said coldly, "Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in ants. The Left Guardian ordered me to protect you." With that, Yu Yin stood before them, her hand gripping the sword hilt, and ignored them. Left Guardian? Xiagua was puzzled. Why would the Left Guardian of the Demon Realm save them? Just then, Yu Qingyu, maintaining her elegant posture, appeared in the sky, walking gracefully through the air towards Luo Ruiying. Upon seeing Yu Qingyu's arrival, Yi Tianxin and the others respectfully stepped aside and bowed, addressing her. Left Guardian. It's her. She's the Left Guardian of the Demon Realm. The moment he saw Yu Qingyu, Xiaogua's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping. At this moment, he finally confirmed that the mysterious woman he had seen that night was indeed her. The Jiang family's bizarre disappearance was also the work of the Demon Clan. Left Guardian, Luo Ruiying was also taken aback when she saw Yu Qingyu arrive. So she was also, Madam. Yu Qingyu, as always, bowed respectfully to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying smiled bitterly, a mix of emotions swirling within her. Yu Qingyu, who had been living with her all this time, was also a demon. So that meant he was also... She was the only one who had been kept in the dark from the very beginning. Madam, I want you to know that we are all here to protect you and the young miss, as per the young master's orders. Yu Qingyu knew that Luo Ruiying must be feeling confused and bewildered at this moment, but she simply smiled faintly and didn't offer any further explanation. No matter how much she explained, it wouldn't be as effective as the demon lord explaining it to Madame himself. Luo Ruiying's heart was in turmoil, a tangled mess of emotions. But her primary concern now was Luo Hongye's safety. No matter what, she had to bring her child back to her side first. They could deal with the rest later. Qingyu, I'll leave this to you. Luo Ruiying said to Yu Qingyu. Leave everything to me, madam. Yu Qingyu smiled faintly, placing a hand on her chest and bowing slightly. Luo Ruiying was the demon lord's wife and, in her eyes, her daughter-in-law. Yu Qingyu treated her with the same respect she showed the demon lord. Luo Ruiying nodded gratefully and flew towards Nanli Academy. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing Luo Ruiying trying to leave, Daoxian Yinjian reached out his hand to grab her. A giant claw, formed entirely of condensed rock, appeared out of thin air and lunged towards Luo Ruiying. Oomph. Escape. Does the wife of the demon lord need to flee from you ants? Laughable. Crumble. Yu Qingyu's eyes turned icy cold as she saw Daoxian Yinjian attack Luo Ruiying. Her expression was filled with scorn and disdain. With her command, the massive celestial rock arm instantly crumbled and shattered. Daoxian Yinjian was shocked. Before he could even comprehend what Yu Qingyu had done, another cold voice echoed in his ears. Tear! Eahak! My body! What did you do to me? Eah! As the words fell, Daoxian Yinjian's entire body seemed to be torn apart bit by some invisible force. Blood and mangled remains scattered from the sky. Daoxian Fengming and the other Dao Immortal Clan disciples were stunned into silence. Daoxian Yinjian, one of the 6 great celestial law elders of the Dao Immortal Clan, was dead. Just like that? And he died in such a gruesome and terrifying way. His agonizing screams echoed in their minds, leaving the Dao Immortal Clan members too terrified to move. One of the disciples recognized Yu Qingyu, and his face turned pale with fear. He pointed at her, his voice trembling. She's the Word Spirit Reaper from the Demon Realm. Word Spirit Reaper? Why is she here too? Upon hearing the name, Word Spirit Reaper, the faces of the Dao Immortal Clan disciples drained of color. Unlike the elders and ancestors who were often in seclusion and unaware of worldly affairs, they had heard some rumors about what was happening in the heavenly realm. Apart from the new demon lord, the most infamous figure was this Word Spirit Reaper. Don't panic. The immortal ancestor is with us. Today is the day our Dao Immortal Clan will exterminate the demons and make a name for ourselves in the heavenly realm. Everyone, follow me and slay these demonic fiends. Dao Xianhuiyan roared at the Dao Immortal Clan disciples behind him, his voice filled with rage. As members of the Dao Immortal Clan, one of the most prominent families in the heavenly realm, how could they be intimidated by demons? Dao Xianhuiyan took the lead, wielding the heavenly fire immortal cauldron, and charged towards Yu Qingyu. Seeing Elder Huiyin take the initiative, the other Dao Immortal Clan disciples no longer hesitated and followed suit. Yu Qingyu looked at Dao Xianhuiyan and the others with indifference. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she said calmly, "For daring to disturb the demon lord and madam, you shall all die. Attack! Not a single one shall be spared." As Yu Qingyu's words fell, the void around the Dao Immortal Clan disciples distorted, and countless black hooks and sickles shot out from the twisted space. Like the scythes of death, the hooks and sickles whizzed past the Dao Immortal Clan disciples. Caught off guard, many disciples were instantly hooked and dragged into the void. Some were even pierced through their bodies and severed, dying on the spot. Dao Xianhuiyin and the others were shocked and quickly stopped, dodging the hooks and sickles. From the dark, distorted void, shadowy figures emerged, each wielding hooks and sickles, dragging the corpses of the Dao Immortal Clan disciples. Countless shadowy figures stepped out from all directions, completely surrounding the Dao Immortal Clan members. In addition, the demons hidden within Nanli City also revealed themselves, filling the sky with their presence. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them. What was even more terrifying was that, as Dao Xian Fengming and the others observed, none of the demons present had low cultivation. The weakest among them possessed at least Immortal King cultivation. Most of them were even at the Immortal Venerable or Immortal Emperor realms. And their Dao Immortal Clan only had a few thousand people. Dao Xian Fengming and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of fear, contemplating the idea of fleeing. The demon clan had clearly made thorough preparations. They had no chance of winning. Yu Qingyu gazed at Dao Xian Fengming and the others. Just as she was about to give the order to execute them all, Yi Tianxin suddenly bowed and requested, "Left Guardian, they're just a few insignificant ants. There's no need for you to speak. Leave them to us. I believe everyone else shares my sentiment, wanting to contribute to the demon lord and madam." Kuang Xiao and the other demon gods also looked at Yu Qingyu with anticipation, their eyes filled with eagerness. Yu Qingyu pondered for a moment, a wicked smile appearing on her face, and nodded. "All right, but don't disgrace the demon realm." Although she could directly order the execution of Dao Xian Fengming and the others on the spot, she still granted Yi Tianxin's request. Demons were inherently bloodthirsty and combative. During their time in hiding in Nanli City, forcing them to be well-behaved and law-abiding had been quite a restraint. This time, she would consider it a reward, allowing them to unleash their true nature. With Yu Qingyu's approval, Kuang Xiao was the first to transform, his face contorted, his body enveloped in demonic energy. He let out an excited roar and soared into the sky. As the demonic energy dissipated, his body grew even larger and more imposing, his skin covered in spiky demonic armor, and a pair of massive, terrifying claws faintly appeared on his hands. He charged into the group of Dao Immortal Clan members, and wherever his claws slashed, blood and flesh flew, bodies torn apart. Several immortal, venerable disciples couldn't even withstand a single casual strike from his claws. "Ha ha ha! Bugs from the heavenly realm, come play with me." Kuang Xiao licked the blood from his claws, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a thirst for blood, as he grinned at the Dao Immortal Clan members. This scene left the Dao Immortal Clan members trembling in fear. Finally, a chance to let loose. "Leave some for me, old lady." Several golden rings whizzed past the Dao Immortal Clan members. Before they could react, their heads suddenly rolled off their necks. Chi Huan's face was flushed with excitement, her hands and surroundings adorned with dozens of golden rings. She shot a displeased glance at Kuang Xiao. "Damn it!" Several Dao Immortal Clan disciples roared in anger, their celestial swords raised, ready to strike. But they suddenly realized that golden rings had somehow appeared around their necks. Snap! Chi Huan snapped her fingers, and the rings tightened, instantly decapitating the disciples, their blood spurting out. "You said I killed too many, old hag, but you've killed even more than me. I can't lose to you." Kuang Xiao, filled with rage and unwilling to be outdone, charged back into the crowd of Dao Immortal Clan members. The others also joined in the frenzy, slaughtering the Dao Immortal Clan disciples with abandon. The Dao Immortal Clan, with only a few thousand elite disciples, was no match for the tens of thousands of bloodthirsty demons. There weren't even enough for all the demons to share. The Dao Immortal Clan members fought desperately, but they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of demons, each with cultivation comparable to their own. It was a merciless massacre. Blood splattered across the sky, and agonizing screams filled the air. "Ahak! St. Stop! W8, I surrender. Aya. No, there are too many demons. Elder Fengming, Elder Huoyin, Elder Mukue. What should we do? WH, where's the immortal ancestor? Call the immortal ancestor quickly. Dao Xian Fengming and the other two elders were also deeply horrified by the scene before them. It wasn't that they had never fought against demons. They had clashed with them in the previous Heavenly Demon War. Back then, although the demons were just as cruel and bloodthirsty as they were now, their strength was evenly matched with the immortal clan, resulting in a fierce and evenly contested battle. The current situation was practically a one-sided massacre. If this continued, the entire elite force of the Dao Immortal Clan would be wiped out in the mortal realm. Retreat. Return to the heavenly realm. Dao Xian Mukue immediately shouted the order. Upon hearing the command, the Dao Immortal Clan disciples hurriedly flew towards the celestial gates, standing tall in the sky. These gates were like teleportation formations to the heavenly realm. As long as they entered the gates, they could instantly return. Yi Tianxin watched the scattering Dao Immortal Clan members, his arms spread wide, and hundreds of massive formations appear behind him. The formations floated beside him, like a pair of giant, radiant wings unfolding. From each formation, a dazzling beam of light shot out, piercing through the clouds and reaching the heavens. In an instant, all the celestial gates standing in the sky were shattered by the beams. Since you dared to attack, madam, then all of you stay here. Yi Tianxin looked at the Dao Immortal Clan members coldly and declared, if even one of them escaped, he and all the demons present would have to apologize with their lives. With the celestial gates destroyed and no way to quickly return to the heavenly realm, the barrier that had enveloped Nanli City now became a cage, trapping the Dao Immortal Clan members. Dao Xian Fengming and the others were shocked, staring at Yi Tianxin in disbelief. He had dared to unleash the power to destroy the celestial gates in the mortal realm. Wasn't he afraid of the heavenly Dao's backlash? Soon, a terrifying celestial lightning bolt struck Yi Tianxin from the sky without warning. Yi Tianxin didn't even flinch. He raised his hand and shot out a demonic annihilation beam. The demonic annihilation clashed with the celestial lightning, the void shattering, and the entire sky trembled and cracked. Yet, Yi Tianxin remained unharmed, standing calmly in midair. Dao Xian Fengming and the others were stunned. This guy could actually withstand the backlash of the heavenly Dao's celestial lightning. Just who is he? Nanli Academy, kindergarten school. Wow, Yi is so amazing. How did Yi do that? Can you teach me too? I want to learn too. In the school, Luo Hongye, who had already mastered how to freely control her spiritual energy, was showcasing her ability to levitate various objects in front of the other children. Under the admiring gazes of the children, Luo Hongye even managed to gently lift her petite body into the air. Because she was afraid of flying too high and falling, Luo Hongye only hovered slightly above the ground. But even so, it was enough to spark envy and amazement among the other children, who surrounded her, chattering excitedly. Seeing the children's interest, Su Yi, who was standing nearby, also smiled with joy. At the same time, she was deeply impressed by Luo Hongye, a 2-year-old child whose cultivation had already caught up with hers. In a little while, it might not even be clear who was teaching whom. Such monstrous talent was truly unprecedented. No wonder people from all over had been visiting Senior Ning and Sister Luo's family recently, some even going so far as to propose marriage alliances early on. It was understandable. With little Yi Ye's future talent, who knew what heights she would reach. Moreover, little Yi had been so adorable and charming since she was young. It was obvious she would grow up to be a beauty no less than Sister Luo. Even she, as a woman, couldn't help but adore her. Behind Luo Hongye and the other children, Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Se stood not far from the school, quietly watching her. Usually, it was Yu Qingyu who personally accompanied Luo Hongye. But these past 2 days, Yechen had been busy preparing plans to lead the demon realm army back into the heavenly realm. So it was their turn to accompany Luo Hongye to school. Seeing Luo Hongye happily playing with the other children, the three of them felt both relieved and touched. The young miss is becoming more and more lively and adorable. How wonderful! Boom! Just as Kai Sei and the others were immersed in admiring Luo Hongye's cute face, a sudden thunderous boom erupted behind them. Is it thundering? Is it going to rain? Mengyo looked up at the sky in confusion. Strange. The sky is clear. It doesn't look like it's going to rain. Kai Sei turned her head and saw that the lightning had struck in the direction of their residence. Her heart sank. Rain, your stupid bullhead. Something's happened. Protect the young miss. Kai Sei angrily smacked Mengyo's head and said in a stern voice. Mengyo and Bai Yuan looked at Kai Sei, still confused. In the next second, celestial gates appeared amidst the clouds in the sky. One by one, immortals descended from the heavenly realm. Mengyo and Bai Yuan finally realized what was happening and quickly moved to protect Luo Hongye. Su-yi was startled by their speed. So fast. They weren't ordinary people either. Miss, from now on, you must not leave our side. Luo Hongye tilted her head, her little face full of innocent confusion. Su-yi looked outside and also sensed something was amiss. She quickly gathered the children and led them towards the center of Nanli Academy. Children, quickly follow Sister Su. Some of the Nanli Academy apprentices and instructors went with Dean Xiagua to evacuate the citizens in Nanli City, while others stayed at the academy to maintain order. Kai Sei carried Luo Hongye and followed Su-yi to the central plaza of Nanli Academy. Many people had already gathered there. Everyone was confused and didn't know what was happening. It wasn't until the figures of immortals and demons appeared in the sky that they realized a battle between immortals and demons was about to unfold in Nanli City. The power of an heavenly demon war was immense, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas, with heaven and earth shattering might. Could Nanli Academy withstand it? Everyone was worried and terrified. However, the entire Nanli City was now enveloped by a barrier. Apart from Nanli Academy, there was nowhere else to go. Kai Sei, carrying Luo Hongye, quietly blended into the crowd with Mengyo and Bai Yuan. Their duty was to protect Luo Hongye. Found them. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind Kai Sei and the others. Just hearing the voice, the three of them felt their hair stand on end, sensing a sense of danger. A woman, dressed in water blue robes with a blue water droplet mark between her brows, was staring at them from not far away. No, to be precise, she was staring at Luo Hongye in Kai Sei's arms. Three demonic beasts carrying a child of the demon clan. How laughable. Hand over the child obediently, and I'll spare your lives. Dao Xian Shui Miao extended her hand towards Kai Sei and the others, commanding them. This woman, she's strong. At the very least, she's definitely stronger than the three of us. With just a glance, Kai Sei and the others confirmed that this woman was extraordinary. She was not someone they could contend with. What should we do? If we resist, we might die. Kai Sei looked down at Luo Hongye in her arms, her heart filled with hesitation. Luo Hongye looked up, her big, innocent eyes gazing at her. Kai Sei then turned to look at Mengyo and Bai Yuan on either side of her. The three of them didn't need to say anything. They nodded in silent agreement. Then, Kai Sei carefully put Luo Hongye down. That's right, a very wise choice. Dao Xian Shui Miao's lips curled into a triumphant smile. However, in the next second, her smile froze. After putting Luo Hongye down, Kai Sei shielded her behind her, not handing her over. Excuse me, this is our little miss. You can't have her. Kai Sei's brows furrowed, her expression serious as she spoke sternly. Is that so? You've made the most foolish decision. I'll kill you first, then take the child. It's the same result. Dao Xian Shui Miao's face turned ruthless. She hadn't expected that these three mere heavenly immortal realm transformed demons would dare to defy her. Stupid bull. Dumb ape. Kaisei took the initiative, shouting sharply. Meng Niu and Bai Yuan, without hesitation, took out the celestial artifacts Ning Yechen had given them. With a powerful leap, they appeared before Dao Xianshuimiao. A dazzling iron fist tore through the air, aiming straight for her face. I hate it when people call me a dumb ape. Me too. Meng Niu leaped high into the air, a massive crimson battle axe held high above his head. He swung it down with tremendous force. Oomph. Overestimating yourselves. Dao Xian Shuimiao stood her ground, unmoving. Layers of water suddenly surged up from beneath her feet. The water enveloped her entire body, forming a protective sphere around her. Meng Niu's battle axe and Bai Yuan's iron fist plunged into the water, but their full-powered attacks felt like they were hitting cotton, completely ineffective. What? Meng Niu and Bai Yuan were shocked. In the next moment, the force from their attacks rebounded back at them. The immense impact sent Meng Niu and Bai Yuan flying hundreds of meters away, crashing through several buildings in Nanli Academy, blood spurting from their mouths. Oomph. Even with celestial artifacts, this is the extent of your power. Dao Xian Shuimiao glanced disdainfully at Meng Niu and Bai Yuan, who were sent flying and severely injured on the ground. The crowd in the Nanli Academy Plaza, witnessing Dao Xian Shuimiao's strength, unconsciously moved further away from her and Kaisei. They didn't know who Dao Xian Shuimiao was or when she had infiltrated the academy. They only knew that she seemed to want to take the child from Kaisei. And that child was none other than Luo Hongye, the one who had recently shocked the world with her unparalleled talent. Could it be that these immortals descended to the mortal realm specifically to capture this child? The crowd began to have their suspicions. Most of them knew they couldn't possibly contend with the heavenly realm, let alone offend immortals, so they retreated and avoided the area. In the vast plaza, only Kaisei, protecting Luo Hongye, stood facing Dao Xianshuimiao. Everyone else had already retreated to the edges. So, have you decided whether to hand over the child to me? Dao Xianshuimiao looked at Kaisei coldly with an arrogant expression, extending her hand once again and demanding an answer. My answer remains the same. I will never hand over our little miss to you. Kaisei retorted sternly, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Why haven't the shadow guards who are usually lurking around the young miss appeared? And Lady Yu isn't by the young miss's side today, either. Most of the demons hiding in the city have been drawn to the other side. Otherwise, we wouldn't let her act so arrogantly. She was definitely no match for Dao Xianshuimiao. All she could do was try to buy some time. Celestial art. Thousand rains. Dao Xianshuimiao waved her hand gently, and the water sphere in front of her shot out thousands of water droplets. Kaisei braced herself, protecting Luo Hongye behind her from harm while swinging her snake sword to deflect the attacks. However, she simply couldn't block such a dense barrage of water droplets. Each water droplet was like a sharp sword, easily piercing through her body. Even the people standing behind Kaisei, watching, were caught in the attack, their screams filling the air as casualties mounted. Cough, huff, huff. When the water droplets finally stopped, Kaisei was bleeding from her mouth, gasping for air, her body swaying. She could only support herself by thrusting her snake's sword into the ground. Her body was riddled with wounds, blood staining her clothes. Wu, Sister Kai. Luo Hongye, tears welling up in her eyes, tugged at Kaisei's clothes and called out softly. Kaisei turned her head and looked at Luo Hongye at her feet, forcing a weak smile. Then, she gritted her teeth and glared at Dao Xianshuimiao. Still not giving up, seeing Kaisei's stubborn resistance, Dao Xianshuimiao frowned and flicked her fingers once more. Celestial art, water dragons, chant. 2 water droplets flew out, transforming into 2 giant dragons in midair, roaring as they lunged towards Kaisei. At this point, Kaisei was practically defenseless. Roar! Just as the 2 water dragons were about to devour Kaisei with their gaping maws, a furious roar echoed. Meng Niu and Bai Yuan, revealing their half-demon forms, shielded Kai Se and Luo Hongye with their massive bodies. The giant water dragons bit into their shoulders. Meng Niu and Bai Yuan, transformed into a chaotic demonic bull and a titan ape, endured the bloody wounds and forcefully tore the two water dragons apart. Demons. They're demons. Aren't those the demon kings from the demonic beast forest? Such terrifying power. The people who had flooded into Nanli Academy were stunned by the imposing presence of Meng Niu and Bai Yuan. How did the demon kings from the demonic beast forest end up here? Su Yi also hadn't expected that Kai Se and the other two, who usually followed Luo Hongye around, were actually the demon kings from the demonic beast forest. She hadn't expected that Kai Se and the other two, with their heavenly immortal realm cultivation, will be so utterly powerless against Dao Xian Shui Miao. With your cultivation and ancient bloodlines, you've achieved remarkable feats in the mortal realm. In the future, you could even return to the demon realm and continue your cultivation. Your path to immortality is bright. Why throw your lives away here? Seeing her water dragon celestial art torn apart, Dao Xian Shui Miao was surprised but didn't take it to heart. Meng Niu and the other two were already at their limits. I'd like to leave, but I don't dare. Compared to you, I'm more afraid of that man. Meng Niu mumbled softly with a mournful expression. Every time he thought of Ning Yechen, his legs would turn to jelly. Besides, he quite liked his current life. Meng Niu glanced at Luo Hongye, who was hiding behind Kai Se's legs. Even after seeing Meng Niu and Bai Yuan's true demonic forms, Luo Hongye wasn't afraid. She knew they were protecting her and looked at them with concern on her little face. Meng Niu turned his head, once again raising the crimson battle axe that had grown along with his body. He roared at Dao Xian Shui Miao. And also, I still quite like our little miss. It's the first time someone has called me Big Brother. If you want to take the little miss away, I won't allow it. Bai Yuan and Kai Se looked at Meng Niu in surprise, then smiled warmly. I'm also very afraid of that man, and Lady Yu. So, if you want to take the little miss, you'll have to kill us first. Bai Yuan pounded his chest and roared at Dao Xian Shui Miao, his mouth full of sharp fangs. Su Yi stomped her foot and, under everyone's astonished gazes, landed beside Meng Niu and Bai Yuan, her sword pointed at Dao Xian Shui Miao. The others from Nanli Academy exclaimed in shock. Senior Sister Su Yi, is she crazy? That's a powerful being from the heavenly realm. Isn't she seeking death? Yeah, there's no need to throw your life away for the sake of the demon clan. Su Yi heard the discussions around her. Her expression remained firm, and she retorted without turning back. Everyone, I'm not helping the demon clan. I'm protecting my Nanli Academy, protecting my students. This child is a student of Nanli Academy. How can I tolerate someone taking her away as they please? Moreover, she has already killed so many people from our Nanli Academy. Although their time together had been short, Su Yi genuinely liked the sensible, well-behaved, and adorable Luo Hongye. Dao Xian Shui Miao, despite being from the heavenly realm, showed no regard for human lives. She was completely different from the benevolent immortals depicted in legends, who were supposed to save the world and uphold justice. In that case, she would rather stand with Meng Niu and the others, even if it meant risking her life to protect Luo Hongye. Meng Niu and the others were surprised. They hadn't expected Su Yi, with her mere heaven-human realm cultivation, to stand up and confront Dao Xian Shui Miao. Little bug, aren't you afraid of death? Meng Niu looked down at Su Yi and asked. Su Yi glanced up at Meng Niu, her expression resolute, and said, My name is not Little Bug. It's Su Yi. Of course, I'm afraid of death. But I'm even more afraid of not upholding the principles I believe in. The other members of Nanli Academy looked at each other, hesitant. Soon, another person joined Su Yi's side. It was Qi Yuan, who had recently joined Nanli Academy. My Qi family has received a lot of help from Brother Ning and Sister Luo. I won't allow anyone to take little Yi away either. Seeing this, the other members of Nanli Academy also stepped forward, standing behind Meng Niu and the others. If even a new apprentice disciple was willing to stand up, what reason did they? Dao Xian Shumiao never expected to become the target of everyone's hostility, nor did she expect these cultivators, who she considered mere ants, to dare to oppose her. She couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Good, very good. In that case, I'll annihilate all of you together. Dao Xian Shuimiao's expression turned ruthless. She extended her hand, and the water sphere enveloping her body swiftly transformed into streams of water, flowing along her arm and converging in her palm, taking the shape of a celestial sword. As the water receded, a cyan, water elemental, celestial sword materialized in her hand. Dao Xian Shumiao took a light step, dashing forward like a water arrow, her celestial sword slashing towards Meng Niu and the others. Meng Niu and the others braced themselves, gripping their weapons tightly, ready for a desperate fight. Just as Dao Xian Shumiao was about to strike, a golden light descended rapidly from the sky. A magnificent, armored female deity appeared, shielding Meng Niu and the others. Clang! A clear sound of clashing swords echoed in everyone's ears. Dao Xian Shuimiao was forced back dozens of steps before she could regain her balance. She looked up in disbelief at the newcomer. The sword strike she had unleashed had been blocked. Everyone stared in astonishment at the beautiful figure who had suddenly appeared before them. It was Luo Ruiying, who had just arrived. Sister Luo, Su Yi and Qi Yuan exclaimed in delight upon seeing Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying patted her chest, relieved, and turned to give Su Yi and Qi Yuan a grateful smile. Then, she looked up at Meng Niu and Bai Yuan, who had revealed their demonic beast forms, and Kai Se, who was protecting Luo Hongye. Having already seen so many demons hidden in the city, and now witnessing Meng Niu and the others' true forms, she wasn't surprised anymore. And Madam, Kai Se and the other two greeted Luo Ruiying nervously. They were also worried about whether Luo Ruiying would be disgusted by them. Luo Ruiying looked at the blood-soaked bodies of Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Se, and thanked them softly with deep gratitude. Thank you. Although Meng Niu and the others were demons, they still fought desperately to protect her daughter. Being able to hold out against Dao Xian Shuimiao, one of the 6 great celestial law elders of the Dao Immortal clan, was already a tremendous effort. Madam, seeing that Luo Ring didn't despise or dislike them, but instead thanked them gently, Kai Se and the others were deeply moved. As expected, Madam is truly kind. Mommy, seeing Luo Ruiying, Luo Hongye's face crumpled with tears, and she fearfully ran to her, hugging her leg. Yi, it's okay. Mommy's here. Everything's all right. Luo Ruiying lovingly stroked Luo Hongye's head and said softly. She knew that the Dao Immortal clan had mobilized such a large force for the sake of this child. But she would never hand her over. Luo, shun Empress. This surprises me. I didn't expect you to be able to wield the Luo divine sword with your heaven-human realm cultivation. But it seems you can't do it many times, can you? Dao Xian Shuimiao looked at Luo Ruiying with a playful expression and greeted her. If it were the Luo Ruiying of the past, at the peak of her cultivation, she would never dare to be so arrogant. But the current Luo Ruiying had lost her exquisite glaze heart and her immortal bones. She was merely a cultivator at the heaven-human realm. With her body sustained by a temporary heart, she couldn't possibly display the true power of the Luo Shen clan. Dao Xian Shumiao never expected to become the target of everyone's hostility, nor did she expect these cultivators, who she considered mere ants, to dare to oppose her. She couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Good, very good. In that case, I'll annihilate all of you together. Dao Xian Shuimiao's expression turned ruthless. She extended her hand, and the water sphere enveloping her body swiftly transformed into streams of water, flowing along her arm and converging in her palm, taking the shape of a celestial sword. As the water receded, a cyan, water elemental, celestial sword materialized in her hand. Dao Xian Shumiao took a light step, dashing forward like a water arrow, her celestial sword slashing towards Meng Niu and the others. Meng Niu and the others braced themselves, gripping their weapons tightly, ready for a desperate fight. Just as Dao Xianshui was about to strike, a golden light descended rapidly from the sky. A magnificent, armored female deity appeared, shielding Meng Niu and the others. Clang! A clear sound of clashing swords echoed in everyone's ears. Dao Xianshui was forced back dozens of steps before she could regain her balance. She looked up in disbelief at the newcomer. The sword strike she had unleashed had been blocked. Everyone stared in astonishment at the beautiful figure who had suddenly appeared before them. It was Luo Ruiying, who had just arrived. Sister Luo. Su, Yi, and Qi Yuan exclaimed in delight upon seeing Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying patted her chest, relieved, and turned to give Su, Yi, and Qi Yuan a grateful smile. Then, she looked up at Meng Niu and Bai Yuan, who had revealed their demonic beast forms, and Kai Se, who was protecting Luo Hongye. Having already seen so many demons hidden in the city, and now witnessing Meng Niu and the others' true forms, she wasn't surprised anymore. And Madam, Kai Se and the other two greeted Luo Ruiying nervously. They were also worried about whether Luo Ruiying would be disgusted by them. Luo Ruiying looked at the blood-soaked bodies of Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Se, and thanked them softly with deep gratitude. Thank you. Although Meng Niu and the others were demons, they still fought desperately to protect her daughter. Being able to hold out against Dao Xianshui, one of the 6 great celestial law elders of the Dao Immortal clan, was already a tremendous effort. Madam, seeing that Luo Ring didn't despise or dislike them, but instead thanked them gently, Kai Se and the others were deeply moved. As expected, Madam is truly kind. Mommy, seeing Luo Ruiying, Luo Hongye's face crumpled with tears, and she fearfully ran to her, hugging her leg. Yi, it's okay. Mommy's here. Everything's all right. Luo Ruiying lovingly stroked Luo Hongye's head and said softly. She knew that the Dao Immortal clan had mobilized such a large force for the sake of this child. But she would never hand her over. Luo, shun Empress. This surprises me. I didn't expect you to be able to wield the Luo divine sword with your heaven-human realm cultivation. But it seems you can't do it many times, can you? Dao Xianshui looked at Luo Ruiying with a playful expression and greeted her. If it were the Luo Ruiying of the past, at the peak of her cultivation, she would never dare to be so arrogant. But the current Luo Ruiying had lost her exquisite glazed heart and her immortal bones. She was merely a cultivator at the heaven-human realm. With her body sustained by a temporary heart, she couldn't possibly display the true power of the Luo Shin clan. Even wielding the Luo divine sword might be limited. Elder Shui Miao, it's been a long time. As for how many times I can wield the Luo divine sword, Elder Shui Miao is welcome to try and find out. Luo Ruiying's expression turned serious as she raised the Luo divine sword, its tip pointing directly at Dao Xianshui Miao. Although she showed no fear on the surface, she had actually almost exhausted all her strength just to block Dao Xianshui Miao's sword strike earlier. Even the artificial heart in her chest felt a faint tremor. Dao Xianshui Miao seemed to see through Luo Ruiying's facade. A scornful smile appeared on her lips. All right, let me see how capable the current Luo Shun Empress truly is. Dao Xianshui Miao held her celestial sword upright in front of her, and a powerful surge of azure, celestial energy erupted from her body. Instantly, towering water pillars rose from the ground around Nanli Academy. Several water pillars completely surrounded Luo Ruiying and everyone in the central plaza of Nanli Academy. Seeing this, everyone present felt their hearts sink. In the face of an immortal's celestial arts, they were so insignificant. Miss Su, Miss Qi, I'll find a chance to create an opening. You take the child and leave. If possible, please bring her to my husband. Luo Ruiying's expression was grave, her heart heavier than ever. If Dao Xian Shui Miao were to get serious, neither she nor anyone present would be a match for her. Su Yi and Qi Yuan hesitated, wanting to say something, but in the end, they just nodded solemnly. Luo Hongye clung tightly to Luo Ruying's leg with her small hands, her little face streaked with tears. Wu, Yi doesn't want to go. Yi wants to be with Mommy. Be good, Yi. Luo Ruying tried to persuade Luo Hongye to listen. This was the only way she could think of. At that moment, a vast and soul-shaking celestial voice echoed. Shui Miao, wait. Upon hearing the voice, almost everyone present felt an unprecedented pressure, involuntarily falling to their knees. Only Luo Ruying and Kai Sei's group could barely manage to keep their bodies bent, their hearts filled with shock. What a terrifying aura! Dao Xian Shimiao immediately stopped her spell casting upon hearing the voice and turned around respectfully to bow to the young man who was approaching. Yes, immortal ancestor. A man with an ethereal appearance, his figure as steady as a mountain, yet his movements as light as the wind, walked past Dao Xian Shimiao and approached Luo Ruying and the others. There was no discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy around him. Upon seeing this man, Luo Ruying's face paled, and her expression turned to shock. Immortal ancestor? Could he be Dao Xian Tianhua, the immortal ancestor of the Dao immortal clan who has been in seclusion for 1,000 years? He actually came out of seclusion and descended to the mortal realm himself. At this moment, Luo Ruying felt a sense of despair and helplessness. If it were just Dao Xian Shui Miao, she might have a chance to let Luo Hongye escape, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. But facing Dao Xian Tianhua, there was no possibility at all. Before his 1,000-year seclusion, Dao Xian Tianhua was already at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. Now that he had emerged, who knew what realm he had reached? Are you the Luo Shun Empress from the Luo Shun Palace, the one said to be the reincarnation of the Luo goddess? Dao Xian Tianhua looked at Luo Ruying and asked calmly. Yes. Luo Ruying gripped the Luo divine sword tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Dao Xian Tianhua, her voice firm and resolute. Dao Xian Tianhua looked Luo Ruying up and down, a hint of approval in his eyes. Yet he also shook his head regretfully. Not bad, not bad. To be able to maintain such composure in front of me is quite rare. I heard you reach the immortal emperor realm in just over 100 years. In the entire heavenly realm, such talent is truly unparalleled. You are indeed worthy of being called the reincarnation of the Luo goddess. But you chose the wrong path, siding with the demon clan. What a pity, what a pity! Back to the moment the lightning struck. After the courtyard was destroyed, Ning Yechen looked up at the celestial gates in the sky and the descending members of the Dao immortal clan. His brows furrowed deeply, his expression icy cold. This was his beloved home with his wife and child. It was a place filled with precious memories of him and his family, and they dared to destroy it. Oh, someone actually survived my heavenly thunder. A man dressed in a purple robe, with a lightning symbol adorning his forehead, slowly descended from the sky. A purple sphere floated in his hand, crackling with lightning arcs that danced around his body. A group of Dao immortal clan disciples followed him, surrounding Ning Yechen in the center. Dao Xianluois was surprised to see Ning Yechen standing unharmed at the center of the lightning strike. He couldn't help but study him more closely. He couldn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from him, yet he had withstood his heavenly thunder celestial art. Although puzzled, as one of the 6 great celestial law elders of the Dao immortal clan, he still didn't take Ning Yechen seriously. He was the head of the 6 celestial law elders. Even among immortal emperors, his strength was second to none. Ning Yechen gazed at Dao Xianluois and asked coldly, "Are you from the Dao immortal clan?" Dao Xianluois raised his head, introducing himself with immense arrogance. Indeed. Listen well, Yuan. This immortal is one of the 6 celestial law elders of the Dao immortal clan, Dao Xian. Splat. Before Dao Xian Luai's could finish his name, Ning Yechen raised his hand and gently clenched it. A colossal demonic palm suddenly emerged from the shadow beneath the ground. With a single slap, the demonic palm instantly crushed Dao Xian Luai's, who was floating in midair. When the palm opened, all that remained was a pool of sticky blood. Ning Yechen casually waved his hand, and the demonic palm slowly sank back into the shadow. Crushing Dao Xian Luai's was like squashing a buzzing mosquito. The arrogant expressions on the faces of the surrounding Dao Immortal Clan disciples froze, replaced by shock and disbelief as they stared at Ning Yechen. Dao Xian Luai's, one of the 6 great celestial law elders of their Dao Immortal Clan, possessed immortal emperor cultivation. Yet, he was casually crushed to death by this man, with a single hand. Who is he? I'm sorry, but I have no interest in your name. Knowing you're from the Dao Immortal Clan is enough. A cold glint flashed in Ning Yechen's eyes, and a cruel yet captivating smile appeared on his face as he looked at the remaining members of the Dao Immortal Clan. Seeing Ning Yechen's wicked smile, some among the Dao Immortal Clan immediately recognized his identity. That terrifying smile, that horrifying power and demonic palm. He was the new supreme ruler of the demon realm, the Night Demon Lord. With Dao Xian Luai's dead and Ning Yechen's identity exposed, the remaining Dao Immortal Clan members didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly scattered and fled. It's the Demon Lord. Run, run. Quickly informed the immortal ancestor. The Demon Lord is here. Watching the panicked Dao Immortal Clan members fleeing, Ning Yechen casually glanced at them and flicked his wrist, sending a jet-black blade of light flying. The circular moon-shaped blade sliced through the air, and the entire dome of the sky seemed to be torn open, splitting in two. All the fleeing Dao Immortal Clan members were instantly cut in half at the waist and fell from the sky. In the next second, dozens of heavenly Dao lightning bolts struck down from the sky in rapid succession. The residual power of the heavenly Dao lightning was enough to tear apart the void. The area surrounding the courtyard was reduced to ashes, leaving only a deep, bottomless crater. A black sphere, enveloped in shadow, stood at the center of the crater. When the shadow receded, Ning Yechen stood there unscathed, his expression serene. Wang Batian, lying severely injured on the ground, happened to be near Ning Yechen's feet and was also enveloped within the shadow, narrowly escaping the heavenly Dao's lightning. At this moment, Wang Batian stared at Ning Yechen in a daze, his expression blank. When Dao Xian Luai's and the other Dao Immortal Clan disciples had appeared, he had felt an unprecedented pressure. He was no match for any of those immortals. Yet those immortals, whose mere presence filled him with awe and trepidation, were casually slaughtered by this mortal he was about to challenge. Those were immortals who had descended from the heavenly realm. Ning Yechen killed them faster than he could slaughter a chicken. What was even more terrifying was that he had even triggered the heavenly Dao's lightning backlash. And even more horrifying was that he had withstood dozens of heavenly Dao lightning bolts and remained completely unharmed. He had never heard of anyone who could provoke the heavenly Dao's lightning backlash, let alone survive it. Just who is he? Ning Yechen glanced down and noticed Wang Batian lying at his feet. He smiled slightly and asked, "Palace Lord Wang, are you still up for a duel?" Wang Batian was taken aback. Then his head shook like a rattle drum. If it weren't for his severe injuries and weak legs, he would have run far away from Ning Yechen immediately. Ning Yechen ignored Wang Batian and looked up at the other side of the sky, where Yi Tianxin and the others were engaged in a fierce battle. The sky was filled with the screams and groans of the Dao Immortal Clan, blood and severed limbs raining down. The sky was dominated by the figures of demons. The scattered Dao Immortal Clan disciples could only flee in all directions, crying out in despair. It seems everyone is having a good time in the chaos. Ning Yechen then turned his gaze towards Nanli Academy in the distance, his expression slightly serious. At that moment, several massive, swirling water pillars rose around Namli Academy. However, Ning Yechen wasn't concerned about those water pillars, but rather another aura. Oomph. An old geezer from the heavenly realm has also arrived. Sensing that both Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye were at Namli Academy, Ning Yechen vanished from his spot in a flash, rushing towards the academy. Yu Qingyu, who had been standing in midair, calmly observing the massacre, also noticed the sudden appearance of several water pillars around Namli Academy. She gazed into the distance, her brows furrowing, her expression turning icy cold. They're gone. The shadow guard she had left to protect Luo Hongye had completely vanished. Moreover, some kind of barrier was blocking her divine sense, preventing her from noticing the situation sooner. She had assumed that with several shadow guards by Luo Hongye's side, they would be able to inform her immediately if anything went wrong. It seemed she had underestimated the enemy. They had taken advantage of her distraction and made a move on the little princess. And Madame is there too. Yu Qingyu no longer paid attention to the scene before her. She vanished in an instant, also rushing towards Namli Academy. Namli Academy, Central Plaza. After expressing his regret to Luo Ruiying, Dao Xian Tianhua shifted his gaze to Luo Hongye at her feet. Upon seeing Luo Hongye, Dao Xian Tianhua's eyes lit up and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. This child is truly a natural-born, immortal demon body. Even without actively using any spiritual energy, the pure and profound aura of celestial and demonic energy within Luo Hongye, who had consumed the celestial demonic elixir, was hard to conceal. Luo Hongye, feeling scared, clung tightly to Luo Ruiying's leg, burying her cheek shyly, revealing only half of her little face. She glared at Dao Xian Tianhua with a cute yet fierce expression. Although this was her first time seeing Dao Xian Tianhua, anyone who bullied her mommy was a bad person. Luo Ruiying's expression was tense and serious as she protectively shielded Luo Hongye beneath her. Dao Xian Tianhua slowly extended his hand and said calmly, "As long as you obediently hand over the child and return to the heavenly realm with me to receive punishment, I can promise to spare everyone here. You know you're no match for me. I don't even need to lift a finger to kill you. This is your last chance." Luo Ruiying looked at Luo Hongye reluctantly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I can return to the heavenly realm and accept punishment, but the child stays here. You're not allowed to harm my child. If you can agree to that, I'm willing to go back and face punishment." "Impossible." Dao Xian Tianhua refused without hesitation, his gaze cold as he looked at Luo Ruiying. "You seem to be mistaken. I'm not negotiating with you. This is an order. I must take the child. In that case, I refuse. No one can take my child away." Luo Ruiying also didn't hesitate, her expression filled with determination. "Oomph, you're so persistent. Could it be that you're hoping for the demon clan to come and save you? If that's the case, you can give up that hope. I've already eliminated the demons hiding around this child. As for the rest of the demon clan, I'll eradicate them all later." Dao Xian Tianhua scoffed disdainfully. His figure remained unmoved as his eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming pressure, capable of crushing everything in front of him, surged towards Luo Ruiying and the others. The void distorted, and the ground beneath them crumbled and collapsed. He had lost his patience. Since Luo Ruiying refused to return to the heavenly realm for punishment, he would execute her on the spot. Luo Ruiying raised the Luo divine sword, golden celestial energy erupting from her body, prepared to burn her very essence to withstand Dao Xian Tianhua's attack. But just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed from midair. Such arrogance! Accompanying the voice was an invisible, overwhelming pressure that completely overshadowed Dao Xian Tianhua's. The immense pressure, like a tidal wave, caused a flicker of surprise to cross Dao Xian Tianhua's usually calm face, and his body was forced back several meters. Ning Yechen, his hands clasped behind his back, descended gracefully from the sky, his toes barely touching the ground. Husband, Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes stared at Ning Yechen's back in a daze. That seemingly thin and ordinary figure exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Ning Yechen turned around, giving Luo Ruiying a gentle and charming smile. He reached out and lightly tapped her forehead. "My wife, don't do anything foolish while your husband is away." As his words fell, the rampant celestial energy surging around Luo Ruiying instantly calmed down. Luo Ruiying stared at Ning Yechen, momentarily speechless. The man she shared her bed with every day seemed so familiar, yet also strangely unfamiliar. Qi Yuan and the others also looked at Ning Yechen in shock. If they hadn't seen it wrong just now, Brother Ning had actually descended from the sky, and he had even repelled Dao Xian Tianhua. This really is the gentle and harmless Brother Ning we know, right? Daddy, Wu Wu. Seeing Ning Yechen, Luo Hongye ran from behind Luo Ruiying and clung to his legs, tears streaming down her face, her cries heartbreaking. "Don't cry, Yi." Ning Yechen lovingly squatted down, picked up the petite Luo Hongye, and held her in his arms, gently patting her back to soothe her. Yu Qingyu also descended from the sky. Seeing Luo Hongye crying so sadly, her expression turned icy cold, and her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Dao Xian Tianhua. "How dare you make my little princess cry?" Yu Qingyu said coldly. Her killing intent was stronger than ever before. Twist. As her words fell, Dao Xian Tianhua instantly felt a strange sense of danger wash over his entire body. An invisible and inexplicable force began to twist and distort his immortal body. With his thousands of years of cultivation, his immortal body was supposed to be impervious to fire and water, invulnerable to swords and spears. Even celestial artifacts could hardly scratch him. Yet now, an unseen force was inexplicably breaking his immortal bones. "Oomph! You won't succeed." Dao Xian Tianhua's face contorted with determination. He used his immense spiritual power to forcefully straighten and restore his limbs and body, which were becoming increasingly distorted. It was as if he was forcibly correcting and counteracting the force that was twisting his immortal body. However, even so, Dao Xian Tianhua looked at Yu Qingyu with immense shock and fear. He sensed a very strange and unique feeling from her. He couldn't detect any spiritual energy fluctuations from Yu Qingyu's body, not the kind where one's spiritual energy was concealed to the extreme. Instead, it was as if her body was a vortex of spiritual energy accumulating within her, its depths unfathomable. Her words, at first glance, seemed ordinary to others, but he could hear that every sentence, even every word, possessed a power that shook his soul, causing changes in the heavenly Tao's rules, and even defying the natural order of the world. Just by speaking, she could unleash such power. In just a brief encounter, Dao Xian Tianhua felt a deep sense of wariness towards Yu Qingyu. Yu Qingyu was also slightly surprised that Dao Xian Tianhua had managed to break free from her word spirit's influence. "Oh, in these past centuries, besides the demon lord, you're the second person who has been able to resist my word spirit. A transcendent immortal? No, you're too weak. Perhaps a half-step transcendent immortal." Yu Qingyu gazed at Dao Xian Tianhua and said calmly. This time, Dao Xian Tianhua couldn't remain composed. His expression was filled with shock, then anger that made him tremble. He too weak. His half-step transcendent immortal cultivation was among the top in the entire heavenly realm. Yet, in this woman's eyes, he was considered too weak. He had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. The current demon clan was far too arrogant. Then let me see just how powerful the current demon clan is. How dare you be so arrogant? A disdainful smile appeared on Yu Qingyu's lips. She was about to speak again when a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder, interrupting her. "Let me handle this." Ning Yechen, holding Luo Hongye, stood up and said, his hand on Yu Qingyu's shoulder. Yu Qingyu hesitated slightly, then slowly stepped aside, respectfully making way for him. Although she longed to personally deal with Dao Xian Tianhua and avenge her granddaughter, since the demon lord wanted to take action himself, she could only yield this opportunity to him. Ning Yechen gently wiped away the tears from Luo Hongye's little face, then turned and placed her in Luo Ruiying's arms. Luo Ruiying reached out to take Luo Hongye, her expression hesitant. 1,000 questions swirled in her mind, but in the end, they condensed into a single sentence. Be careful. Compared to her confusion and anger, she was now more worried about Ning Yechen. The opponent was the immortal ancestor of the Dao Immortal Clan, whose cultivation and strength were undoubtedly among the top in the heavenly realm. Ning Yechen smiled gently and said calmly, Don't worry, my wife. Leave the rest to your husband. Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongye, quietly gazed at Ning Yechen's confident and smiling face. For some reason, hearing his words, the worry and tension in her heart gradually eased. Ning Yechen slowly turned around, his gentle expression replaced by icy coldness. He stared at Dao Xian Tianhua, his entire being radiating a chilling, killing intent. The terrifying killing intent seemed to freeze the surrounding time, demonic energy swirling around him. The sky darkened, and everyone present froze in place, unable to move a muscle. You made my precious daughter cry. Have you decided how you want to die? Dao Xian Tianhua was also momentarily shocked by the astonishing demonic aura emanating from Ning Yechen. The demonic energy surrounding Ning Yechen was immense, seemingly endless, pouring out from the ever-churning shadow beneath his feet like an abyss. Based on the demonic aura alone, this man's power even surpassed that woman's. Death. This venerable one hasn't heard that word in ages, and it's been even longer since any demon dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Although surprised by the demonic aura Ning Yechen displayed, Dao Xian Tianhua wasn't overly concerned. His expression remained cold and proud. A powerful surge of celestial energy also erupted from his body, swirling around him. After 1,000 years of seclusion, he had touched the threshold of transcendent immortality, half a step into that realm. He was only half a step away from becoming a transcendent immortal, a godlike being. Even the constraints of the heavenly Tao in the mortal realm could no longer bind him. You wanted to witness the power of the demon clan, didn't you? This venerable one shall grant your wish. Don't regret it. Ning Yechen's expression was filled with contempt and disdain. This scornful look immediately angered Dao Xianshuimiao. She took a step forward, pointed at Ning Yechen, and shouted furiously, A mere demonic filth! How dare you speak such arrogant words? Today, with the immortal ancestors' presence, it's the day of your demon clan's demise. Ning Yechen didn't bother wasting words with Dao Xianshuimiao. With a wave of his sleeve, a thick black smoke, laced with sparks, surged towards her. Dao Xianshuimiao scoffed, raising her hand to summon a water sphere that enveloped her once again. Meanwhile, Dao Xian Tianhua sensed a hint of danger and immediately summoned a celestial treasure, planting it in front of him. Ocean-turning azure dragon banner. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed as a massive azure dragon, tens of meters long, leaped out from the banner, coiling around him and forming an impenetrable shield. The black smoke engulfed the azure dragon, instantly igniting into a raging black flame. Roar! The azure dragon writhed in agony, its scales melting rapidly under the black flames, followed by its skin, flesh, and bones. In a matter of moments, the azure dragon was completely consumed by the black flames, leaving only a few lingering embers on the ground. What terrifying demonic flames! The ocean-turning azure dragon banner in Dao Xian Tianhua's hand shattered. He stared at the remaining black flames on the ground with a grave expression, a hint of fear in his heart. The demonic flames of the demon realm could spread like wildfire, burning endlessly and consuming everything until there was nothing left. Even the soul would be incinerated. It was a terrifying existence, known for its touch of death. Even within the entire demon realm, those who could freely control demonic flames were few and far between. Yet this man wielded demonic flames as effortlessly as smoke, manipulating them at will. Ehak, immortal ancestor, has saved me. While Dao Xian Tianhua was still reeling from Ning Yechen's technique, Dao Xian Shuimiao's desperate cries reached his ears. He turned his head and saw that the water sphere protecting Dao Xian Shuimiao had been completely incinerated. Black mist and sparks clung to her, and demonic flames engulfed her entire body. Dao Xian Shuimiao reached out to Dao Xian Tianhua in despair, but in the next second, her arm, along with her body, turned to ashes and scattered in the wind. It was too late for Dao Xian Tianhua to intervene. The black flames had already consumed Dao Xian Shuimiao completely. Her fate was sealed. Witnessing the gruesome death of one of the 6 great celestial law elders right before his eyes, Dao Xian Tianhua was consumed by rage. Such ruthless methods, with such power and arrogance. You must be the newly ascended demon lord of the demon realm, right? As soon as I emerged from seclusion, I heard many rumors about you. The first supreme demon lord in millions of years to unify the demon realm. Over 100 years ago, you led the demon realm army to invade our heavenly realm, causing chaos and upheaval in the 9 great immortal domains. And recently, you've repeatedly intruded into our heavenly realm, injuring our people and causing unrest. Dao Xian Tianhua's eyes narrowed as he recounted Ning Yechen's legendary deeds one by one. Ning Yechen's expression remained indifferent, but the people behind him were anything but calm. The demon lord of the demon realm? Ning Yechen, who they had always regarded as a mere mortal, even ridiculed as a pretty boy relying on Luo Ruiying, was actually the supreme ruler of the demon realm. Everyone looked at Ning Yechen's back in disbelief. But after witnessing the terrifying power with which Ning Yechen had effortlessly killed Dao Xian Shuimiao, they couldn't help but believe it. Even Su Yi, who had already known that Ning Yechen was extraordinary, widened her eyes in shock. Sister Luo's husband is actually the demon lord of the demon realm. Luo Ruiying also stared at Ning Yechen's back in astonishment. Although she had been harboring suspicions and had a vague idea of Ning Yechen's demonic identity, she hadn't expected him to be the demon lord of the demon realm. Demon lord, you will be the first to witness my true power since I emerged from seclusion. After confirming Ning Yechen's identity as the demon lord, Dao Xian Tianhua no longer held back. He decided to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. If the demon lord were to die, the demon realm would surely fall into chaos once again. Perhaps then, the heavenly realm could take advantage and conquer the demon realm in one fell swoop. Dao Xian Tianhua's eyes shimmered with celestial light, and the celestial energy around him surged like a pillar of light, reaching the peak of the clouds. Transcendent immortal domain, heaven and earth law realm. Dao Xian Tianhua threw a crystal-clear, celestial bead into the air and formed hand seals, an aura of domain-type, celestial art spreading out. The celestial bead floated in midair, radiating brilliant light. Upon closer inspection, one could see mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas within the bead, as if it contained another world. Ning Yechen seemed to be pulled by some force, and was instantly absorbed into the celestial bead. Dao Xian Tianhua, seeing this, smirked triumphantly and also transformed into a stream of light, entering the bead. Both Ning Yechen and Dao Xian Tianhua disappeared, leaving only the celestial bead suspended in midair. Luo Ruiying's expression changed in shock, and she anxiously tried to approach the bead, but Yu Qingyu stopped her with a hand. "Madam, there's no need to worry. The demon lord entered willingly. He's merely a half-step transcendent immortal. The demon lord will be out soon," Yu Qingyu said with a faint smile. Luo Ruiying's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. and merely a half-step transcendent immortal? She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but it seemed that Yu Qingyu hadn't taken Dao Xian Tianhua seriously from the very beginning. Then, could it be that he, within the celestial bead, the heaven and earth law realm, Ning Yechen stood suspended in mid-air within the realm, observing the surrounding landscape of mountains and rivers. As far as the eye could see, mountains, rivers, and trees filled his vision. In the distance, mountain ranges stretched endlessly, lush and verdant, the forests of vibrant green. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying the faint scent of trees and earth. This created world, apart from the absence of living beings, was almost indistinguishable from the outside world. How do you find this world created by this venerable one? This is the burial ground I've chosen for you, the Demon Lord. Dao Xian Tianhua slowly walked through the air towards Ning Yechen, his expression filled with pride and smugness. A transcendent immortal was one whose cultivation had broken through the shackles of the immortal emperor realm, achieving godhood. At this level, whether it was shaking the heavens and earth, plucking the sun, moon, and stars, or creating a small world, it was all within their grasp. Their comprehension of the great Tao, celestial arts, and even celestial weapons would reach a transcendent level, allowing them to grasp the profound secrets of the transcendent immortal domain. And the transcendent immortal domain was often a manifestation of a transcendent immortal's spiritual world. Within their own domain, transcendent immortals could exhibit special abilities or even amplify their powers several or even hundreds of times. In other words, within a transcendent immortal domain, a transcendent immortal was extremely difficult to defeat. He had spent 1,000 years in cultivation, barely touching the threshold of the transcendent immortal realm and comprehending a few profound secrets. And it was these few insights that allowed him, even at the half-step transcendent immortal realm, to successfully grasp his own transcendent immortal domain. Although this world was created with the aid of the celestial bead, Dao Xian Tianhua was still very satisfied. To comprehend a transcendent immortal domain at the half-step transcendent immortal realm, even throughout the ages, there were few in the heavenly realm who could achieve this. It was definitely something to be proud of. Ning Yechen's expression remained cold and indifferent. He raised his hand and beckoned Dao Xian Tianhua. Before this venerable one takes action, show me what you've got. It was rare to encounter someone who could manifest a transcendent immortal domain. So Ning Yechen was slightly intrigued. So arrogant, even in the face of death. Seeing Ning Yechen's defiant attitude, Dao Xian Tianhua frowned deeply. With a clap of his hands, two enormous rock palms erupted from the ground, aiming for Ning Yechen in midair. The palms were not only gigantic, but also incredibly fast. With a resounding boom, the rock palms slammed together, shaking the heavens and earth. Not stopping there, Dao Xian Tianhua waved his hand, and dozens of towering mountains rose from the ground behind him, hurtling towards Ning Yechen. A black light flashed from Ning Yechen's palm, and the massive rock palms were instantly cleaved in two. As Ning Yechen emerged from between the severed palms, standing atop one of them, dozens of mountains from all directions crashed towards him. Ning Yechen raised a single hand to block the oncoming mountains, his grip tightening, crushing the entire mountain in his hand into dust. However, the onslaught of mountains was too intense. Even the earth itself, like a floor, was uprooted and thrown at him. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of mountains smashed into Ning Yechen one after another, completely burying him once more. Dao Xian Tianhua roared, his hands clasped together. The countless mountains suspended in midair began to compress and converge. Finally, they formed a solid sphere of rock, encasing Ning Yechen within it. Celestial immortal suppression. Dao Xian Tianhua flung thousands of celestial talismans from his spatial ring. The talismans danced around the rock sphere like a river, forming a barrier formation. Demon sealing and evil slaying. To prevent Ning Yechen from breaking free, Dao Xian Tianhua summoned dozens of celestial swords, transforming them into sword beams that pierced into the rock sphere. The swords connected, creating another layer of a sword formation barrier. Only after completing these steps did Dao Xian Tianhua lower his hands, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. It's done. The so-called Demon Lord is nothing more than this. With hundreds of millions of celestial rocks as the foundation, 10,000 celestial talismans to suppress demonic energy, and his dozens of celestial swords forming the demon sealing and evil slaying sword formation, who could possibly escape? Oomph. Demon Lord, you shall remain trapped in this world of mine forever. As soon as Dao Xian Tianhua finished speaking, cracking sounds echoed from within the rock sphere. What? He's breaking free. Dao Xian Tianhua's face paled. He hadn't expected Ning Yechen to break free from his multiple layers of restraints so easily. With the suppression of tens of thousands of celestial talismans, his demonic energy should have been restricted, rendering him unable to use any techniques. Could it be that even tens of thousands of celestial talismans couldn't suppress the demonic energy within him? Dao Xian Tianhua hurriedly formed hand seals again, and fine sand swirled up from the ground. The sand gathered, covering the cracks in the rock sphere and enveloping it in another layer. However, the tens of thousands of celestial talismans on the rock sphere suddenly ignited with black demonic flames. In the next second, the entire sphere exploded. All the dozens of celestial swords shattered. Ning Yechen reappeared, casually dusting off his clothes. With a look of disdain, he asked leisurely, "Is that all you've got? I admit, I underestimated you a bit. But don't get too cocky. This has only just begun." Dao Xian Tianhua's eyes trembled. With a wave of his sleeve, a colossal hurricane, thousands of meters tall, arose out of nowhere. Within the hurricane, thunder roared, lightning flashed, and its power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Countless vines also sprouted from the ravaged ground beneath Ning Yechen's feet, lashing out at him. Ning Yechen glanced down indifferently and exhaled a puff of black smoke. The black smoke touched the vines, and like gasoline meeting a flame, it instantly ignited into a raging demonic fire. The dense vines were completely incinerated by the demonic flames. Ning Yechen, standing amidst the demonic flames, looked as if he were bathed in fire. Facing the oncoming hurricane, he extended his hands into the void. The space behind him tore open, and two massive demonic arms emerged. Dao Xian Tianhua's heart trembled. He tried to flee, but found his feet rooted to the spot. Looking down, he saw that the ground beneath him was completely covered in shadows, and several dark tendrils had entangled his ankles. "Pierce," Ning Yechen said as he walked towards Dao Xian Tianhua step by step. Countless needle-like shadows shot out from the darkness, piercing through Dao Xian Tianhua's entire body. "Aha!" Dao Xian Tianhua let out a pained scream, his entire body riddled with the shadowy spikes like a hedgehog. Ning Yechen stood before Dao Xian Tianhua, his brows slightly furrowed, his expression cold as he stared at him. Dao Xian Tianhua's face was filled with terror, his earlier arrogance and pride completely gone. He had thought that within this heaven and earth law realm, he was omnipotent and could easily deal with Ning Yechen. But he hadn't expected to feel so powerless in front of him. After much thought, only one possibility came to mind. Could it be that you've already stepped into the transcendent, immortal realm? Dao Xian Tianhua stared at Ning Yechen in disbelief. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but in the past millennia, neither the heavenly realm nor the demon realm had seen anyone ascend to the transcendent, immortal realm. Knowing that Ning Yechen was the newly ascended demon lord from over 100 years ago, he hadn't even considered the possibility that Ning Yechen's cultivation could have reached the transcendent, immortal level. It had taken him thousands of years to barely touch the threshold of the transcendent, immortal realm and achieve a half step into it. Yet, Ning Yechen, who didn't even seem to be 1,000 years old, was already a legendary, transcendent immortal. The difference in talent. It was nothing short of monstrous. Only at this moment did Dao Xian Tianhua truly realize the fearsome power of the new demon lord before him. Demon Lord. My Dao Immortal Clan is a member of the Heavenly Realm's Judgment Divine Hall. If I, the immortal ancestor of the Dao Immortal Clan, die, the Heavenly Realm will surely investigate. As long as you let me go, I swear by the Heavenly Dao that I will never offend the Demon Clan again. The matter of you killing 2 disciples of my Dao Immortal Clan can also be forgiven and forgotten. Dao Xian Tianhua, recognizing the reality of his situation, knew he was no match for Ning Yechen. Rather than having his thousands of years of cultivation go to waste here, it was better to seek peace. Are you begging for mercy from this venerable one? Ning Yechen clasped his hands behind his back, a wicked smile playing on his lips, and asked calmly. Dao Xian Tianhua nodded unwillingly. This was the first time in his life that he had bowed his head to a demon. As long as you let me go, I, the Dao Immortal Clan, will fulfill any request you have. There's only one thing this venerable one wants. Ning Yechen leaned closer to Dao Xian Tianhua's face and said softly, raising a finger. What is it? Just name it, and I'll give it to you. Dao Xian Tianhua hurriedly responded without thinking. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That would be your life, and the lives of the entire Dao Immortal Clan. From a moment Dao Xian Tianhua made his precious daughter cry, he had never intended to let him off. Dao Xian Tianhua's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this. Become nourishment and struggle in endless pain until you die. Ning Yechen chanted softly. Instantly, the shadows entwining Dao Xian Tianhua pulled him from midair down onto the shadowy ground. The shadow was like a swamp, slowly devouring him bit by bit. Dao Xian Tianhua couldn't even imagine what lay on the other side of the shadow. He saw countless dark figures slowly rising from the shadow, various demonic beings emerging from beneath. Pairs of bloodthirsty, crimson eyes stared at him intently, drawing closer. Thousands upon thousands of insects crawled out from the shadows and burrowed into his body, writhing within him. As spirit devouring insects, Dao Xian Tianhua's expression turned to utter horror as he saw the endless tide of spirit devouring insects swarming towards him. He had certainly seen spirit devouring insects before, but never in such overwhelming numbers, so dense that it made his hair stand on end. These insects would devour anything containing spiritual energy, whether it was a person or any other object, leaving nothing behind. With such a massive swarm of spirit-devouring insects, it would probably only take a few seconds to devour him completely. And throughout the process, he would vividly feel the insects burrowing into his body from every orifice, gnawing and wriggling as they feasted. He could already feel that piercing pain. As more and more spirit-devouring insects entered his body, Dao Xian Tianhua looked up at Ning Yechen in despair and terror, shouting, wait, Demon Lord, don't you want to retrieve her immortal bones and heart? Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen immediately descended from midair and landed in front of Dao Xian Tianhua. He turned his head and coldly ordered the demons and apostles behind him. Stand down. The demons and apostles, showing a hint of fear, retreated and submerged back into the shadows, leaving only half of their faces exposed, still glaring at Dao Xian Tianhua with predatory eyes, as if they were ready to feast at any moment. The hundreds of millions of spirit-devouring insects on Dao Xian Tianhua's body and nearby also slowly retreated behind Ning Yechen. My wife's immortal bones and heart, are they on you? Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed as he looked down at Dao Xian Tianhua and asked coldly, They're not on me. As the spirit-devouring insects retreated from his body, Dao Xian Tianhua felt a sense of relief, as if he had escaped death. He replied, sweating profusely and gasping for breath, Ning Yechen's expression turned displeased, feeling like he had been tricked. He slowly turned around and said indifferently, "He's all yours. Don't eat him too quickly." As he finished speaking, the spirit devouring insects and the numerous demonic apostles excitedly surged towards Dao Xian Tianhua once more. "Wait, wait, wait. Her immortal bones and heart aren't on me, but I know where they are." Dao Xian Tianhua, nearly scared out of his wits, shouted desperately. Ning Yechen raised his arm, and the demons and apostles obediently stopped, looking at him with aggrieved expressions. After Ning Yechen glared at them fiercely, the demons and apostles obediently lay back down. "Speak. Where are my wife's immortal bones and heart?" Ning Yechen looked at Dao Xian Tianhua and asked. Seeing how much Ning Yechen cared about Luo Ruiying's immortal bones and heart, Dao Xian Tianhua gained some confidence and made his demand. "Only if you swear by the heavenly Dao to spare my life will I tell you." "Umph. Ha ha." Ning Yechen suddenly burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. His laughter sent chills down Dao Xian Tianhua's spine. In the next moment, Ning Yechen's hand tightly gripped his face, lifting him high into the air from the shadows, his expression cold and ruthless. Demonic flames ignited on his arm, slowly creeping towards his hand. Even a touch of the demonic flames would be enough to incinerate him completely. "You seem to be mistaken. You're not qualified to negotiate with this venerable one. This venerable one has 10,000 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Even if I kill you directly, I can still retrieve the immortal bones and heart by conquering the heavenly realm." Seeing the demonic flames drawing closer, as if Ning Yechen truly intended to kill him, Dao Xian Tianhua didn't dare hesitate any longer and hurriedly blurted out, "Her immortal bones and heart are in the possession of that esteemed individual." That esteemed individual? Ning Yechen stopped the demonic flames from spreading further and asked with a frown. At this moment, the burning demonic flames on his arm were only a fist's distance away from Dao Xian Tianhua. Dao Xian Tianhua stared at the flickering flames, fearing that they might accidentally touch his face. "That esteemed individual is a guest from the divine realm, visiting my Dao immortal clan. I only know that he is the son of a certain god in the divine realm, but I know nothing else. Her immortal bones and heart are also in his possession," Dao Xian Tianhua said, looking at Ning Yechen with fear and trepidation. Ning Yechen furrowed his brows slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face. Son of God, an existence that even Dao Xian Tianhua addresses as esteemed individual. It seems his status in the divine realm isn't low either. It seems my wife has provoked more than just the Dao immortal clan, but it's not a problem for him. Seeing Ning Yechen lost in thought, Dao Xian Tianhua took the initiative to speak sincerely. "That esteemed individual is still staying at my Dao immortal clan. If Demon Lord, you can spare my life, I can personally retrieve them and return them to you." Ning Yechen smirked, releasing his grip and dropping Dao Xian Tianhua onto the shadow below. "Considering your honest answer, this venerable one can agree to let you go, and there's no need for you to bring anything back." Dao Xian Tianhua's face lit up with ecstasy upon hearing this, feeling a surge of relief as if he had escaped death. However, his joy was short-lived. He saw Ning Yechen looking down with a wicked smile and continuing in a leisurely tone. "However, whether they will let you go, this venerable one can't say." What do you mean?" A chill ran down Dao Xian Tianhua's spine. Suddenly, he felt the shadow beneath him tightly entangling his entire body. The spirit-devouring insects surged forward like a tide once again, and the numerous demonic beings swarmed over Dao Xian Tianhua, tearing at his limbs and devouring his immortal body. "Ahak, the Demon Lord!" Dao Xian Tianhua's face was twisted in agony, his body struggling desperately as he let out blood-curdling screams. Ning Yechen stood calmly before Dao Xian Tianhua, his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing his final performance. He had already decided that the moment Dao Xian made his precious daughter cry, he wouldn't let him off the hook. If he truly let him go, there was a high chance he wouldn't obediently return. Even if he genuinely intended to bring back Luo Ruiying's immortal bones and heart, Ning Yechen didn't need his help. He would personally retrieve his wife's immortal bones and heart. And he didn't need this guy. Accompanied by agonizing screams that echoed throughout the realm, Dao Xiantianhua's immortal body was first torn apart limb by limb. Then thousands of spirit-devouring insects burrowed into his body, feasting on him from the inside, his entire body gradually covered by the swarm. His voice, muffled by the insects filling his mouth, could no longer produce any sound. Ning Yechen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thankfully, Dao Xiantianhua had pulled him into this heaven and earth law realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been good for his wife and child to witness this scene. In no time, Dao Xiantianhua's immortal body was completely devoured by the apostles, demonic beings, and spirit-devouring insects, leaving nothing behind. Only a wisp of his tormented and disoriented soul remained, trapped above the shadow. This soul could be consumed by the shadow, turning him into one of the apostles under Ning Yechen's command. But Ning Yechen had other plans. He merely kept Dao Xiantianhua's soul imprisoned. Although he no longer had a physical body, this soul could still be sent to the execution palace. He was sure those guys in the execution palace would love to play with him. With a thought, Ning Yechen's shadow slowly dragged Dao Xiantianhua's soul into its depths, disappearing. All the demonic beings and apostles on the shadow also obediently submerged back into it. The shadow that had covered thousands of miles instantly shrank, returning to its original form beneath Ning Yechen's feet. Ning Yechen looked up at the sky of the heaven and earth law realm. The matter was settled. It was time to go back. Eliminating Dao Xiantianhua didn't stir any emotions within him. It was no different from swatting a few more mosquitoes. He didn't even need to reveal his true demonic form. But the thought of returning made him unusually nervous. By now, there was no way to hide his identity any longer. If he knelt on the washboard voluntarily, would his wife forgive him? Outside the heaven and earth law realm, after Ning Yechen and Dao Xiantianhua entered the celestial bead, Nanli Academy fell silent once more. The people in the central plaza were momentarily at a loss, not knowing what to do. Dao Xiantianhua, Dao Xianshuimiao, and the others were gone, replaced by a continuous stream of demons arriving in the sky above the central plaza. The entire airspace above and around Nanli Academy was almost completely covered by the figures of demons. As for the Dao Immortal Clan members, apart from Dao Xian Fengming and the other two, who were barely clinging to life and still resisting, all the others had perished. The demons were stained with blood, their faces bearing excited and bloodthirsty smiles. They held severed heads and dragged corpses, their terrifying presence almost suffocating everyone below. This feeling was far more terrifying than facing Dao Xianshuimiao. Xiagua and the others, who had arrived late, looked up at the countless demons in the sky and were frozen in fear. Nanli City was completely under the control of the demon clan. They didn't know what awaited them next. Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongye, also stared blankly at the demons in the sky, her expression thoughtful for a long time. Then, she looked at the celestial bead, suspended in mid-air with worry. "Mommy, where did Daddy go?" Luo Hongye, sitting in Luo Ruiying's arms, looked at her with her big, innocent eyes and asked with concern. In Luo Hongye's eyes, Ning Yechen had suddenly vanished like a flash of light. Luo Ruiying stroked Luo Hongye's little head and said softly, "Daddy went to fight the bad guys to protect Yi. Will Daddy get hurt?" Luo Hongye's little face was filled with worry as she asked, "Mommy, will Daddy get hurt?" Luo Ruiying was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Although Yu Qingyu had assured her that Ning Yechen would return soon, Dao Xiantianhua was, after all, at the half-step transcendent immortal realm. She couldn't help but worry about whether Ning Yechen would get hurt. "Don't worry, miss. The young master will be fine." Yu Qingyu reassured Luo Hongye. Hearing Yu Qingyu's scolding from afar, Kuang Xiu and the others couldn't help but tense up, their bodies shivering involuntarily. The long-awaited battle had made them so excited that they had momentarily lost themselves. At that moment, Dao Xianmukue, who stood before Kuang Xiu, was in a sorry state. Her clothes were tattered, her body covered in wounds, and blood was flowing freely. Her face was etched with fear as she stared at Kuang Xiu and Qi Huan. She gasped for breath, her eyes wide with terror. Behind her, Qi Huan twirled several golden rings in her hands, her expression a mix of excitement and mockery as she stared at Dao Xianmukue. "Sorry, the left guardian has given the order. I have to send you on your way. I'm really reluctant to do so." "Damn it! What kind of creatures are these two demons?" Dao Xianmukue screamed inwardly. The burly man in front of her, no matter what celestial arts she used to attack him, couldn't even scratch his skin. Not only was his demonic armor incredibly tough, but even his skin was as hard as rock, impervious to ordinary celestial arts. On the other hand, his claws were terrifyingly sharp, tearing through everything in their path, almost disemboweling her with every strike. His strength was monstrous, and his speed was no slower than hers. And the woman behind her was even more terrifying. The golden rings in her hands were unknown objects that could change their size and direction at will, attacking from all angles with devastating power. She had witnessed those massive golden rings slicing through mountains, cleanly severing their peaks. The scene of several Dao Immortal Clan disciples being decapitated without warning was still fresh in her mind. If those rings touched her, they could easily decapitate or dismember her. Just defending against the attacks of these two was already pushing her to her limits. And this was without the other tens of thousands of demons joining in. Dao Xianmukue couldn't help but look towards Namli Academy in the distance, her eyes filled with hope. With the elite forces of the Dao Immortal Clan decimated here, their last hope rested on the immortal ancestor. As long as she could hold on for a little longer, when the immortal ancestor returned, they would surely annihilate these demons. Heavenly realm bugs. Don't worry, I'll rip your belly open and scoop out your guts bit by bit. Kuang Xiu's face twisted into a ferocious grin, his demonic aura surging even more intensely. A terrifying, monstrous beast-like face seemed to materialize behind him. This guy, was he not even serious just now? Dao Xianmukue's face paled. She couldn't believe that Kuang Xiu hadn't been using his full power until now. "Kuang Xiu, this one is mine. Don't you dare steal my prey." Qi Huan's expression hardened. The golden rings in her hands seemed to split, the dozens of rings instantly multiplying into over 100. All the rings transformed into golden beams of light, hurtling towards Dao Xianmukue. "Oomph. Whoever catches her first gets her." Kuang Xiu stomped his foot, shattering the void beneath him, and vanished in a blur. When he reappeared, he was already beside Dao Xianmukue, his claws raised high, ready to finish her off. This strike, if it landed, would turn Dao Xianmukue into a bloody pulp. "I will not be defeated by demonic filth. Ha!" Unwilling to perish here, Dao Xianmukue roared and threw out a branch, her hands rapidly forming celestial seals. Celestial art, celestial tree manifestation. The branch bloomed with a shimmering celestial light, so bright that it almost illuminated the entire sky, forcing Kuang Xiu and Qi Huan to shield their eyes. When the light faded, the branch had transformed into a towering ancient tree, standing tall in midair. Countless massive branches and vines shot out from the tree, entangling and binding Kuang Xiu and Qi Huan. More trees sprouted from the spreading vines and branches, quickly forming a magnificent forest in the clouds. Even the people in Namli City looked up in awe. Is this the power of immortals? Dao Xianmukue panted heavily, but seeing Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan trapped by the vines, a triumphant smile appeared on her face. The branch she had thrown out was something she had obtained after praying for 100 years beneath the celestial spirit tree long ago. The celestial spirit tree contained the purest celestial energy in the world, naturally capable of suppressing demonic energy. It was the perfect weapon to subdue these demonic fiends. She hadn't been serious before. Did they really think she was easy to bully? However, Dao Xianmukui's joy was short-lived. The vines enveloping Kuang Qiu were suddenly torn apart by a pair of sharp claws. The claws relentlessly shredded through the layers of vines, revealing Kuang Qiu's ferociously grinning face through the gaps. Now, this is getting interesting. Witnessing this, Dao Xianmukui's hair stood on end, and she couldn't help but shiver. On the other side, behind her, several golden rings flew out, and the vines binding Qi Huan were instantly sliced to pieces. The golden rings vibrated at high speeds like buzz saws, and over 100 of them swirled around Qi Huan. Qi Huan, leisurely spinning a golden ring in her hand, gazed at Dao Xianmukui with a smile on her lips. Why can't the celestial energy of the celestial spirit tree restrain them? Dao Xianmukui's expression turned blank, her heart filled with despair and unprecedented fear. Even in a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't be a match for either Kuang Qiu or Qi Huan. It had only been a little over 1,000 years, and the new generation of demons had already reached Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan, both unwilling to let their prey be taken by the other, attacked Dao Xianmukui almost simultaneously. Dao Xianmukui still refused to give up. She formed hand seals, summoning the ancient tree in front of her once more, hoping to rely on its power to defend herself. Just as the claws and golden rings were about to reach the ancient tree, a beam of light pierced through the air. By the time Dao Xianmukui noticed it, the demonic annihilation was already upon her, its light engulfing the ancient tree and her upper body. When the light dissipated, only Dao Xianmukui's lower body remained, falling from the sky. Their prey snatched away right before their eyes. Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan turned to Yi Tianshan in dissatisfaction, complaining angrily. Yi Tianshan, how could you steal my prey? That's too much. X 2-inch. Yi Tianshan, hovering in midair, slowly lowered his arm. His expression remained as cold and stern as ever as he said calmly, "You two have been playing for too long." The left guardian said to finish this quickly. Hearing Yi Tianshan invoke Yu Qingyou's name, Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan, though dissatisfied, could only swallow their frustration. Compared to losing their prey, they were more afraid of angering the left guardian. Meanwhile, Dao Xianhuiyin, fighting below in Nanli City, was shocked to see Dao Xianmukui obliterated by Yi Tianshan's single strike. However, his own situation wasn't looking good either. Where are you looking? The most lively and adorable girl in the demon realm is right in front of you. How can you look elsewhere? As the voice fell, a burst of crimson flames rushed towards Dao Xianhuiyin. The intense heat distorted the void, melting everything around it. Dao Xianhuiyin had to leap back to avoid it, holding his celestial cauldron in front of him to absorb the flames. Humph, that broken cauldron in your hand is quite annoying. Yin Lily held a flickering flame in her hand, looking at Dao Xianhuiyin with displeasure. Humph, demonic filth. Once I capture you within my 9 heavens profound fire cauldron, I will refine you. Witnessing the deaths of his fellow Dao immortal clan members one after another, Dao Xianhuiyin was filled with uncontrollable rage. With the 9 heavens profound fire cauldron in his hand, he was confident he could subdue Yin Lily. She also specialized in fire-based celestial arts, and although her control and power over flames were impressive, she was no match for him. Hee, how interesting. It's been a while since someone said that to me. I quite like you. I've decided I'm going to burn you into the most exquisite skeleton and add it to my collection. Yin Lily winked playfully at Dao Xianhuiyin, a sweet smile on her face, but her words sent chills down his spine. 9 heavens profound fire cauldron, open. Dao Xianhuiyin frowned, holding the cauldron with one hand and channeling spiritual energy into it with the other. The cauldron opened, and countless fiery, crimson gold chains shot out from within, flying towards Yin Lily. Yin Lily stood her ground, unmoving. Crimson and ice-blue flames ignited in her heterochromatic eyes. Two flames, one red and one blue, erupted from her palms. Whoosh! Yin Lily cupped her hands, merging the two flames of different colors in her palms, then gently blew. The red and blue flames danced in the wind, instantly freezing the oncoming celestial chains before miraculously turning them into ashes that scattered away. Even the nine heavens' profound fire cauldron in Dao Xianhuiyin's hand was directly frozen and then melted. What kind of strange flame is this? It actually destroyed my nine heavens' profound fire cauldron. Dao Xianhuiyin's face paled in shock. Meanwhile, the red and blue flames had already spread along his arm, engulfing his entire body. In an instant, he felt a bone-chilling coldness within, while his body experienced a burning, scorching pain. Two completely different sensations were burning his body and mind. He couldn't even tell if he was too cold or too hot. His skin, flesh, even his internal organs were melting away bit by bit. What did you do to me? Dao Xianhuiyin's entire body gradually melted. Unable to stand any longer, he knelt on the ground in agony, reaching out to Yin Lily and questioning her. Yin Lily didn't answer. Instead, like a mischievous girl, she propped her chin on her hand and squatted in front of him, quietly observing with an expectant expression on her face, until Dao Xianhuiyin completely dissolved into a pool of blood, leaving behind only a set of crystal-clear, snow-white emotions. Yin Lily slowly reached out and picked up the skull, gently caressing its forehead. Her face flushed, and a look of intoxicated delight appeared on her face. Another masterpiece. But it's not the most perfect one yet. If only I could collect the Demon Lord's skull. Oh my, just thinking about it makes me excited. How embarrassing. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to O. With Dao Xianmukue and Dao Xianhuiyin successively perishing, only Dao Xian Fengming remained from the thousands of Dao immortal clan members who had descended to the mortal realm. Seeing that the immortal ancestor hadn't returned yet, and with Dao Xianyin and Dao Xianmukue both dead, and no sign of the other four celestial law elders, Dao Xian Fengming didn't dare to linger any longer. Only one thought remained in his mind: escape. Otherwise, his fate would be the same as the others. Dao Xian Fengming lifted the entire ground in front of him and hurled it towards Luo Si. Then, with a swift step, his figure transformed into a gust of wind and vanished at lightning speed. Among the 6 celestial law elders, he was the fastest. Even Dao Xianlui's, known for his swiftness like thunder, couldn't compare. Seeing Dao Xian Fengming trying to escape, Luo Si, known as the Demon Realm's Hair Witch, slowly raised her arm. Countless thin threads suddenly emerged from the ground and the surrounding dilapidated buildings. During battles, Luo Si would embed her hair into the surrounding structures and the ground. These fine strands of hair were nearly invisible even at close range, let alone when hidden in the surroundings. The hair, now acting like incredibly sharp wires, effortlessly sliced through the rubble blocking her path, neatly cutting through houses. Dao Xian Fengming had already witnessed the power of Luo Si's hair. Seeing the strands swarming towards him, he didn't hesitate. He quickly drew his celestial sword and unleashed wind blades to sever the surrounding hair. However, these strands of hair seemed endless, continuously erupting from the ground and surroundings. Luo Si remained motionless, her hair growing longer and denser, almost completely engulfing her figure. The hair strands were slender, extending infinitely, and their speed was astonishingly fast. The intertwined hair even formed a net, descending from all directions. Celestial art, wind vortex. Dao Xian Fengming threw his celestial sword, which spun rapidly around him, creating a sharp tornado that severed all the surrounding hair strands. The fierce wind blades, like a storm, shredded everything around them, including buildings and even the ground. Having temporarily cleared a path through the hair, Dao Xian Fengming quickly retrieved his sword and dashed forward again. However, this time, he wasn't running away but charging towards Luo Si. He knew that if he didn't eliminate Luo Si first, he would never escape her endless hair. Just as Dao Xian Fengming lunged at Luo Si, a jet-black divine rainbow flashed behind him. What? Dao Xian Fengming instantly sensed the danger and instinctively turned around, raising his sword in defense. The jet-black divine rainbow crashed onto the celestial sword, and Dao Xian Fengming was blasted back dozens of miles. After regaining his balance, Dao Xian Fengming looked closely and realized that the black rainbow was actually a jet-black, ornate halberd. The tip of the halberd rested against his celestial sword, its shaft adorned with vivid depictions of demonic beasts and monsters from the demon realm, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. Before Dao Xian Fengming could even move the halberd away from his sword, two demonic claws suddenly and bizarrely emerged from the halberd, grabbing his arms. The depictions of demonic beasts and monsters on the halberd seemed to come alive, transforming into demonic spirits, baring their fangs and glaring at him. And what was gripping his arms was the ferocious, fanged spirit of a malevolent ghost. Luo Sha slowly walked towards him from a distance, followed by countless demonic spirits and vengeful ghosts. The air was filled with the mournful cries of the spirits, creating a scene reminiscent of 100 ghosts parading at night. Nice to meet you. I'm Luo Sha, the 7th-ranked demon god of the demon realm. Luo Sha revealed his white teeth, a bright and cheerful smile on his face as he introduced himself. He didn't forget to point at the demonic halberd impaling Dao Xian Fengming and introduce it as well. Oh, and that's my old buddy, the soul-devouring demonic halberd. Looks like it's quite fond of you. You're joking. Dao Xian Fengming felt insulted. He roared, and sharp wind blades swirled around his feet. The violent wind blades shredded all the surrounding demonic spirits. But at that moment, countless strands of hair erupted from the ground and behind him, piercing through his entire body. The fine hair even penetrated his celestial sword, pinning him in place. Dao Xian Fengming's face was filled with disbelief. His Wind Departure Celestial Sword, a top-tier celestial artifact imbued with the protection of the wind realm and imbued with sharp wind blades, had been pierced through by mere strands of hair. He had easily cut through those hair strands before. No, these hair strands are different from the ones earlier. Dao Xian Fengming looked closely and realized that the hair piercing his body had a dark green sheen, completely different from the hair that had attacked him before. Luo Si, her long hair trailing behind her, slowly walked towards Dao Xian Fengming from behind. Her hair was so long that she accidentally stepped on it, causing her to stumble and fall face first onto the ground with a plop. Luo Sha helplessly face-palmed, unable to bear looking at her. Even if she's the 5th-ranked demon god in the demon realm, she could at least be a bit more careful. Luo Si calmly got up, as if nothing had happened. Although Dao Xian Fengming couldn't see behind him, he could hear Luo Si's footsteps approaching. His body froze, not daring to move an inch, because he knew that with the slightest movement, the hair strands piercing his body could easily slice him into countless pieces. Wait. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything. I'm an elder of the Dao Immortal Clan. I hold a high position. I can become a spy for the Demon Clan. I'll definitely be of use to you. Dao Xian Fengming desperately pleaded with Luo Sha in front of him. Luo Sha scratched his face with a troubled expression, then gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, I'd like to let you go, but the Left Guardian's order was to leave no one alive. Dao Xian Fengming's body trembled uncontrollably. In his eyes, the smile on Luo Sha's face was clearly a terrifying, expectant grin. This person had no intention of letting him go. Before Dao Xian Fengming could plead again, Luo Si behind him raised her pale, slender fingers. The hair strands wrapped around his body twitched in response. At that moment, Dao Xian Fengming felt the approach of death. And he was right. Luo Xi's fingers gently curled, and the hair strands sliced through Dao Xian Fengming's body like a knife through tofu, without a sound, not even a drop of blood spilled. Dao Xian Fengming's eyes glazed over, and then his body crumbled into pieces, scattering across the ground. Seeing Dao Xian Fengming's remaining wisp of soul attempting to escape, Luo Xia smiled faintly and shouted, "Devour soul!" The soul-devouring demonic halberd seemed to come alive, its blood-red maw, filled with fangs and sharp teeth, opening wide and swallowing Dao Xian Fengming's soul in one gulp. Ahak! Dao Xian Fengming's soul was devoured amidst screams of despair, and the soul-devouring demonic halberd returned to its calm state. With the death of Dao Xian Fengming, the last remaining member of the Dao immortal clan, Nanli City fell into complete silence. Yi Tianxin and the others returned to Yu Qingyo's side to report. The people within Nanli Academy, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel even more terrified. All the immortals from the heavenly realm had perished, and Nanli City had fallen entirely under the control of the demon clan. Luo Ruing also stared at Yi Tianxin and the others in shock. These people, who she had interacted with on a daily basis, were not only demons in disguise, but also possessed such terrifying power. She was well aware of the cultivation and strength of Dao Xian Fengming and the others, as they were the 6 great celestial law elders of the Dao immortal clan. Even at the peak of her cultivation, it would have taken considerable effort for her to defeat them. Yet, Kuang Xiu and the others had practically massacred them with overwhelming force. Luo Ruiying was deeply shaken, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look once again at the celestial bead floating in the air. "You should be coming back soon, right?" Just then, the celestial bead emitted a dazzling light, and a figure slowly stepped out from within. Luo Ruiying, Su Yi, and the others held their breaths, their gazes fixed on the person emerging. Yu Qingyu and the other demons, however, showed no signs of worry or concern. No one knew better than them the true extent of their demon lord's power. The person walking out was undoubtedly their great and supreme ruler. Under the watchful eyes of countless expectant gazes, Ning Yechen's handsome and charming face appeared before everyone. His posture was proud and upright, his clothes spotless, and there wasn't a single wound on his body. The people within Nanli Academy were shocked to see Ning Yechen return safe and sound. He really came back, so fast, and he looks so relaxed and at ease, without any signs of battle on him. At this moment, no one doubted Ning Yechen's identity as the demon lord anymore. Seeing Ning Yechen appear, the weight in Luo Ruiying's heart lifted, and a relieved smile graced her beautiful face. "He's okay." Yu Qingyu and the tens of thousands of demons in the sky placed their hands on their chests, bowed slightly, and proclaimed in unison, "Demon Lord!" Their resounding voices echoed throughout Nanli City, causing everyone within the city to involuntarily kneel and lower their heads. Even Xiagua, with his heavenly god realm cultivation, couldn't help but kneel, his body unable to move. Of course, this was due to Yu Qingyo's subtle use of her word spirit power, compelling everyone to submit. Previously, to protect the demon lord's hidden identity, she had reluctantly tolerated the disrespectful behavior of those in the city. But now that the demon lord's identity was no longer a secret, she wouldn't allow anyone to act presumptuously before him. Without the demon lord's permission, how could mere ants stand before him? The only one present who could stand upright before Ning Yechen was Luo Ruiying, the wife of the demon lord. Luo Ruiying, seeing everyone kneeling, was reminded of Ning Yechen's true identity as the demon lord. The mortal husband she had been living with day and night was suddenly the demon lord. Even now, she still found it hard to believe. Luo Hongye, sitting in Luo Ruiying's arms, had no other thoughts. Seeing Ning Yechen return, she eagerly reached out her small hands and called out in a soft, sweet voice, "Daddy!" Seeing his child reaching out for a hug, Ning Yechen's face softened into a doting smile. He walked over to Luo Ruiying and took the child into his arms. Holding the small and soft Luo Hongye felt like holding a doll, so comfortable and warm. "Daddy, Yi was so worried about you." Luo Hongye nestled in Ning Yechen's arms, raised her little head, and looked at him with her big, innocent eyes. Ning Yechen felt his heart melt. Such an adorable and understanding daughter. "It's Daddy's fault for making our Yi worry." "Look, Yi, Daddy is fine." Ning Yechen stroked Luo Hongye's little head and said with a gentle smile. Luo Hongye's big eyes carefully examined Ning Yechen's body. After confirming that he was indeed unharmed, she asked curiously, "Then, the bad guy was defeated by Daddy, of course." Ning Yechen said proudly, his nose slightly raised. "Really? Of course it's true. Isn't Daddy amazing?" "Daddy is awesome," Luo Hongye said, happily waving her little hands. Ning Yechen's face was filled with a satisfied smile. Su, Yi, and the others, still kneeling on the ground, looked up and suddenly began to doubt Ning Yechen's identity as the Demon Lord. Rumors depicted demons as having hideous and terrifying appearances, being bloodthirsty and cruel, and even having a particular fondness for eating children. But for what they could see, Ning Yechen didn't fit any of those descriptions. The dignified Demon Lord was actually beaming with a satisfied and happy smile, just because his child praised him. Ning Yechen suddenly remembered the celestial bead still floating behind him. He turned around, reached out, and the bead flew into his hand. "Yi, here's this glass ball for you to play with." Ning Yechen, without hesitation, placed the celestial bead in Luo Hongye's hands. Before returning, Ning Yechen had reset the scenery within the heaven and earth law realm. The bead now contained a picturesque landscape of mountains, rivers, and lush greenery. Luo Hongye's two small hands could barely hold the celestial bead. Her big eyes blinked, curiously observing the world within the bead. Xiagua and the others were stunned by Ning Yechen's actions. That celestial bead contained a miniature world, a unique treasure in the world, far beyond any ordinary celestial artifact. Yet, Ning Yechen, just to make his child happy, gave the celestial bead to a 2-year-old to play with, as if it were just a glass ball. Such a waste of a treasure. Xiagua and the others couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. If it were given to us, we would enshrine it. After coaxing the child into happiness, Ning Yechen held Luo Hongye and looked up at Luo Ruiying. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Yi Tianxin and the others nervously watched Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. They all knew that the Demon Lord's wife was unaware of his true identity. Madame seemed to be from the heavenly realm. Now that the Demon Lord's identity was exposed, what would happen next? "My wife." Ning Yechen gazed at Luo Ruiying and called out softly. Before he could continue his explanation, Luo Ruiying raised her hand to interrupt him. "Let's talk about it when we get home." Luo Ruiying's expression was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. This made Ning Yechen even more nervous. Could my wife be really angry? In contrast to Ning Yechen's anxiety and the watchful eyes of Yi Tianxin and the others, Yu Qingyu had a faint smile on her face. After the immortal demon battle, the entire Nanli city was in ruins, with collapsed walls and debris scattered everywhere. The ground was either riddled with craters or had deep, bottomless pits and cracks. It no longer resembled the prosperous city it once was. Even the sky above Nanli City was shattered like broken glass, with cracks in the void visible everywhere, a rare and devastating sight in a mortal realm. The vast Nanli City was now left with only Nanli Academy, which had luckily survived thanks to its protective formation. The citizens and cultivators of Nanli City gathered within and around Nanli Academy. Looking at the once bustling city reduced to ruins, their hearts filled with sorrow. For many, this city held the fruits of their lifelong efforts, their homes. The grand Nanli City was gone in the blink of an eye. Luo Ruiying, seeing the state of Nanli City, couldn't help but feel regret and guilt. The Tao Immortal clan had come specifically for her. It was because she was here that Nanli City had been implicated. The place where their house once stood was now just a deep pit. Now, let alone going home, their home was gone. Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying, who was staring blankly in the direction of their former home, and then turned to Yu Qingyu. Without needing Ning Yechen to say anything, Yu Qingyu nodded slightly and slowly floated into the air under the watchful eyes of everyone. Restore. Yu Qingyu looked down at Nanli City from high above and parted her red lips slightly to speak. As her words fell, it was as if the laws of heaven and earth were stirred. An indescribable spiritual energy rippled through the entire city like waves. Most of the cultivators present only felt a faint sense of strangeness, not understanding what had happened until they heard the exclamations from those around them. Quick, look, the buildings are being restored. How? How is this possible? Could this be a divine miracle? Everyone looked up, witnessing stones and vegetation flying through the air. The destroyed houses were rapidly rebuilt, and the uprooted plants regrew. The cracked earth closed up, the shattered void healed, and the deep craters were filled. In a matter of moments, Nanli City, which had been in ruins just a moment ago, was completely renewed, restored to its former glory. There was no trace of the terrifying immortal demon battle that had just taken place. This scene was truly breathtaking, a miracle in their eyes. Everyone's mouths gaped open in astonishment. What kind of celestial art or secret technique is this? After accomplishing all this, Yu Qingyu slowly descended from the sky and once again stood quietly and respectfully beside Luo Ruiying. Everyone looked at Yu Qingyu with newfound awe. Qi Yuan's heart was filled with shock, unable to calm down for a long time. So this maid's sister, who was always cold to her, was actually this powerful. Thankfully, she didn't seem to really want to kill her. Luo Ruiying was also surprised. She had vaguely guessed that Yu Qingyu's cultivation and strength were extraordinary, but she hadn't expected her to be this terrifying. To be able to achieve such feats and completely disregard the restrictions of the mortal realm's heavenly Tao. Her realm was likely the legendary, transcendent immortal. My wife, let's go. Let's go home. As Luo Ruiying was still immersed in shock, Ning Yechen smiled and extended his hand towards her. Luo Ruiying looked at his hand, and without much hesitation, she slowly reached out and placed her hand in his. Ning Yechen gently grasped Luo Ruiying's slender and soft hand. Holding their child in one arm and leading Luo Ruiying with the other, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Xiagua mustered up his courage and asked from behind, Mr. Ning, no, esteemed demon lord, what about us? Everyone present focused their attention on Ning Yechen, their hearts filled with anxiety. Their lives were hanging by a thread, depending on his decision. Tens of thousands of demons were staring at them with predatory eyes, creating an immense sense of pressure. Ning Yechen turned around, only then remembering Xiagua and the others still kneeling on the ground. He had been so focused on his wife and child that he had completely forgotten about them. My apologies, everyone. I'm afraid we caused a bit of a disturbance due to some personal matters. Everyone can rest assured. Everything's all right now. If there's nothing else, please return to your homes and disperse. Everyone. Ning Yechen waved his hand at the crowd with a friendly smile. If they didn't know his identity as the Demon Lord, they would probably mistake him for a kind and amiable ordinary person. Although Ning Yechen had said everything was fine and they could go home, the crowd didn't feel that way. With the Demon Lord Ning Yechen still present, and tens of thousands of demons watching them, this didn't seem like everything was all right at all. They were terrified. Ning Yechen noticed that no one dared to move and realized this. He also waved his hand towards the demons in the sky. You all may withdraw as well. Yes. The demons slowly stepped into the distorted void and disappeared. Ning Yechen, holding Luo Ruiying's hand, slowly departed with the crowd watching. It wasn't until Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu, and the others completely disappeared from sight that everyone realized they could move again. They shakily stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. "We're alive. We're still alive. The demon clan actually didn't harm us." Having narrowly escaped death, the crowd embraced each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Xiagua stood up, his legs weak, and almost collapsed again. Fortunately, Linya was beside him to support him. Speaking up earlier had taken almost all his courage. At that moment, shimmering white specks of light began to fall from the sky. "Is it snowing again?" Xiagua looked up at the sky, tinged with the colors of sunset, and reached out to catch the falling specks. He was surprised to find that it wasn't snow falling from the sky, but shimmering spiritual energy. Tiny specks of spiritual energy, like fine snow, drifted down. Thousands of powerful immortals had perished in the mortal realm, their essence returning to heaven and earth, forming a shower of spiritual snow. The concentration of spiritual energy in Nanli City at this moment reached an unprecedented level. The people within Nanli City also couldn't help but reach out their hands to welcome the falling specks of spiritual energy. They had never seen such a dense concentration of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. Perhaps soon, the name of Nanli City would resound throughout the world. Surviving an immortal demon war unscathed was a legendary experience, rare in the world. Although Nanli City had nearly been destroyed, in hindsight, it seemed like a fortuitous opportunity. At dusk, within the residence courtyard, the small and cute Luo Hongye sat in the courtyard, her tender little hands holding the celestial bead, her adorable and innocent big eyes looking up with both curiosity and a little fear at the demon gods who had completely surrounded her. As soon as they returned home, Luo Ruiying had said she wanted to talk with Ning Yechen alone, pulled him back to the bedchamber, and temporarily entrusted the child to Yu Qingyu's care. Yu Qingyu was naturally more than happy to do so. Now that there was no longer a need to deliberately hide their identities, Yi Tianxun, along with Kuang Qiu, Qi Huan, and others, also came into the courtyard, all expressing their desire to get a good, close look at their demon realm's little princess. Gazing at the almost pleading and expectant looks from demon gods, Yu Qingyu thus allowed them to accompany Luo Hongye for a while. And so, having received Yu Qingyu's permission, the demon gods completely surrounded Luo Hongye in the center and sized her up. Looking at the small, cute Luo Hongye, who was as exquisite as a porcelain doll, Qi Huan couldn't help but reveal a dazed smile on her face, eagerly extending both hands towards her. "Hee, cute little princess. Let Annie Qi Huan give you a hug, okay?" Luo Hongye immediately scooted her bottom backward a little in fear. Qi Huan's expression froze. Her hands paused motionless in midair, and her heart was instantly dealt a heavy blow. The little princess was actually afraid of her. She had clearly acted so friendly. "Qi Huan, you scare the little princess." Yi Tianxun chided Qi Huan in dissatisfaction, then proactively stepped forward and, as if performing a magic trick, suddenly produced a fragrant roasted sausage from an empty hand and offered it to Luo Hongye. When Luo Hongye saw the roasted sausage, her big eyes lit up. She reached out with both hands to take it, immediately took a bite, and a happy smile appeared on her little face. This maneuver by Yi Tianxun immediately drew exclamations of surprise, worthy indeed of being the one repeatedly praised by Left Guardian. So he was prepared all along. He always has food the little princess likes ready on him. He won the little princess's favor in an instant. Seeing this, the others were unwilling to be outdone, and one after another began their campaign to please Luo Hongye. Kuang Qiu grabbed a handful of candies and offered them to Luo Hongye. His rough and resolute face, however, showed a simple, honest, and fawning smile. "Little princess, do you still remember me?" "I remember. The uncle who gave ye toys and candy." Luo Hongye thought for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed at Kuang Qiu and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Ha ha! The little princess remembers me. Kuang Qiu." When Kuang Qiu heard that Luo Hongye still remembered him, he was instantly ecstatic and showed off to the others beside him. Not only was he called uncle, but he was also remembered by the little princess. This was truly an honor. The others around them were so envious their hearts were about to twist. Chi Huan, especially, wished she could just slice off Kuang Chio's smug and showy face. It infuriated her. Luo Sha also couldn't resist squeezing forward, pointing at himself, and asking, "What about me? What about me, little princess? Do you remember me?" Luo Hongye tilted her little head, furrowed her small brows, and looked at Luo Sha seriously, beginning to think. Seeing Luo Hongye still not remembering him after a while, Luo Sha couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He took out his demon halberd, broke it into 2 pieces, and mimed the action of hand-pounding beef. "Ah, the uncle who sells meat." Upon seeing this, Luo Hongye's little head finally remembered. Yay! Seeing this, Luo Sha was so excited he instantly jumped several hundred meters high. The little princess remembered him too. The other people present also couldn't help but start playing a game of you act, I guess, with Luo Hongye. The crowd imitated the actions of their usual disguised identities to see if Luo Hongye could recognize them. The older sister who can breathe fire. The older sister with very long hair. Yi can't remember. Those who were recognized were grinning from ear to ear, while those who weren't dejectedly walked to the back of the crowd. And then it was the next person's turn. Towards the end, even Yu Lian, who had never disguised herself as any identity and had always been responsible for hiding in the shadows, walked up to Luo Hongye, trying to hope that Luo Hongye would recognize her. Because Yu Lian always had a cold face and maintained an aloof, strangers-keep-away attitude, with her facial expression never changing, she was not suited to disguising herself as other identities and could only be responsible for staying hidden in the shadows. But in her heart, she had actually always been hoping to be recognized by Luo Hongye. However, Luo Hongye didn't even remember some people she had met before, let alone Yu Lian whom she had never seen. Luo Hongye looked at Yu Lian and slowly shook her little head. Seeing this, Yu Lian said nothing, silently turned around, walked to the back of the crowd, found a corner, and sat down hugging her knees. Her perpetually expressionless face actually showed a look of dejection. The demon gods couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Chi Huan, that Yu Lian fellow seems really dejected. Kuang Chio, it's obvious. Luo Sha, so her emotions could actually be read on her face, huh? Yi Tianshin, this is the first time I've seen it too. Luo Hongye thought it was because she hadn't recognized Yu Lian and had hurt her feelings, so she guiltily climbed to her feet and walked over to her with tiny steps. "Big sister, are you unhappy?" "Big sister, you can tell Yi your name, and Yi will remember big sister next time. Be big sister." The little princess called her big sister. Yu Lian's face remained expressionless, but her eyes were clearly much brighter, their joy hard to conceal. Yu Lian, demon gods, to see the usually deadpan Yu Lian show emotion on her face twice in one day was a sight rarely seen in 1,000 years. Chi Huan, that Yu Lian fellow seems really happy. Kuang Chio, it's obvious. Luo Sha, so her emotions could actually be read on her face. Yi Tianshin, me too. No, wait, you all just said those exact lines a moment ago. Yin Lily, the little princess is so cute and kind. I really want to pat the little princess's little head. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh, Luo Sha, I'd advise you to calm down a bit. Seeing that even Yu Lian had been called big sister by Luo Hongye, Chi Huan couldn't sit still any longer. She hurriedly squeezed forward again, gazing at Luo Hongye with a face full of anticipation. "Little princess, could you call me Auntie Chi Huan just once?" "Auntie Chi Huan." Without even thinking, Luo Hongye immediately smiled and called out sweetly. This auntie made Chi Huan's heart bloom with joy, a dazed smile reappearing on her face, and she almost couldn't resist pulling Luo Hongye into her embrace to dote on her thoroughly. However, after calming down, Chi Huan suddenly felt she was still at a bit of a disadvantage. Calling Yu Lian big sister, but calling her auntie, clearly, she and Yu Lian were about the same age. If she had known earlier, she would have had the little princess call her big sister too. Yu Qingyu stood to one side, silently watching the demon gods continuously trying to please Luo Hongye, and a faint smile couldn't help but appear on her face. As expected of my demon realm's little princess, she's truly lovable.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.